Tutki. Kuuluuko ääni ja näkyykö kuva? Tämmönen vähän ylimääräinen spesiaalilähetys. Joo, tuossa on vähän teknisiä ongelmia, toi musiikki vissiin vähän ehkä pätki teille, ainakin mulle se pätki. Että näkyy ja kuuluu hyvin, kiitoksia Lady T:lle. Ja Ville Tuominen otti kultaa ja Lady T otti hopeaa ja ketä sitten ottaa pronssit. Muutama siellä on lähetyksessä. Toivotaan, että tulisi vähän lisääkin. Tää on nyt Olli Hakala Plus-kanava ja se tietysti aiheuttaa sen, että ei kaikki nyt löydä tänne. Voisi tuonne VK laittaa kyllä ilmoitukset. Olli Hakala Plus-kanavalla spesiaali lähetys. Muutetaan vähän ja tehdään ihan uusi varmuuden vuoksi. Live. Nyt. On mukaan. Sitten vielä linkki. Ootas nyt. No se on toi sitten. Nyt on ainakin VK-ilmoitus, niin sieltä sitten saataisiin vähän lisää väkkiä. Monesko lähetystä on tällä kanavalla? Olisiko se ollut 5. vai 6? Nyt 3 vuotta taukoa edellisistä videoista tällä kanavalla. Ja kyllä se sieltä löytyy tuo Olli Hakala Plusan YouTube-haustakin, kun kelaa vaan tarpeeksi kauan alaspäin. Kyllä se siellä jo näkyy. Pannaan vähän isommaksi. Tai pannaanko vieläkin isommaksi. Nyt on ihan perinteinen. Jaha, yhteysongelmia näyttäisi hieman. Eli toinen nyt lähiaikoina, joo, kyllä. Nyt onkin vähän hassu tilanne, kun on näin vähän tällä uudella kanavalla väkeä, niin me ei sitten paljon apuja satista tuu, niin sanotusti. Mutta jos on mahdollista jommalla kummalla, siellä näyttää kahta vaan mukana, niin jos pystytte mainostamaan tai kertomaan jossakin, että täälläkin on live käynnissä, niin siitä on apua. Olisi apua. Tuleeko tuosta nyt sitten näkyviin, jos tulee? Se on tuolla taustalla. Kaksi yläpeukkuakin, vautsi. Ei mitään, otetaan tässä perinteisesti vaikka illan säteilyarvot ja tämmöisiä. Ootko Olli kuunnellut jo Tapio Puolimatkan uusimman? Onko tänään tullut? Kyllä mä niitä kuuntelen aina, kun vaan kerkiää. Tapio Puolimatkalla tulee hyvää settiä. Se on kyllä eilen tullut. En ole varmaan nyt sitten kyllä kuullut ihan sitten niin uutta. Katsotaan vähän mitä muita lähetyksiä siellä livejä on menossa. Hetkonen. Jaha, mun täytyy vaihtaa näköjään sitten tiliäkin, että mä pääsen katsomaan. Lauria, Leveliä ja Margit Rantasaloa. No kyllä sieltä luulisi joku se eksyvä tännekin. Pitäisikö mä laittaa tonne joku laittaisi tonne Levelin kanavalle mainokset, että Ollillakin live päällä. Niin. Mutta se on tietysti vähän noloa mennä toiseen lähetykseen. Mä ainakaan viitti, mutta jos joku muu, niin se on taas asia erikseen. Joo. Ei siellä ihan kauhean montaa lähetystä ole käynnissä. Sirratan kanavalta, joo. Okei. Taas näyttää huonoa yhteyttä. On se nyt merkillistä. Jaha, ja 4 katsojaa, mitäs tehtäisiin? Millaista teillä on nyt alkuviikko mennyt? Laittakaa vähän kommenttia. Ja lähetyksiäkin voi tulla mukaan. Siellä pitäisi olla kiinnitettynä osoite. StreamYard-linkki, pannaan se tuohonkin nyt vielä. Uudaan. Jos olet ihan uusi ihminen ja haluaisit tulla lähetykseen, niin tuosta StreamYard-linkistä klikkaamalla sitten vaan sisään ja sitten YouTubesta äänet pois. Se on tärkeä. Ja sitten pitää hyväksyä mikrofoni ja videokuva. Niin sitten pääset odottamaan tänne aulaan ja sitten mä päästän sisälle. Ja mielellään sellaisia ihmisiä, että sitä live-videovalokuvaa siinä näkyy, että niin paljon on häiriötekijöitä. Niin siitä on tullut vaan varovaiseksi, ettei ihan outoja nimimerkkejä varsinkaan. Ja sitten jos ei ole niin videokuvaakaan, niin ei niitä oikein ole tullut otettua lähetykseen. Että jonkunnäköinen varmistus sitten. Eli kun sä pääset tänne aulaan, niin jos et sä halua sitten omalla kasvoilla tulla, niin laittaa sen videokuvan näkymään edes mulle siinä odotusvaiheessa, kun sä et ole vielä niin kuin varsinaisesti lähetyksessä mukana, niin sitten näkee, että siellä on joku niin sanotusti elävä ihminen, joka haluaa tulla lähetykseen, ettei se ole mikään trolli tai hetkinen, mä yritin laittaa tänne uudelle kanavalle Rutgerin moderaattoriksi. Mä katson nyt heti, onko mä onnistunut. Olen näköjäs. Joo, kun siellä oli tuolla, tuli kasvokuva, ei Suomen lippua tullut, mitä mä etteen. Ja siellä on nyt sitten väärä moderaattori, kun pannaan nyt sitten ainakin päälle. Lisää valvoja. No nyt on oikein Rutgeri sitten. Nyt sulla pitäisi olla jakari täälläkin. Joo, nyt on. Minkähän Rutger SM laitoi? Siinä oli jonkun ihmisen kasvokuva. Täytyy vaan muistaa ottaa se pois sitten, että ettei se unohdu. Jos se on ihan samanlainen kirjoitettu isolla R:llä ja isolla S:llä. Mutta siinä ei ollut Suomen lippua, siinä oli joku kasvokuva. Ei ole mun tili trolli, okei, ai että. Pääsinkö mä tähän hätään nyt sitä poistamaan? Ootas nyt. Jos mä menen tosta nyt sitten tonne YouTube Studioon. Mielenkiintoista tässä kesken lähetyksen poistamaan jakoavainta. Eiköhän se pitäisi onnistua. Se oli tuossa yhteisössä. Otetaan toirutkeri pois. Ja tallennus. Nyt pitäisi olla kaikki sitten niin kuin kondiksessa. Katsotaan vielä lähtikö se varmasti. Joo, nyt on Suomen lippurutkeri täällä. Sitten on Muumipappa ja muunneltu totuus Tsiko ja Petri Hourullankin laitoin. Ja täällä olisi kyllä tilaa muutamalle. 2-3 uutta moderaattoria voisi ottaa, mutta se on tänä päivänä aina vähän semmoinen, että uskaltaako ja kenet ottaa. Koska jos tulee semmoinen, millainen mä sanoisin nyt, että eri tavalla ajatteleva ihminen kuin minä moderaattoriksi, niin siinä voi tulla kaaosäkki. Kuten varmaan ymmärrätte. No niin, pannaan toi nyt taustalle tossa. YouTube, mutta äänet poissa ja sitten vielä tosta pause päälle. No voi hemmetti. Siellä on sitten joku toinen muumipappa. Mä joudun menee sitten vielä takaisin. Lisää valvoja, pannaan tää muumipappa nyt sitten. Testaas nyt muumipappa, nyt pitäisi olla jakari. Keritäs nyt muumipappa jotain. Joo, nyt on. No mun täytyy taas mennä ottaa se toinen muumipappa pois sieltä. Että on tää nyt metkaa, kun mä yritin katsoa, että olisi niinku ihan alkuperäisiä, mutta sieltä löytyy ihan niinku kopioita. Mutta nyt onkin jännä sitten, että jos ne on ihan samanlaiset, niin mistä mä tiedän ottaa oikein pois? Olisiko se sitten viimitteeksi tullut se oikea? Täällä on 2 ihan samanlaista muumipappaa. Mä otan tietysti ihan varmaan sen väärän tai oikean vahingossa pois. Katsotaan millainen käy. Olisiko se toi sitten? Mä otan ton pois. Ja sitten me katsotaan täältä. Mun täytyy sitten mennä tällä kanavalle sieltä sitten tuohon lähetykseen. Ei tää Teemu Vehkala vanha pelikone, niin tää on enää ihan huippunopea näissä hommeleissa. Että tää on varmaan 5-6 vuotta vanha pelikone, ellei enemmän. Tää on ollut aikanaan huippunopea, mutta muumipappa testi nyt toimiiko vielä? Onko sulla vielä jakari? Mä otin väärän pois. Mä otan nyt sitten ne kaikki pois sieltä, paitsi rotkeri. Lisäilen niitä sitten tuosta ohjelmasta. Tää on niin hidasta tällä tavalla. Parempi lisäillä sitten, kun ihmisiä tulee, joilla on ollut, niin lisätään sitten jakari. Voi. On tää tämmöstä pelinpitoa. Ja mä yritin kaikki laittaa valmiiksi etukäteen ja ihan turhaa. Elikkä rotkeri jätetään. Siinä on Suomen lippu ihan oikein. Ja nyt sitten takaisin. Kuluu se aika tälläkin. No, mä tuun pian kattoo, mitä tarjotellaan. Tosta vielä toi auki. Ärsyttävän hitaasti kaikki toimii. Kyllä sieltä tulee hitaasti ja varmasti. Sitten toivotaan nyt, että tää on sitten oikea muomipappa. Lisää valvoja. Nonni. Nyt on 2 valvojaa saatu kovan työn kanssa takaisin. Olli, mistä vuodesta asti olet tehnyt näitä lähetyksiä? Mitäs mä täällä sitten tupessa olisi ollut? 3-4 vuotta ainakin, että aika kuluu niin nopeasti, että en tiedä, vaikka olisi jo 5 vuottakin. Nyt mä pääsin oikein StreamYardiin katsoa. Ihan oikein 5 kappaletta lähetyksessä. Ja taas näyttää huonoa yhteyttä. On se niin matkaa. Joo, mä ajattelin tuossa yhden aikaa laittaa ton RSBN-kanavan päälle ja chatin auki, niin sieltä tulee niitä vaalivalvojaisia sitten. Joo, siellä on Lady T yli 1000 videoa. Kyllä siinä nyt hetken aikaa menee, jos kaikki meinaa takautuvasti vanhemmat kuunnella. Joo. Jos muumipappa ja rotkeri, jos teillä tulee ideoita mainostaa nyt vähän jonnekin, niin kaikin mokomin. Mut sillai sävyisesti, että ihan vaan tiedoksi, että Olli Hakala Plus-kanava vähän osittain vielä testailee ja käynnistelee tätä vähän niin kuin varakanavaa tässä, että jos mä olisin tuolla ykköskanavalla, niin kyllähän täällä porukkaa olisi ihan varmaan jo vaikka kuinka paljon. Mutta kun ei kaikki tiedä vielä tästä Olli Hakala Plus-kanavasta. tulee semmoinen vaivaantunut olo, kun 5 katsojaa ja lähetystä on 49 minuuttia mennyt. Ei niin kuin meinaa pääkoppa ymmärtää, että kuin ei vähän on porukkaa. Olisiko siellä 5 joukossa ketään rohkeita tulla lähetykseen? Joo. No tää on nyt sitten rauhallisin live-striimi vähän aikaa. Plus se 1 testi tätä ennen tällä kanavalla, niin sekin oli puolituntinen. Aika rauhallinen senkin. Kyllä mä sinne laitoinkin postauksen, mutta siinä vaan luki, että yöllä välivaali seurantaa. Ei mulla silloin ollut vielä ajatusta tulla niinku itse live ennen sitä. Niin on siellä nyt linkki tälle kanavalle niin kuin ykköskanavan postauksessa. Mutta siinä on vähän sanamuoto semmoinen, että se ehkä inspiroi kaikkia. Oikein 4 kappaletta nyt. Mutta kyllä se tästä sitten sana leviää. Tämmöinenkin kanava on. Olli Hakala Plus. Mä sain itse asiassa idea, kun Ano Turtiaisella on Ano Turtiainen Plus-kanava myös. Mä ajattelin, että tehdään tommonen yksinkertainen lisäys, että nimi vaan ja Plus-kanava. Joo. Mä laitoin vielä 30 minuuttia vaan uuden tilaajan aikarajaksi. Eihän sitä tiedä, mitä täällä satissa tapahtuu, kun ei tarvitse kun puolen tuntia odottaa, niin pääsee sattailee. Mutta täällä on tehokas moderointi nyt jo, tai asiallinen moderointi, sanotaanko näin. Jaha, mitäs se näyttää? Taas 0,08. 3 viimeisessä näytössä niin aina ollut 0,08. No minkä sille sitten voi, se on näin. Okei. Se näkyy siellä ihan etusivulla sitten. Joo. Pitäisi olla kauheasti kontenttia, että ihmiset tulee ja viihtyy kanavalla. Ja kuinka paljon siellä nyt on muuten? 81 tilaajaa. On sinne jokunen tullut. 7 yläpeukkuukin jo. Suosittelen ykköskanavalla pikku liveä päälle, jossa mainostetaan plussaa. Mutta en mä sitä nyt ainakaan pysty tekemään millään. En tähän hätään. Siko, kun tulisi tänne, niin se vähän mainostaisi. Mutta ei se mitään. Otetaan Isä meidän rukous ainakin tähän kohtaan. Isä meidän, joka olet taivaissa, pyhitetty olkoon sinun nimesi. Tulkoon sinun valtakuntasi. Tapahtukoon sinun tahtosi myös maan päällä niin kuin taivaassa. Anna meille tänä päivänä meidän jokapäiväinen leipämme. Ja anna meille meidän syntimme anteeksi, niin kuin mekin anteeksi annamme niille, jotka ovat meitä vastaan rikkoneet. Äläkä saata meitä kiusaukseen, vaan päästä meidät pahasta, sillä sinun on valtakunta ja voima ja kunnia iankaikkisesti. Aamen. Soitto päätoimittajalle. Kehtäisikö se? Ei sitä kehtaa tähän aikaan enää soittaa. Teppo voisi kyllä seurata noita Amerikan vaalejakin, mutta no onkos päätoimittaja hereillä? Jos on, niin tunni rupattelee Olli Hakala Plus-kanavalle. Joo, moi. No onkos päätoimittaja hereillä? Jos on, niin tunni rupattelee Olli Hakala Plus-kanavalle. Joo, moi. No niin. Viesti meni. Katsotaan millain käy. Lady T, saatko molemmat päälle yhtä aikaa vai pitääkö tämä live lopettaa siksi aikaa? Siis ehkä se teoriassa voisi onnistuukin, mutta tämä kone ei ole enää niin nopea, että mä pystyisin. Sitten loppuu niin tehot varmasti, että jos mä tekisin niin ihan toisen lähetyksen vielä rinnalle. Voisi se teoriassa onnistua, en ole ikinä kokeillut. Että kyllähän mä tohon saisin StreamYard uuden ikkuna auki ja en mä viittiin testata. Kyllä loppuu potkukoneesta, sit mä tiedän sen, että kun tässä on muutenkin ollut vähän yhteyshäiriöitä, niin joo, kello 1 alkaa toi RSBN:n systeemi. Sitten vähän niin kuin hetken aikaa varmaan seuraan ja sitten alkaa niin kuin tämmöinen chattikattivaihe, että mä jätän lähetyksen päälle ja Ja tuleepa taltioituu sitten niitä välivaalin tuloksia, että miten Dominion koneet on toiminut tällä kertaa. Nyt on 5. Enkka. Eikö oli äskenkin 5? Joo, niin olikin. Mutta saadaanko 6 lähetykseen ja sitten 7. Ja nyt on 6 vautsi. Nyt tuli Enkka. Nyt on soipallinen tilaisuus tulla rauhallinen hetki niin ropattelemaan vieraaksi lähetykseen. Että eikö tämmöinen rauhallinenkin lähetys joskus ole ihan hyvä? Että Mutta kyllä tähän nyt tarvittaisiin vähän vetoapua kyllä kieltämättä. Sitä mä ihmettelen, jos siellä nyt 80 tilaajaa noin on. Niin nyt ollaan keskellä viikkoa, että moni jo menee aamusti kouluun tai töihin ja pääkanavalla olisi jo satanut, kyllä. Tämmöisenä päivänä varsinkin, kun välivaalit. Niin. Joo, ei mitään. Ihan vaan Lady T menee nukkumaan, et sä nyt varmaan kauheasti menetä. Tää on nyt osittain vähän testilähetystä ja tutustumislähetystä tähän Olli Hakala Plus-kanavalle, että ei täällä nyt mitään ihmeellisiä tapahdu tänään. Niin. Saada jättää laput korville ja kuunnella Ollia, kunnes nukahdan. Voisit lukea vaikka Raamattua. Joo. Mä suosittelen YouTubesta ottamaan psalmit esille. Siellä on yli 4 tuntia tavaraa, niin hyvin usein mä kuuntelen sitä ja nukahdan siihen. Aloittelen eri kohdasta kuuntelua ja se on niin semmoista monipuolista ja siellä on niin lohduttavaa paljon joukossa ja niin poispäin. Että mulla on vähän huono valaistus tässä. Mulla on tämmönen airami retkivalaisin. Tuo Suomen lippu näkyisi tuolta vähän paremmin. Mä en ole tähän saanut semmoista niin sanottua pöytälamppua aikaiseksi. Tää pöytä on niin täynnä kaiuttimia näppäimistöä. Sitten toi tietokoneen pönttökin on tuossa pöydän oikeassa reunassa. Kyllä kieltämättä semmoinen pöytävalaisin olisi ainakin siihen Raamatun lukuun, niin se olisi kyllä ihan ehdoton. Kesäaikaa on tullut luettua kyllä sitten Raamattuakin. Tuossa on ikkunat on monitorin takana, niin sieltä on tullut sitä luonnonvaloa. Kohdevalaistuslipulle, jees. Se olisi kans. Toi on totta. 3338 käännökselle. Uusi testamentti löytyy kyllä, mutta ei vanhaa testamenttia. Se mitä mä kuuntelen, niin se on nyt valitettavasti 92, mutta mä en koe sitä. No varmasti siellä on väännöksiä ja virheitä 92 vanhan testamentin psalmeissakin, mutta Uuden testamentin puolelta löytyy tuo 3338 käännöksiä hyvällä lukija äänellä. Ootas nyt. Mikä se nyt oli? Jaska Naami, joku se oli. Katsotaan. Siellä niin kuin järjestyksessä, että sä voit kuunnella siitä vaikka kuinka paljon. Tossa se tuli heti. Ja Jaska Naamiolta löytyy sitten vanha testamenttikin, mutta se on muistaakseni se sama lukija 92, mutta tää pitäisi olla pannaan se linkki tuohon. Joo, Markus Esa, sitä mä kuuntelen, mutta tässä on niinku Markus Esa Uusi testamentti, niin tää on 3.3, siis tää 3.8 käännös. Uusi testamentti tuli myöhemmin ja eikö tuo 3.3 ole se vanha testamentti, joo. Tässä on niinku, kun sä laitat vaikka tuosta ensimmäisen, niin se soittaa sitten ne kaikki peräjälkeen, tää on siitä hyvä. Sitten myös vanha testamentin listauksena, niin mihin kohtaan vaan sä laitat, niin se soittaa sinne ihan alas asti loppuun. Ei tarvitse aina erikseen. Muistaakseni Toivo Koilon käännös. Mutta sieltä löytyy se parempikin Toivo Koilon, ettei se ole tällä teatteriäänellä luettu. Se on vähän teatraalinen lukutapa. Se ei ole kyllä niinku ennen nukkumaan menoa. Se on muistaakseni, olisiko se ollut Helsingin helluntai-seurakunnan tekemä. Siinä on niinku teatraalisin keinoin luetaan uutta testamenttia ja painotetaan sillai. Jotkut voi tykätä siitä, mutta en mäkään kauheasti tykkää, mutta sinänsä se teksti, Toivo Koilon käännös, niin se on hyvin niin kuin totuudenmukainen, että siinä mielessä se on hyvä. Mutta Jukka Stockholm, semmoinen, hänellä on muistaakseni sen niminen Tube-kanavakin, niin hän on ihan ekspertti näissä käännöksissä, että hän on tehnyt näitä käännöksiä ja käännösohjelmia ja hänen kauttaan saa, oliko siellä vajaa 10 käännöstä niin kuin suomen kielellä ja sitten kaikilla muilla mahdollisilla maailmankielillä ja eri raamattuversioita, niin pistäkääs muistiin tämmöinen kuin Jukka Stockholm. Et mäkin kyllähän varmaan niin kuin rahalla saa ostettua, kun näitähän oli niin kuin tikkuunkin tallennettuna, muistitikkuun muistaakseni koko raamattu. Ja jos siellä olisi joku semmoinen hyvä ja rauhallisella äänellä luettu 3338 käännöksellä koko raamattu, niin saattaisinpa semmoisen muistitikun jopa hommata, että YouTubessa ei ole kauheasti niitä käännöksiä. Tai kyllä se varmaan internetin kautta löytäisi niitä, kun rupesi oikein etsimään, mutta näillä nyt on tullut toimeen näillä Jaska Naamion koosteilla, että siinä on se hyvä Markus Esan ääni. Kyllä se Uusi testamentti Markus Esalla mun mielestä oli ihan 3.8 käännös. Tässä lukee ainakin Matteuksen evankeliumi käännös 3.3.3.8. Tämä linkki, minkä mä laitoin, niin nämä kaikki tällä vanhemmalla. Mutta katsotaan vanha testamentti, se oli tuossa kans. Niin. Tässä ei nyt mainita. Ei, joo, kyllä tässä sanotaan 92. Se on jännä juttu, että tämä Markus Esalta löytyy vanha testamentti 92. Mutta Uusi testamentti löytyy 3.8 käännöksenä. Mutta ihan laittakaa muistiin tuo Jaska Naamio. Sen kun kirjoittaa YouTubeen, niin sieltä tulee noin 2 vaihtoehtoa, vanha ja Uusi testamentti. Ei Jukalta semmoista tikkua varmaankaan saa, mutta kristillisissä kirjakaupoissa ainakin yhtä aikaa myytiin Raamattua. Niitä myytiin ekaksi niin CD-levyinä, sitten muistitikkuinakin jossain vaiheessa, mutta mä en ole ihan varma, mikä nyt on tilanne. En ole pitkään aikaan kysellyt. Mulla on toi oma vanha Raamattu, se on 3.3.3.8 käännös. Ja aika paljon tulee kuunneltua justiin. Tämmöstä. Ei se päätoimittaja nyt sit se on laittanut päätyynyyn jo. Teppo meinaa. Minäkin sain mummulta, oli 10-vuotiaana 3.3.3.8 Raamattua siitä asti lukenut. Se on ollut hyvä lahja mummulta. Mä vähän yllätyin, että näin vähän tulee, jos 80 tilaajaa on tälläkin kanavalla, niin 81 tilaajaa, niin pikkasen yllättynyt. Ettei saatu nyt sitten tämä enempää kontenttia aikaiseksi. Aika ihme juttu. Mauno Mattilalta tuli ihan tänään tuli kuunneltaisiko Mauno Mattilan uusin tähän kohtaan, kun ei mullakaan nyt oikein nyt on 9 lähetyksistä. Tulisiko sieltä yhtään apuja? Tulisiko sieltä yhtään vetoapuja, mutta mitäs tuumaatte, kuunneltaisiko Mauno Mattilan uusin? Se oli miten se mahtoi kestää? Olisiko se ollut 50 minuuttia vai tunnin paikkeilla? Katsotaan. Itse asiassa mä en ole kuunnellut sitä kokonaan vielä. Siinähän tämä aika kuluisi mukavasti. Pois jo vilppi. 59 minuuttia. Kuunnellaan vaan. Laita Mattila uusin. Okei. No niin. Tuli sen verran jo ääniä, että se oli siinä se päätös. Nyt mun täytyy sitten muistaa ottaa tuo ekko pois päältä. Eikö se niin ollut? Joo. Pian tulee Mauno Mattila. Chatti toimii tietysti edelleen. Voisin alkaa vai? Katos vaan.
Ja veli, mukavaa kokoontuneet tässä pyhäinpäivänä. Meillä on nykyisin muuttunut nämä pyhäpäivätkin sillä, että ennen pyhäpäivä oli sillä, että se oli pyhää. Se pysäytti sen arjen juoksun ja kaupat olivat kiinni ja ihmiset hiljentyivät. Se oli erikoinen, eroitettu päivä. Mutta ihan sama vauhtia, kun me näemme sitten, että seurakunta ja uskovaiset ja kristityt ovat alkaneet ikään kuin, että he ovat menettäneet pyhyytensä ja puhtautensa, joka tämä pyhäinpäivän nimikin viittaa kuitenkin pyhien päivä, niin me huomaamme, että myös nämä pyhäinpäivät on menettäneet merkityksensä. Meillä ei enää ole pyhäpäiviä käytännössä, ne ovat teemapäiviä tai ne ovat tämmöisiä kulttuuripäiviä. Ne ei ole erottautuneita päiviä, että ne olisivat erilaisia toisista. Ja samaten tänä päivänä yhä enemmän myös kristittyjen joukossa ja seurakuntansa on tapahtunut mullistava muutos, että on enää vaikea, kun menee johonkin kirkkoon, niin erottaa, että onko tämä seurakunta vai onko tämä yökerho. Mikä tämä on? Ja tästä puhtaudesta minä haluan puhua, ja minulla on tämmöinen aihe, minkä minä sain tähän pyhien päivään pyhyydestä. Tämmöisen kannan, että pyhityksen loppu on iankaikkinen elämä. Otetaan täältä Johanneksen evankeliumista sana, minä lähden täältä liikkeelle. Ja Johanneksen evankeliumi 15. luku. 13. luku. Sieltä lähdetään semmoinen sana, joka mulle tästä aiheesta lähti puhumaan. Ja menemme Herramme Jeesukseen Kristukseen täällä. Ja Sieltä minä viljelen joitakin Jumalan sanan paikkoja. Täällä on tilanne tänne, että on oltu ehtoollisella ja sitten on peseytyminen, jalkojen pesu. Ja täältä Jeesus on pesemässä opetuslapsien jalkoja. Minä ottaa tuosta jakeesta 6 sitten eteenpäin tästä, niin sanotaan, niin hän tuli Simon Pietarin kohdalle ja tämä sanoi hänelle, Herra, sinäkö peset minun jalkani? Jeesus vastasi ja sanoi hänelle, mitä minä teen, sinä et nyt käsitä. Meilläkin on vaikea ymmärtää, kun Jumala rupeaa meitä puhistaa. Miksi näin? Mitä minun elämässä tapahtuu nyt? Ei käsitetä. Mutta vastedes sinä sen ymmärrät. Kyllä Jumala antaa meille selityksen niihin tilanteeseen. Miksi ne piti milläkin tavalla mennä. Pietari sanoi hänelle, et sinä minun jalkoja. Jeesus vastasi hänelle, ellen minä sinua pese, ei sinulla ole osuutta minun kanssa. Peseytyminen on välttämättä. Simon Pietari sanoi hänelle, Herra, älä pese ainoastaan minun jalkojani, vaan myös kädet ja pää. Jeesus sanoi hänelle, joka on kylpenyt, ei tarvitse pestään, niin hän on kokonaan puhdas. Ja te olette puhtaat, ette kuitenkaan kaikki. Sillä hän tiesi kavaltajansa, sen tähden hän sanoi, ette kaikki ole puhtaat. Ja tämmöinen sana, kun lähdetään tästä tutkimaan tätä sanaa puhdistautumisesta. Ja Pietari täällä lähtee vastaväittämään sitten ja lähtee kyseenalaistamaan. Ja Pietari on semmoinen mielenkiintoinen persoona, että se olisi pärjännyt paljon paremmin, kun se olisi ollut hiljaa useammin. Se lähti haastamaan siinä, mutta se nosti hyviä kysymyksiä ja vastauksia esille siinä. Ja huomattelen meitäkin, kuka ei ole puhdas, se on Juudas. Juudas Iskariotti, hänen kavaltajansa. Ei ollut puhdas, mutta moni ajatteli, että hän on puhdas. Juudas teki ihmeitä ja sai vallan tehdä ihmeitä. Ihan samalla kuin muutkin opetuslapset. Hän oli aivan yhtä voimallinen. Hän oli samalla lailla mukana siellä opetuslasten kanssa. Varmaan samanlainen itämainen partatyyli sieltä. Hän oli aivan siinä joukossa ja kuluki mukana. Ja kuitenkaan hän ei ollut puhdas. Meidänkin päivinä on paljon ihmisiä, jotka käyvät seurakunnassa ja kokouksessa ja saattaa olla, että on käyty kuorossa ja oltu jopa lapsityössä jossain seurakunnassa mukana. Minä tiedän jopa yhden papin, joka valmistui teologisesta ilman, että hän oli puhdas. Kiitos Jumalalle, pappi tuli uskoon. Pappikin voi pelastaa, kiitos Jumalalle. Pappi tuli uskoon. Paljon on tänä päivänä meillä semmoista väkeä ja kirkon seurakuntaväkeä, joka on mukana siellä, mutta he eivät ole puhdistuneet, eivät ole uudesti syntyneet. Ja tähän ongelmaan minä haluan hieman avata, että kuinka näin voi käydä. Nimittäin te katsotte tässä edessänne henkilöä, joka oli mielestänsä kristitty. Minä jopa kaljatuopi ääressä puolustin Jumalaa. Ilman, että minä olin puhdas, ilman, että minä olin uudesti syntynyt, ilman, että minä olin Jumalan lapsi. Yksi puuttui ja sen mukana kaikki. Niin kuin Paavo Ruotsalainen sai sanan, että yksi puuttui ja sen mukana kaikki. Kristuksen sisäinen tunteminen. Ei ollut pyhää henkeä, ei ollut sana, vaan nimikristitty. Ja jotain siinä nimikristityssä on kuitenkin ero. Se yksi iso asia, mikä siellä sisällä on, kun Jeesuksen veri ei ole saanut tehdä työtä, ei ole puhdas sieltä sisältä. Vaikka ulkonaisesti voidaan yrittää jynsätä ja joku saattaa käydä systeemit läviteet pääsee alkoholista irti ja jotain muuta siinä saatetaan psykologilla käydä ja se tsemppaa irti jostain ahdistuksesta, mutta kuitenkin siellä sisällä on jotain, mitä puuttuu ja se on elämä, on kivisydän. Minä muistan ennen kuin minä tulin uskoon, minä järkytyin siinä, kun äitini kuoli siinä. Ja mä huomasin, että se ei hätkäyttänyt mua ollenkaan, kun mä itse järkytyin, kun mä näin paatunut. Rupesin miettimään, että ei sisällä ei moottori käynyt ollenkaan. Sydän oli kivenmurti. Näin käykö se synti tekee siellä tuhoa ja tappaa se sisäisen elämän. Siellä ei ole sitä uudistusta tapahtunut. Ja sitten me joskus voidaan miettiä, että no voiko sitä sitten edes tietää toisen tilasta. Että voiko sitä päästä selvylle, että jos mä menen johonkin, että meidän nyt pitää vaan hyväksyä, että meillä nyt on tämmöinen henkilö täällä ja se nyt vähän puhuu tuommoisella omalla korostuksellaan, sillä on vähän uskovainen ja saa sen nyt palvella täällä ja siellä ja täällä. Voiko sitä päästä selvyyteen, että onko tuo pelastunut? Tämä on mielenkiintoinen, jos luetaan tätä samaa lukua eteenpäin. Selvitetään, kuka on se, joka ei ole puhas. Se tulee ilmi. Kun luetaan tätä samaa lukua, mennään tänne jakeeseen 21. Tämän sanottua Jeesus tuli järkytetyksi hengessään ja todisti ja sanoi, todisti, minä sanon teille yksi, teistä on minut kavattava. Meillä on tämä opetus. Kohta se selviää. Katoppas ystävä. Niin opetuslapset katsoivat toisiinsa epätietoisia, kenestä hän puhuu. Epätietoisena. Onko tämä tervettä? Onko tämä Jumalasta? Minä saan uskomattoman määrän kysymyksiä, jossa minulta kysytään, onko tämä Mauno tervehenkistä? Onko tämä Jumalasta? Onko tämä eksytyksiä? Minä olen yrittänyt välillä päästä muihinkin aiheisiin, mutta Jumala mut aina melkein palauttaa tähän omaan kutsumukseen, näistä puhua tähän aikaan. Niin näitä kysymyksiä opetuslapset oli myös epätietoisia. Jättääkö Jeesus sut epätietoisuuteen, että sä et saa vastausta, että onko tuo vai tämä terve oppi? Ja eräs hänen opetuslapsistaan, se jota Jeesus rakasti, lepäsi aterioissaan Jeesuksen syliä vasten, näin lähellä Jeesusta. Simon Pietari nyökkäytti hänelle päätä ja sanoi, sano, kuka se on, josta hän puhuu. Ja täällä Pietari, joka oli vähän kauempana sitten Jeesuksesta, niin nyökkäsi sitä kaveria, että hei, kysypä sinä, kun sä oot lähellä Jeesusta. Tämä on ihan oikein. Kysy niiltä vanhemmilta veljiltä, kysy niiltä, jotka on lähellä Jeesusta. Kysy heiltä, jotka ovat paljon olleet Jeesuksen kanssa, jotka ovat hänen rintansa vasta. Kysy heiltä, onko tämä terve. Nimittäin tässä tulee vastaus. Niin tämä Johannes Herra, kuka se on? No eihän nyt tämmöistä saa mua niin hämmennyttää. Jeesus vastasi, se on se, jolle minä kastan ja annan tämän palan. Niin hän otti palan, kastoi sen ja antoi Juudalle, Simon Iskarioten pojan. Ja silloin sen palan jälkeen meni häneen saatana. Mulla on vaarallista ottaa ehtoollista, jos ei asia kunnossa. Ja sitten sanotaan tässä, niin Jeesus sanoi hänelle, minkä teet, se tee pian. Niin Jeesus näytti käytännön esimerkin siitä, missä se on se kivi, missä se on se kavaltaja, missä se on se kivisydäminen Jumala. Onko se tervettä? Onko tuo uskovainen? Näin Jumala ei jätä meitä epätietoisuuteen, kun tulee tämmöisiä tilanteita. Mä itse muistan, mä olin yhdessä yhteisössä, joka nyt on kaatunut. Ja mä kävin siellä joskus puhumassa ja sitten niin mua kosilsi seineksiä. Mä sitten alkuun oli vähän myötämielinen, että mä lähden tuohon mukaan siinä. Ja sitten joku alkoi niin kivikengessä hiertää. Tää ei ole Jumalasta. Tässä on jotain vikkaa. Mä ruvesin kyseleen sitten. Laitoin päätäni Jeesuksen rintaa vastaan ja kyselin, että onko tämä Jumalasta? Onko tämä Liityykö vain henkilö? Onko tämä semmoinen yhteisö? Ja sitten tuli selvät sanan merkit ja ikään kuin tuli semmoiset ilmiöt esille kanssa käytännön juttujen kautta, niin kuin Jeesus tuossa palassa näytti sitten tämä Juudaksen petoksen. Se tuli ilmi siinä opetuslapsille ja samalle mulle tuli ilmi, että tämä ei ole Jumalasta. Se oli aika erikoinen juttu, että sitten kun mä sanoin, että valitettavasti mä en voi liittyä tähän teidän juttuun, että siunaan ja tällainen, niin muuttui hyvin kylmäksi. Se valjastui se henki siinä hyvin äkkiä sitten. Ja tästä meni vähän aikaa eteenpäin ja siellä tapahtui haureuden synti ja koko yhteisö lakkasi toimimasta sitten. Ja ne levisi sitten siinä pulmusparvi se koko toiminta. Niin tällainen tulee ilmi kyllä, että mikä on Jumalasta. Sekä jos ihmisellä ei ole todellisesti Kristuksen sisäinen tuntemus siinä, mutta hän on vähän uskonnollinen ja tulee sinne sekaan sotkemaan ja menee sitten sinne. Ja meilläkin on sitten vähän velvollisuuttakin joskus puuttua näihin ja varoittaa sitten näistä asioista. Mä muista oli yksikin mies, vanhempi uskovainen mies, ja se oli sillä lailla tuttu, että joskus pitänyt yhteistä kokousta hänen kanssaan. Ja sillä oli sitten semmoinen vähän hulttiopoika, pastori toisessa seurakunnassa. Mä sain sydämelle sitten, että mun piti varoittaa tuota miestä näistä pöydässä ja kutsuin siinä, että jutellaanpa, että puhuppa sille sun pojalle, että sen pitää tehdä parannusta sille asiakunnossa, että se toi näitä äärikarismaattisia villityksiä seurakuntaan. Ja mä puhuin hänelle sitten varoituksen sanaa, että sun pojalle käy huonosti, jos se käy. Ja sitten ei mennyt kuin puoli vuotta eteenpäin, niin joutuu hänen poikansa, joka oli pastorina, eroamaan mielenterveysongelmien takia. Sitten hänellä kaatui avioliitto siihen, menetti talonsa siinä, menetti se usko, jos hän oli koskaan todella uudesti syntynyt. Hänellä oli aika kummallisia oppeja ja juttuja usko, että hän oli koskaan todella uudesti syntynyt. Mä otan tältä Raamatusta sitten esimerkki, miten me voidaan tehdä karhun palvelus. Kun on niitä, jotka ei ole uudesti syntyneitä, ja me ajatellaan, että no kyllä Herra hoitaa sitten, ja ajatellaan, että ei se minun käsistä sitä verta vaadita. Ja ensimmäinen kuningasten kirja täältä vanhasta testamentista. Minä luen katkelman täältä. 20-luvusta. Sieltä jakeesta otetaan tuosta jakeesta 42. Täällä on profeetta ja Aahab. Täällä oli erikoinen tämä, mä ruvesin miettimään tätä sanaa. Ja tämä sanoi hänelle. Profeetta puhuu Aahabille. Aahab oli tunnetusti semmoinen huono kuningas, erittäin huono kuningas, jolla oli Iisabel vaimo, joka vietteli hänet harhaan. Ja tämä sanoi hänelle, näin sanoo Herra, koska sinä päästit käsistäsi menemään minulle tuhon omaksi vihityn. Tuossa pitäisi lukea nyt paremmin Bibliassa lukee kirotun miehen. Se ei ollut pelastusmies. Miehen, menee sinun henkesi hänen hengestänsä ja sinun kansasi hänen kansastaan. No mikä tässä oli taustalla? Täällä oli Ben-Hadad sitten, jonka kanssa oli tehty diili. Oli tehty sopimus ja oltiin niin kuin lähdetty yhteistä iestä kantamaan uskottomaan kanssa. Aahappi oli lähtenyt yhdessä kantamaan tämmöistä iestä, josta Jumala sanoi, että se on kirottu mies, joka olisi pitänyt laittaa sille paikalle, että hän kokee itsensä tuomituksi. Koska paljon on seurakunnassa tänä päivänä, että painetaan villasella asioita ja ajatellaan. Ja kyllähän se on ihan hyvä. Ja näin meillä on päässyt, että meillä on homoseksuaaleja pappeja ja meillä on pride-liputtavia jumalattomia pappeja ja nyt on tarottipappeja, siellä on joogapappia, meillä on kohta pappia vaikka mihin lähtö. Ja se on lähtenyt siitä, että se Ben-Hadad on jätetty henkiin. Meidän täytyy Jumalan sana, sen täytyy tehdä niin tehtävä, että se tappaa ennen kuin se tekee uuteen elämään. Koska Kristus tie käy kuoleman kautta, Lain kuuluu tappaa ja osoittaa tuomia, ja sitten Kristus saa antaa uuden elämän ja rauhan. Mutta tähän uuteen elämään ja rauhaa ei päästä, jos sanan ei sallita ensin tehdä sitä hyvää, surmaavaa työtä. Niin kuin Paavali sanoi, minä olen kuollut pois laista, lain kautta. Lai alta ei pääse mitenkään pois kuin kuoleman kautta. Mutta me seurakunnassa pelätään sitä, ja meistä on tullut semmoisia miellyttäviä. Me ollaan hyvin miellyttäviä ja semmoisia mukavia. Se ei olla suolaa paljonkaan enää. Me ei kirvelletä, me ei paranneta. Ei loukata pahaa elämäntapaa, ei paljasteta syntiä. Mutta silloin ei totisesti myöskään rakasteta totuutta, eikä rakasteta ihmistä. Minä itse esimerkiksi olin 2 vuotta menestysteologiassa. Uskovaiset oli sitten niin myötäsukaisia, että kukaan ei varoittanut minun tiestä. Minä esimerkiksi muistan, että minä kävin Alavariinsa sitten semmoinen kuin Pirkko Vesavaaran kokouksessa. Hän profeetoi mulle aina 9 hyvää ja 10 kaunista, eikä koskaan sano, että Mauno, tee parannus, se on harha opissa ja vieraan hengen viettämisessä. Ei vaan aina vahvisti vaan minun käsiäni, että minä siinä jatkoin. Tänä päivänä kiittäisin siitä, että joku olisi tullut vaikka vähän niin kuin Nehemia parrasta repimään ja herättelemään, että hei, tuo sun ties ei ole mies oikea, että joku olisi rakastanut ja herättänyt. Koska sitten, jos on tämmöisiä penhadatteja, niin kuin Aahabin kohdalla, niin se Aahabille tuli omaksi turmioksi tämä. Jos jätetäänkin se syntinen liha eloon, niin se kääntyy onnettomuudeksi. Ja sitten se näkyy esimerkiksi, miten pitkälle tämä voi mennä, niin yksi veli tuossa juteltiin, hän oli aikamoinen vaikeukset kokenut, kun oli aikanaan lähtenyt Nokia-missiosta irti, jossa oli vaikka kaikenlaista virtausta. Ja kaikillehan tuli lopulta ilmi sitten, mikä haureuden henki siellä vaikutti. Anteeksi. Niin veli oli siellä ollut mukana ja aktiivisesti palvelemassa. Oli Tampereen seudulla siellä ollut. Niin hän oli hätkähtänyt, kun oli nuorten ilta siellä. Ja Markku Koivisto oli vetämässä sitä iltaa siellä. Niin sinne oli tullut nuoria sitten pikkusen päihtyneen ja vähissä sinne. Niin nämä oli otettu ehtoolliseen niin puolihiprassa. Ja Herran pöytä oli avattu näille kännikoille. Kyllä Raamattu varoittaa, että me emme antaisi pyhää koireille, emmekä eläimiä sijoille, koska he ennen pitkään polkevat meidät jalkoihin. Ja nyt me nähdään, että seurakunta niin poljetaan jalkoihin. Se suola, kun se menettää maun, niin se ei kelepaa muuhun kuin jalkoihin poljettavaksi, tielle heitettäväksi. Mutta tämmöinen on toki hyvin loukkaavaa. Minä tiedän, aina kun minä näistä asioista ilmassa ja puhun, niin aina on loukkaantunut. Tulee vihaisia palautteita sitten, mutta siitä huolimatta minun täytyy kertoa totuus. Minä esimerkiksi sain itse elää 30-vuotiaaksi hyvin rauhassa, että minulle ei uskoasioilla tultu häirittämään. Ei tultu tuomaan raktaattia eikä otettu kääntymään sen enempää kuin nuhdeltu synnistä. Tänä päivänä hyvin varotaan, ettei saa nuhdella synnistä. Mutta kyllä mua siunaa, kun mä muista uskovainen työkaveri siinä, niin se kerrankin jonkun suolapalan antoi ja se kertoi mulle vähän lakia, niin se pisti vähän tuonne sisään. Sitten hän kertoi evankeliumiakin, kiitos Jumalalle. Mä otan 1 Pietari 4, semmoisen katkelman täällä, joka liittyy tähän sitten. Kuinka se on tavattoman loukkaavaa. Se on hirviä ahdistavaa ja kauhean tuomitsevaa. Yksi asia. Se on ylitse muiden, niin kuin voisi sanoa, mikä ihmisiä tosi paljon ahdistaa, mitä me teemme tai olemme tekemättä. Katoppas täältä 1. Pietarin kirjan 4. luku. Täällä sanotaan jakeesta 3 näin. 1. Pietarin kirjan 4. Riittää hän, jo riittää. Riittää hän, että menneen ajan olette täyttäneet pakanain tahto. No minkälainen on pakanain tahto? Vaeltaessani irstaudessa, himoissa, juoppoudessa, mässäyksissä, juomingeissa ja kauheassa epäjumalan palvelemisessa. Meillä on monilla kokemusta tässä. Siellä sisar todisti, että oli vähän tansseissa oltu. Se on muuten tuo sana mässäyksissä. Se on kuningas Jaakon sana käännöksessä revellings, se on niin käännettynä vapaasti rellestys. Se tarkoittaa yöllisiä menoja tuossa. Niin sanotaan tässä, että sen tähden he oudoksuvat sitä, ette te juokse heidän mukanansa samaan riettauden lätäkköön ja herjaavat. Mutta heidän on tehtävä tili hänelle, joka on valmis tuomitsemaan eläviä ja kuolleita. Se on kuule erikoista, kun sitä itsekin saa tulla uskoa Herraan Jeesukseen, niin kyllä se oli kuule tavattoman ahdistavaa loukkaavaa. Mä muistan, kun ei lähtenyt enää sammoihin pöytäkeskusteluihin, niihin saastasiin juttuihin, eikä lähtenyt kapakkaan, eikä kännäämään, eikä muihin juttuihin, vaan tuli sijaan puhdas pyhä elämä. Se oli tavattoman loukkaava, se oli tavattoman ahdistava. Se on aika erikoinen, että tämmöinenkin voi olla pyhyys, se voi olla hyvin ahdistava, se voi olla hyvin vihattavaa. Se voi olla todella pahan tuntuista niille, jotka menevät siellä siihen riettauden lätäkköön. Eräskin muista työkaveri, ja se oli myös vähän samanlainen, se oli niistä pelijuttuista kiinnostunut. Se oli oikein kova ateisti ja semmoinen. Minä olin nimikristitty ja se oli kuule, kun mä tulin uskoon siinä, niin se ei kestänyt kuule kauan olla siinä, se vaihtoi työpaikkaa. Kun se istui siinä vähän matkan päässä, se ei sietänyt enää sitä, kun minä olin ristikaulassa ja elämäntapa muuttui, ne kirosana tippuvat pois suusta. Se oli niin tuomioksi, häntä ahdisti, kun hän tiesi, että me oltiin yhteistä polkua menty ja minä käännyin pois sieltä. Ja hän häpesi siinä ja se ahdisti. Niin tällä lailla voidaan ihmiset saada loukkaantua, mutta kyllä ne, jotka lähtee kans tosi paljon loukkaantua, niin on uskonnolliset ihmiset. Anteeksi. Niin, semmoinen, kun ajatellaan, että joku on niin kuin, yrittää oikein vahvasti ja on oikein siinä omassa vanhurskaudessaan ja sitten kun tulee se vilpitön usko, jolla on palava sydän Jeesukseen. Se on tavattoman loukkaavaa hänelle kanssa. Mutta se loukkaa kanssa, että sitten kun tulee joku ja häntä hän tulee joku vieras opettaja, joku harhaopettaja, jonka sä tiedät. Ajatellaan nyt vaikka se Pirkko Vesavarre, joka opettaa näitä demonioppeja, kaikenlaisia harhoja ja profeettoa korvasyyhyn, niin sitten kun sä sanotkin uskonnollista, en minä lähde mukaan. En minä lähde tuonne kokoukseen. Se on tavattoman loukkaa. Se on erikoinen totuusloukka. Me ei päästä siitä mihinkään. Meidän täytyy loukata, se on hyvä asia. Koska se risti, silloin kun se loukkaa, silloin se iskee ja silloin se lyö ja silloin se parantaa. Silloin siinä tulee se hyvä hedelmä, kun se vähän koskettaa. Alkuseurakunta, Jeesus ja apostoli, katsokaa kun luette tämän läpi Raamattua, ei ne ollut semmoisia kivoja veikkoja. Ne oli totuudellisia ja heillä oli rakkaus lähimmäisen kohtaan. He loukkasivat juutalaisia. Eivät tarkoituksella, vaan se ehdoton totuus, mikä heillä oli Jeesuksessa Kristuksessa. Se heidän erilainen elämänsä, että he menneet riettauden lätäkköön mukaan, loukkasi monia pakanoita, roomalaisia ja kaikenlaisia kreikkalaisia pimeydessä olevia. Niin kuin esimerkiksi otetaan Tiituskirje tuosta. Siellä Paavali puhuu, että minkälaista tuo elämä oli Roomassa. Ja se oli hyvin paljon samanlaista kuin meidän aikana. Otetaan Kreetan saari täällä. Niin siellä Paavali joutuu kirjoittamaan tästä puhdistautumisesta täällä Kreetan saaren paimenelle Tiitukselle, jonka oli tarkoitus sitten seurakuntaa laittaa järjestykseen, kun oli mennyt sille tielle, että siellä ei ollut kaikki niin vielä laitettu kuntoon. Niin Tiituskirjeestä ensimmäisestä luvusta, minä otan pari jaetta sieltä. Otetaan tuo jae 15 ja 16. Kaikki on puhdasta puhtaita. Ja mitä tämä tarkoittaa? No, minä voin esimerkiksi mennä aivan hyvillä mielillä kapakkaan ja käydä sieltä tilaamassa limsallasiin ja juoda ja lähteä kotia. En minä tee syntiä siellä. Mutta jos minä vanhassa elämässäni olisin mennyt kapakkaan, niin voi pojat. Syntiä olisi tullut paljon. Olisi saattanut olla niin kuin joskus, että poliisiauto vielä vei R:n pullosta imasseen Mattila vielä sitten sinne koppiin. Joskus kävi niinkin. Meillä saattaa olla vähän tulinen vieläkin, mutta silloin varsinkin oli viinapäissä hirveä ihminen. Niin kaikki on puhdasta puhtaille. Eihän sinällään ole maailmassa semmoista, että kun sä oot uskovaisen, niin sun tarvitse pelätä siinä. Vaikka kaikki ympärillä viettävät Halloweenia tai kumartavat saatanaa, niin sä saat rauhassa kiitellä Jeesusta ja olla välittämättä. Ei se sillä lailla sinun tartu, kun sinä et siihen mene. Kaikki on puhdasta puhtaille. Mutta saastaisille ja uskottomille ei mikään ole puhdasta. Ja se nähdään nyt, että kun me on tuotu pakannoita kirkkoihin, niin ne saa kirkonkin saastuttaa. Ne saa sitten yökerhot, se saa niin kuin Juottolan semmoisen häpeällisen paikan, jossa on minkälaista rokkia tai mitä tahansa menoa tuotu sinne sisään. Ei mikään ole puhdasta, vaan heidän sekä mielensä että omaa tuntonsa on saasta. He väittävät tuntevansa Jumalan. Katsopas. Nämä on siis uskonnollisia, joista puhutaan. He väittävät tuntevansa Jumalan, mutta teoillaan he hänet kieltävät, sillä he ovat inhottavia ja tottelemattomia ja kaikkiin hyviin tekoihin kelvottomia. Ei semmoinen, joka ei ole uudesti syntynyt, joka ei ole saanut verenpesua, ei se kelepaa mihinkään työhön. Jos se laitetaan kahvinkeittäjäksi semmoinen, vaikka jumalaton siinä, se jotenkin vääristää ja se menee pilalle tai se unohtaa sen tai jotenkin muu, koska Kristuksen henki ei ole sillä seurakunnassa mukana. Tokihan tietenkin on sillä, että maailmassa sinä voit käydä sillä uskosta osattomalla, jumalattomalla, korjauttaa autossa ja tällä, kun sinä rukoille meet, se on ihan ok. Mutta minä tarkoitan nyt tässä niistä teoista, mistä Paavali puhuu tässä, että kaikkiin hyvin tekoihin kelvottomia. Ja nähdään se nyt, että vaikka ajatellaan kouluopetuskin, vaikka biologiaopetus, niin alkuunhan sitä ei huomannut, kun sinne alku tulee kouluihin yhä enempi jumalattomia opettajia. Ja nimittäin ennen kouluihin valittiin seurakunnan ja kirkon johdon toimesta opettajat, jotka elivät pyhää elämää. Se on aika vaikea meillä kuvitella, että tämmöinenkin tilanne on ollut Suomen niemellä. Ennen oli näin. Niin eihän sitä heti huomaa sitä muutosta, mutta nyt me näemme, että kuinka niin opetuskin menee pieleen ja kaikki, jos siellä on jumalattomuutta siellä. Uskovia tarvitaan siis kaikkeen maailmaan ja siinä. Mutta tässä puhutaan niin ennen kaikkea seurakunnasta ja siitä hyvistä teoista, jotka on kaikille ihmisille hyödyllisiä, vielä sanotaan. Niin tässä sanotaan, että he ovat inhottavia, tottelematta ja kaikki hyvin tekoihin kelvottomia. Ilman uskoa ei voi olla otollinen. Niin kuin Jeesus sanoo, ilman minua te ette voi mitään. Ei mitään. Kyllä minä tiedän, aina kun Jumalan sanakin viljelee tai kohtaa tuolla ihmisiä tai rukoilee, aivan mahdotontahan se olisi ilman uskoa. Ja ilman uskoa ei ole mitään maailmassa järkeä. Kahtoo vaikka nyt, miten meidän hallitusta pyöritetään ilman uskoa, ilman Jumalaa tai pyöritetään meidän yhteiskuntaa tai taloutta tai muuta. Menee kaikki pilaan. Kaikki menee ilman Jumalaa pilaan. Kun kaikessa tarvitaan Jumalaa. Ja siinä tapahtuukin sillä sitten, tässä myös kristitty voi palata niihin vanhoihin ja laiminlyödä sitten sen pyhyyden. Ja Raamattu sanoo, että usko ilman tekoja on voimaton. Sen huomaa sitten, että semmoinen voima katoaa, kun sä menet tekemään saatanan kanssa liiton. Lähdet vaeltamaan lihassa. Koska kristityllähän on se vapaus, että voi olla yllykkeenä sitten se vapaus lihalle. Ja sitten nähdään, että se on voimatonta. Ja pitää muistaa, että Jumala ei ole voimaton, hän on näkymätön, ne on eri asia. Ja tänä päivänä on vähän niin kuin mennään siihen, mistä Raamatun sanaa varoittaa. Mä yllätyin, kun mä olin tuolla Seinäjoen kavulla veljen kanssa evankelioimassa, niin mulla tuli lähtiessä se sana, että he saa jumalisuuden ulkokuori, mutta he kieltävät sen voiman. Mä kuule hämmästyin, kun käytiin ja kohdattiin ihmisiä. Rakkaat kerrottiin Jeesuksesta, niin kohdattiin monta ihmistä siinä reissulla, jotka kaikki tunnustivat, että Jumala on. Ja jollakin tavalla he olivat myötämielistä nimenomaan kristittyjä. yksikään ei ollut uudesti syntynyt. Kaikki he kielsivät Jumalan voimaa. Se on hienoa, että sulla on tuo usko, mutta älä nyt sano, että se ihmistä muuttaa mitenkään. Älä nyt sano, että tuo uskossa, että siinä on voimaa, että se on joku perusta tai muuta. Että sehän on ihan kiva, että sä uskot tuohon joulupukkiin, mutta älä nyt ajattele, että sä sen mukaan ojentaa. Tämmöinen usko tulee viimeisenä päivänä, jos se ei ole voima. Kielletään se voima. Ja se voima tulee mistä? Sanarististä. Ja se risti on se kuoleman paikka. Elämänsä kadottamisen paikka, jonka kautta se uusi elämä Kristuksessa löytyy. Se on muuten jännä, niin kun ajatellaan, sitten kun mennään näihin ateisteihin, jotka kieltää sitten Jumalan kokonaan, niin minusta tuossa Amerikan presidentti Ronald Reagan, hän katseli luomakuntaa ja kertoi yhdessä puheessaan siitä, hän kahtelee luomakuntaa, kuinka kaikki on niin kauniisti ja ihmeellisesti tehty, mitä Jumala on laittanut meille. Niin hän ajatteli, että hän presidenttinä kutsuisi ateriaalle, laittaisi kurmeen aterian, kutsuisi ateisteja paikalle monia. Ja sitten kun ne on syöneet ja saaneet häneltä sitä hyvää, niin hän kysyisi sitten, että uskotteko, että on olemassa kokki? Niin se on samanlainen vähän kuin Jumala on meille kaiken laittanut, että mitenkä me epäillään sitten, että hän on. Sehän on ihan mieletöntä sitten. Mutta me kristitytkin osataan sitten epäillä, mutta välttämätön asia mikä on, että hän lähtee niin minkäänlaista ymmärrystä puhtauteen, pyhyyteen, nuhteettomuuteen. Josta Raamattu kaikki puhuu. Te voitte kun luette Paavalin kirjeet ja huomaatte, että hyvin usein hän puhuu seurakunnissa pinnalle päästä lihan teoista, synneistä. Haureus esimerkiksi on korintolaiskirjeen teema, jossa hyvin paljon käsitellään niin hengellistä kuin sitten erityisesti fyysistä huorintekoa. Sekin on semmoinen aihe tänä päivänä, että jos menee puhumaan avioeroista, uudelleen avioitumista, mitä Jumalan sana niistä sanoo, irtosuhteista tai muusta tästä kirjosta, niin huomaa, että rupeaa väki vähenemään. Ei kovin moni klikkaa ja katso, jos laittaa sen nimisiä aiheita. Ja kuitenkin heidän juuri tarvitsee siitä kuulla. Joskus on sillä, että sullakin on joku niin teema tai asia tai joku muu, niin kokeilepa sillä, että käännätkin sen sun laivasta ja myrskyä päällä. Älä lähde karkuun. Kohtaa se asia, joka pelottaa. Mene sitä kohti, joka juuri pelottaa, niin sinä voit saadakin sen suurimman sijoituksen. Näin minä olen oppinut, kun tulee jotain tilanteita, niin kääntää se veneen nokka sinne aallokkua vasten, niin se ei kaaju, vaan mennään siitä aalloista lävite ja ylitä siihen päin. Tämä Tiituskirjeessä jatkaa tästä puhtaudesta ja pyhyydestä tällä, kun käännetään seuraava luku, toinen luku tästä Tiituskirjeestä. Sitten kun meillä on niin armo, niin se on alettu aika kevyeksikin laittaa. Ja se puhutaan tämmöistä, voisi sanoa, että niin halpa armo sitten ja tämmöinen. Niin ajattelepa, mitä tämä armo on kallis meille. Täällä Tiituskirjeessä 11 jakeesta sanotaan, sillä armo on ilmennyt pelastukseksi kaikille ihmisille. Kaikille on tämä tarjona. Pelastuuko kaikki ihmiset? No ei pelastu. He eivät tartu siihen. Ja sitten sanotaan, mitä tämä armo tekee, ja kasvattaa meitä. Siis että ei olekaan niin, että minulla lukee otsassa leima, että uudesti syntynyt 77. Vaan kasvattaa meitä. Meillä on tarkoitus kasvaa tässä uskossa. Jätä tilaa sille kasvulle. Älä ajattele olevasi semmoinen, että sinä et tarvitse kasvua. Vaan me tarvitaan kasvua. Ja kasvattaa meitä, että me hyljäten jumalattomuuden ja maailmalliset himot. Siis tässä se kasvatus. Se menee parannuksen kautta. Syntien tunnustamisen kautta. Aina ne suurimmat siunaukset tulee sen Kolkatan kautta. Hyljäten jumalattomuuden ja maailmalliset himot eläisimme siveästi ja vanhurskaasti ja jumalisesti nykyisessä maailmanajassa, odottaessamme autuaalisen toivon täyttymistä. Tämäkin on, kun odotat Jeesusta. Muistat sen, että Herramme Jeesus voi hakea jo tänä iltana toisen ja toisen jättää. Kaikkia hän ei hae. Tämä vie myös kans tähän puhtauteen ja pyhyyteen. Odottaessamme autuaalisen toivon täyttymistä ja suuren Jumalan ja vapauttajamme Kristuksen Jeesuksen kirkkauden ilmestymistä. Tätä kun odottaa, niin sillä on myös tämmöinen siunaava vaikutus, joka liittyy tähän kaikki tähän samaan asiaan ja teemaan. Mutta sitten, jos on semmoinen tilanne tosiaan, tämä oli uskovaisille tämä armo, kun se on ilmestynyt, niin se kasvattaa meitä talvella. Saadaan viedä niitä roskia pois ja ottaa sitä puhdasta kultaa tilalle. Ja sitten taas, jos ei ole uskossa, niin se on vähän samanlainen kuin yrittäisi maksaa laskujansa ilman, että on tilillä kate. Hyvin vaikea. Hyvin vaikeaa, jos tili sanoo siellä, että 23 senttiä ja mulla on pari 100 euron laskua tai pari 100 euron laskua, niin aika vaikeaa ruveta naputtelemaan. Se on niin uskosta osattoman tila, jolla ei ole mitään millä maksaa syntiensä. Mutta meillä taas on katetta. Meillä on katetta Jeesuksen veressä. Siihen kaikki synnit pestään sinne. Niin kuin sana sanoo, meillä on avoin lähde syntiä ja saastaisuutta vastaan. Se on auki. Sinne saa mennä ja tunnustaa syntinsä. Ja Jeesuksen veri pesee ja puhdistaa kaikki pois. Kiitos Jumalalle. Ja se on erikoinen niin tänä päivänä, kun katsoo tilanteita, että seurakunnissakin, kun niin jos kuvaa niin nykypäivän kirkkoa tai seurakuntaa, se on niin vapaissa suunnissakin, jotka ennen olivat pyhiä, ja niitä paheksuttiin sitten, ja tällainen, kun ne elivät pyhää elämää, niin siellä on nykyisin niin semmoinen hipsteripastori menee, jolla on semmoinen ananastukka pystyssä siinä, ja sillä on modernin mukaiset puheet ja tavat, ja se on opetettu semmoisen, se on lasipöntön takana, siellä värivalot vilikkuu siellä punaista ja violettia, näitä ilmestyskirjan porton värejä siellä takana, ja siellä on pimeä sali, ja siellä ihmiset sitten kokoontuvat, ja he kokevat fiiliksiä, he kokevat suuria henkisiä kokemuksia. Kuinka moni heistä on uudesti syntynyt? Kyllä mulla tulee murhe, kun mä mietin, että mikä heidän kohtalonsa. Mikä noiden paimenien kohtalo, joka Jumala ottaa kiinni. Mikä noiden lampaiden kohtalo, jotka on harhaan johdetut. Moniko heistä on käynyt kolkata. Voiko siellä tosiaan, kun pilettää siellä ja tanssii siellä värivaloissa, niin voiko siellä kokea synnin tuntua? Voiko siellä kokea, niin kuin minä kuvasin, mä tuli uskoa, että helvetin lieki nuoli mun naama. Minä tiesin meneväni helvettiin, minä tietämällä tiesin, vaikka minä en ollut Pekkaa pahempi siellä, niin kuin ajattelen, että samanlainen Nokia-insinööri kuin muukin. Niin minä tiesin meneväni helvettiin ilman Jeesusta. Mutta mä mietin, että jos mä olisin tanssinut värivaloissa siellä ja nytkytelleen pastoria tsempannut, että ihanaa, niin oiskohan mulle tullut synnin tuntua, että mulle olisi tullut se hätä, että minä olisin kurottautunut pelastuslähdettä kohti. Meitä hirveänä johdetaan harhaan tänä päivänä. Me laulettiin tuossa aikaisemmin tämä virsi, joka on uudemmassa virsikirjassa 310. Se on tosiaan ensimmäistä Suomen herätysliikkeestä tuo virsi, joka oli tuossa vanhemmassa virsikirjassa 171 taisi olla. Tuo virsi, niin halullisten sielujen hengelliset laukkirjasta. Yli 200 vuoden takaa, niin siinä on muutama semmoinen katkelma, mikä mua säväytti, kun mä lauloin sitä ja yhdessä hetkessä. Niin siellä sanotaan näin, että pyhä on tämä tie, pois jo vilppi. Minusta jotenkin mä sanoin, että aamen. Ja sitten siinä sanotaan, lauletaan vielä, meille puhtauden, levon, lohdutuksen, pyhityksen hän suo veressänsä, kallis veri. Hän henkensä lahjaksi suopi. No minkä takia? Kun saa kokea ihania fiiliksiä pyhässä hengessä. Niin kuin minä etsin, kun mä olin äärikarismaattisessa. Ei. Mitä pyhä henki teki? Pyhittää. Pyhän henkensä lahjaksi suopi heitä uudistamaan, heitä vahvistamaan pyhän armonsa voimassa tuo. Se on pyhä armo. Kun ennen kuin sitä luetaan vanhaa Bibliaa, niin siellä sanotaan pyhä apostoli, pyhä Luukas, pyhä. Se on jännä, että tämä pyhä sana on meiltä tippumassa pois koko. Se on niin kuin ennen oli pyhäin miesten päivä, niin miehet puotettiin pois siitä. Tippuuko se pyhäkin seuraavana pois? Mitä meille jää jäljelle kohta, kun näitä tiputellaan pois? No sitten on tämmöinenkin uusi kampanja menossa, en tiedä oletteko seuranneet. Minä haluan tietenkin kaikkia siunata, jota tehdään evankeliumityö eteen silloin, kun se on vilpitöntä, mutta tämmöinen kampanja, kun se löytyi, on nyt menossa. Ja siinä oli erikoisesti, kun mä katsoin, että se on semmoista nykyajan evankeliumin julistusta, että se näyttää ihan siltä, niin kuin pelastusta myytäisi nyt alehintaa löytökorista. Kun minä katsoin siellä näitä todistuksia, niin siellä kyllä puhuttiin pelastuksesta ja siellä puhuttiin, miten usko oli elämän laittanut kuntoon, mutta siellä hyvin vähäisen puhuttiin taivaasta, helvetistä, iankaikkisuudesta. Mitä se hyödyttää, jos ihminen voittaa koko maailma ja hankkii turmion siellä? Hyvin vähän oli iankaikkisuutta ja hyvin vähän oli loukkaavaa sanaa siihen. Hyvin vähän oli ristiä. Ja minä luulen, että hyvin vähän on sitten sitä hedelmää. Niin kuin tänä päivänä myydään tällaisella lauseella, että anna Jeesukselle mahdollisuus. Lähde säkin vähän tsemppaa Jeesusta, kun sillä menee nyt vähän huonosti. Anna Jeesukselle mahdollisuus. Kyllä se oli minun kohdallani niin, että Jeesus antoi minulle mahdollisuuden. Erilaista raamatun tutkijat on sitä mieltä, että 2-3 kertaa Jumala antaa mahdollisuuden ihmiselle pelastua. Sen jälkeen juna menee. Saattaa olla niin kuin jollekin vanhalle ihmiselle yllättäen, niin dementia tulee. Se on sen jälkeen lukittunut se sun vastaus. Jos on pelastunut, hyvä on. Jos on pelastunut, voitko enää ottaa vastaan? Jeesus antaa meille mahdollisuuden. Kerran pari. Ehkä 3 meille meidän elämässämme. Kun minä armosta niin on annettu nykyisin kuvaaja tästä uskosta semmoinen, että se on niin hyvä lisä siihen. Että se on kiva bonus tai semmoinen, että on se hienoa, että sä oot uskovainen. Tällä, eikö se ole eliehto? Armo eliehto. Ei kukaan mene sen iankaikkisuudessa sillä yli ilman Jeesusta. Ei kukaan. Monet kyllä myöntää siinä, että onhan se hienoa, että se toimi sulle tuo juttu ja semmoinen niin ulkonainen puhdistautuminen. Mutta katsopa, mitä Jeesus sanoo tämmöisestä, jossa puhutaan vaan tämmöistä ulkonaista asioista ilman uudesti syntymistä, ilman pelastusta. Sehän löytyy Matteuksen evankeliumista, joka on vähän niin kuin uskonnollisille ihmisille suunnattu evankeliumi. Matteus 23. Ja sieltä, kun luetaan tätä Matteuksen 23 evankeliumia, tämä on tosi kovaa sana. Ajattelen Jeesuksen viimeinen puhe kirkossa tai temppelissä, minkä hän pitää täällä. Tosi kova saarna. Täällä ei paljon myötäkarvaan kutkutella. Mutta mä otan tuosta jakeesta 25. Tämä yhden jakkeen täältä katkelmasta. Puheessa se aikalaisillensa teologeille ja uskonnollisille vaikuttajille. Hän sanoo tällä jakeessa 25. Matteus 23. Voi teitä, kirjanoppineet, tarkoittaa teologit, ja variseukset, eli uskonnolliset, te ulkokullatut, kun te puhdistatte maljan ja vadin ulkopuolelle. Huomaatteko tänä päivänä, kuinka tärkeää näistä ulkopuolista on tullut meille joka puolella. Se on tärkeää, että näyttää hyvältä. Mutta sisältä he ovat täynnä ryöstöä ja hillittömyyttä. Ei siellä ole vähäisen, vaan ne on täynnä ryöstöä ja hillittömyyttä. Että se voi mennä näin pahaksi se tilanne, että ollaan täynnä. Siis kokonaan se sisin, siellä ei ole Kristuksen elämää yhtään. Siellä. Näissä ei ollut yhtään Kristuksen elämää. Sehän on, niin kuin, maailmahan ihailee semmoista vähän hienostunutta, vähän semmoista uskonnollista vaikuttajaa, vaikka Paavi tulee täällä käymään Suomessa ja sitä ihaillaan. Ja on semmoinen uskonnolliset liperit siellä päällä ja semmoinen, otetaan tervehdyksiä torilla ja käyskennellään mielellä ja tällä kirkkojen ja tämmöisen yliopistojen niin kirjanoppineet hienot teologit, niitä ihastellaan, mutta mun mielestä ne on tosi rumaa. Minä näen sieltä lävitä sinne sieluun, että siellä ei ole sitä Kristuksen kaunistamaa sisäistä elämää. Se on vaan ulkopuolella, se on tosi ruman näköistä. Se on niin kuin meillä länsimaissa, jos ajatellaan, niin nykyisin on kaikenlaisia malleja ja muita, ja ne laittaa kaikkia potoksia huuliinsa, ja Ne on kaikki niin teennäistä, ne on niin muovisen näköisiä. Jos ajattelee vaikka miltä kristityt naiset näyttivät vaikka 50 vuotta sitten, 60 vuotta sitten, niin ne olivat kauniita. Nykypäivänä on teennäisiä. Siinä on kauneus aika kaukana. Et se on niin kuin Mooseksella, joka niin kuin rakensi arkin, niin sehän oli kyllä kullattua päätä, mutta sisältä oli vaan lahoavaa puuta se arki. Kaikki tämmöinen moosekselainen uskonto, se kyllä voi pinnalle laittaa sen kultakuoren, mutta se on sisältä sitä mätänevää, hajoavaa puuta ja lahoavaa. Mutta taivaassa kadutkin ovat läpikultavaa kultaa. Se on erikoinen asia, kun sä oot saanut uudesti syntyä. Ja niin, sä saat olla läpikultava. Ei tarvi enää pelata peliä, ei tarvi elää vilpissä ja valheessa. Saa tehdä totta. Eikö se ole valtavaa, että ei tarvi vetää roolia ja teeskennellä, vaan saa olla sellainen kuin on. Saa olla rehellinen. Kyllä se siunaa, ei tarvi mitään yrittää siinä olla. Christian Post-lehti kirjoitti, mä haluan yhden pienen katkelman lukia, niin täällä on nebraskalainen luterilainen pappi, Dan Telsel. Hän oli saanut hädän sielusta, kiitos Jumalalle. Ja hän kirjoittaa otsikolla, miksi niin monet uskonnolliset ihmiset jäävät kääntymättömiksi. Ja tässä kerrotaan mitä. Ja tämä on sen takia, minä otan tämän aiheen, tämä on mulle lähelle sydäntä. Minua 30 vuotta huijattiin tällä nimikristillisyydellä. Minä luulin olevani uskollinen. Vaimollekin esittelin itseni, että minä uskollinen. Hyvänen aika. Minä olen uudesti syntynyt enkä pelastunut enkä ymmärtänyt Raamatusta mitään Jeesuksen sovitusta jostain pätkääkin. Niin se oli silloin, kun ennen tuli usko. Niin. Tämä artikkelissa kirjoittaa tämä luterilainen pappi Dan. Pelastuakseen monet valitsevat turvautumisen uskonnollisiin ponnistuksiin kuin Kristuksen uhrin ristiin. Tämä pyrkimys yrittää harjoitteella päästä taivaaseen on suurin osoitin, että henkilö on hengellisesti kuollut. Kääntymättömät uskonnolliset ihmiset traagisesti erehtyvät olettamaan olevansa pelastuneita. Tosiasiassa ihmisen uskonnolliset teot eivät voi pestä pois yhtäkään hänen synneistään. Näin vähän on hyötyä uskonnosta. Ei yhtäkään syntiä pestä niillä suivilla teoilla. Ei vaikka kuin hurskaasti ole käynyt kirkossa. Ei yhtäkään pestä pois. Mutta kyllä temppuja löytyy sitten, jossa on kaikenlaista uskonnollista toimintaa. Tuossa tuttu veli kävi avioliittoseminaarissa sitten. Halusi ruveta laittaa avioliittoansa kuntoon. Niin ihan siihen panostaa vaimon kanssa ja menivät sitten tuonne. Taisi olla vapaakirkon joku laitos. Menivät sinne ja siellä oli sitten tämmöinen äärikarismaattinen psykologi, josta veli kertoi sitten, että hän oli ihan sokissa, mitä hän siellä niin kuuli ja näki. Siellä oli tämmöinen psykologi, joka opetti heille tämmöistä harjoitusta, miten saa puhdistettua tämä sisimä. Hän opetti, että nyt kaikki hengittäkää ulos paha henki ja hengittäkää sisälle Kristuksen henki. Hengittäkää ulos paha henki. Hengittäkää sisälle Kristuksen henki. Näinkö se puhdistautuminen tapahtuu? Ei vain Jeesuksen veren kautta, kun me tunnustamme syntiä. Tämmöisiä esimerkkiharjoituksia. Veli oli ravistellut päätä ja se oli mennyt räjähtää sinne penkkiin, että jos tämä tämmöistä on koko ajan, niin hän lähtee litomaan. Mutta hän sitten sieti ja oli siellä ja kiitos Jumalalle, siellä oli tullut sitten evankeliumia, oli puhuja vaihtunut ja oli sitten tullut jotakin vähän parempaakin. Mutta tästä jotakin, mitä tämä saastaset henget tekee näissä kirkoissa ja seurakunnissa ja menee joka puolelle, kaikenlaista petosta, touhua ja muuta. Sitä on tullut valtavan paljon. Ja se näkyy sitten siinä, että ihmisillä ei enää tuu sitä puhtautta, pyhyyttä. He eivät erottaudu, vaan käy niin kuin meidän pyhänpäivällä. Se on arkipäivä, jolloin kaikki kaupat on auki niin kuin muutenkin. Ja uskovaiset on ihan samalla lailla elää kuin muutkin. Sekin oli aika hämmästyttävä, kun veljen kanssa oltiin tuolla Seinäjoen keskustassa korona-aikaa. Ja oli se ensimmäinen kesä, kun vähän sitten vähäksi aikaa raukesivat siinä ja ihmisiä alkoi kadulle menemään virtaan, niin oli kuule hämmästyttävä ja surullinen siellä, että siellä kun laulettiin lauluja, käytiin ilta myöhään siellä laulamassa. Siellä oli niin kuin hämärää, että eihän se kesällä tietenkään pimeä tuu, niin 10 sinne johonkin 1-2 yöllä laulettiin Jeesus-lauluja kadulle ja jattiin raktaattia, niin siellä kohdattiin kyllä uskovaisia. Ja kyllä ne oli nolona sitten. Ja tuli siihen ensin, että onpa hieno, että laulat. Sitten kysyttiin, no mihinkäs sinä olet menossa? No minä olen tuonne baariin menossa. Miten sinä täällä? Se on niin yksi uskovainen, miten Jumala voi puhua vaikka kiven kautta, niin musta yksi uskovainen mies sitten, niin se oli sitten mennyt niin luopumuksen tielle ja se oli katkeroitunut ja tällä. Se oli sitten kapakkaa eksynyt. Niin siellä kapakassa jumalaton kaveri oli sanonut, että mitä sinä täällä, että oliko Jani niminen veli, niin oli sanonut, ja mitä sinä Jani täällä teet? Sinun kuuluisi olla seuraava. Ajattele, kun Jumala voi laittaa jumalattoman suuhun sanaa, sitten kun hän haluaa viedä sinua puhtauteen ja pyhyyteen, sinne seurakuntaan, sinne suihkuun. Nimittäin Efesolaiskirja kertoo meille tästä, että miten sinä puhdistut. Miten jos sulla on kädet likaisen, niin miten sinä saa puhtaaksi? No, pesemällä vedellä, eikö niinkin? Ja näin se on Jumalan sana myös. Efesolaiskirja sanoo täältä, että tämä on vain yksi paikka, mikä puhdistaa sua. Ja sen takia ihminen, kun on langennut vaikka jonkun syntielämän kanssa, niin ensimmäisenä kyllä Piru sanoi, että älä avaa Raamattua, kun se tietää, että siellä on se pesukäännös. Täällä sanotaan Efesolaiskirjeen 5. luvussa. Puhutaan Kristuksesta ja seurakunnasta. Tämä on jae 25-26. Miehet, rakastakaa vaimojanne, niin kuin Kristuskin rakasti seurakuntaa. Ja nyt kerrotaan tästä, miten Jeesus rakastaa meitä. Ja antoi itsensä alttiiksi sen edestä, että hän sen pyhittäisi, puhdistaen sen vedellä pesten sanan kautta. Sen takia saatana haluaa sinut pitää pois tästä. Tämä pesee ja puhdistaa. Tämä on se meidän vesi, tämä on se meidän virvoitus. Tästä me juomme tästä Jumalan sanasta ja tämä pesee meitä. Ja se on niin kuin vanha semmoinen sananlasku ja viisaus, että synti pitää pois sinut raamatusta ja raamattu pitää sinut pois syntistä. Aika vaikea tehdä toisella kädellä syntiä ja pitää raamattua toisessa kädessä. Laittaa hanttiin siinä. Molempaa ei voi tehdä. Ystävä, minä luen vielä tähän. Vähän vielä katkelma ihan loppuun täältä sitten ensimmäistä Pietarin kirjeestä, joka on herätyskirje. Tämä oli aikanaan kirje mulle, kun menestysteologiasta lähdin irtoamaan. Ja täällä oli sananpaikka, joka paljon puhuu, mutta minä haluan ystävä täältä lukea yhden tästä puhtaudesta ja pyhyydestä. Jae 15 ja 16, ensimmäinen Pietarin kirje 3. luku ja sieltä jakeesta 15 ja 16. Vaan pyhittäkää Herra Kristus sydämissä. Täytyy siis uudesta syntyä, se on ensimmäinen asia. Sulla on uusi sydän. Kristus on täällä sulla sisällä. Ja olkaa aina valmiit vastaamaan jokaiselle, joka teiltä kysyy sen toivon perustusta, joka teissä on kuitenkin sävyisyydellä ja pelolla. No, mulla oli vähän semmoinen päivä siinä, että mulle tulee paljon soitteilla puheluita ja kysymyksiä tällä. Ja niin tietenkin sitä vastaan. Ja pitäisi olla alttiilla paikalla ollakin, että palvelee siinä. Niin oli kuule semmoinen hetki, että oli vaimon kanssa jotakin sitten siinä vääntänyt ja meillä oli vähän kiistaa jostain. Ja mä en ollut sitten sitä vielä vaimolta pyytänyt anteeksi. Mä olin sille sitten siellä sanonut vähän kovasti ja muuta. Ja se kun kuulee riso täällä omassa tunnossa. Niin kun tässä sanotaan, että olkaa aina valmiit vastaamaan, niin kyllä se on kuule vaikea, kun sitä uskovainen veli soittaa ja kysyy jotakin. Sulla on sitten se syntisellä sydämessä ja samalla tunnolla painaa se asia. Ei vaimolta pitäisi pyytää anteeksi ja ei ole sitä tehnyt siinä, niin kyllä on kuule aivan voimaton siinä, kun joku sitten pyytää jotakin. Ei olekaan puhdas sydän. Ja Raamattu sanoo, että autua tuo puhdas sydämessä. Niin siellä olikin siellä tämmöinen asia sitten vaivaamassa siellä sisällä. Koska tässä jatketaan tästä, että pitäen hyvän oman tunnon, että ne, jotka parjaavat teidän hyvää vaellustanne, Kristuksessa joutuisivat häpeää siinä, mistä he teitä panettelevat. No monesti se tulee tämä panettelukin, kun meille tulee siinä, mutta kyllä se on kuule vaikea vastata, jos on sydän likainen kuule siinä. Ja ei olekaan, niin kuin minä olen tottunut siellä, kun mä sitten avaan joku soittaa. Mä oon aika sanavalmis ja mä tiedän, että Pyhä Henki auttaa. Hän on luvannut, että sillä hetkellä antaa sanat suuhun. Ja näin monesti käy, että Jumala auttaa siinä. Niin sepä onkin kuule, kun sulla on jotain syntiä siellä, niin ei kuule Jumalan moottorissa tykkää. Ei ole voimaa siinä, synti vie voiman, niin myrkkyä siinä. Kiitos Jumalalle, vaimon kanssa selvitettiin, ei siinä sitten mitään, kummankin pyytiin anteeksi ja saatu siihen mennä, mutta on hyvin vaikea mennä sille paikalle, jos siellä on joku sisäinen asia. No mitä tämä pyhyys sitten oikeastaan on? Niin se on Jeesuksen, Kristuksen läsnäoloa meidän elämässä. Se on valtava, kun kuule, on joku pyhä ihminen, kun mä muistan itsellä, mua on niin siunannut, niin uskovainen kirjastonhoitaja. Minä piirtäisin hänen pää ympärille semmoisen kehän vielä. Se oli pienenä lapsena siellä, kun olin, niin siinä oli semmoinen pyhyys. Ja tiedätkö, minkä siitä aistii, kun hän on pyhä? Hänestä aistii Kristus. Kristuksen tuntemisen tulos. Ja minä luen viimeisen paikan, ystävät, teille, ja päätetään siihen. Johanneksen evankeliumista sanotaan tällä. Johanneksen evankeliumi ja sieltä 15. luku. Täällä puhutaan tästä puhtaudesta. Johannes 15. Minä olen totinen viinipuu ja minun isäni on viinitarhuri. Jokainen sen oksan minussa, joka ei kanna hedelmää, hän karsii pois. Ja jokaisen, joka kantaa hedelmää, hän puhdistaa, että se kantaisi runsaamman hedelmää. Tämän takia Jeesus haluaa, että me mennään Golgatan kautta, tunnustamme syntimme, että runsaampi hedelmä tulisi sieltä sinun elämästä esiin. Runsaamman hedelmä. Te olette jo puhtaat sen sanan tähden, jonka minä olen teille puhunut. Jumalan sana puhdistaa, kun me uskomme siihen. Saamme puhtauden Jeesuksessa, Kristuksessa.
Toki. Ai että kun meinaa tulla väsy. PNN toimii hyvänä backuppina. Aha. Jos laittaa YouTube-hakkuu PNN, löytyykö sillä? Kun mä en saa tuota linkkiä tosta kopioitua. Privaattisattiin sieltä sitten saisi tietysti. Ihan hyvä. Maunon pätkä. Ei kai se vielä ole alkanut. Ei. Ei se ole vielä alkanut. Kuuluuko mun ääni nyt? Siellä on nyt ekko pois päältä. Vai pitääkö mun laittaa se ekko päälle? Ai! Se kuuluu silti, vaikka mä en muistanut laittaa ekkoa takaisin päälle. Antaa olla pois sitten. Jaha, mitä sitten tehdään? 9 olisi kanavallakin. Nyt enkka. Tuossa on linkki, jos joku uskaltaa tulla. Nyt unijukka meinaa tulla ihan väkistä. Unihiekkaa on joku nyt heittänyt. Rauhallisin lähetysmies muisti. Mitäs sit kuunneltais puoli tuntia? Jotain tästä täytyy varmaan kuunnella. Mutta mitä? Mutta mitä? Pitäisikö katsoa leveliä pätkä?
Voted alongside his wife and 3 young children. He wrote on Twitter, proud to be your governor, proud to keep Florida free. And of course, it just
No ei täällä levelissäkään mitään hirveitä ole. 730 katsojaa. Onhan se nyt paljon tietysti, mutta pari tonnia yleensä. PNN Live on jo päällä. Vilkaise mitä menossa. Okei. Mä laitoin toi PNN tuohon YouTube-hakuun, niin siitä tullut nyt mitään liveä. Toi Patriot News, okei. Network. Joo, tossa. Otetaan sitten ja tosta.
Then logged back on using her dead mother's Twitter account just so she could hurl a profanity at Musk. For stories like these and more updates all day long from your favorite news outlets, go to offthepress.com. Get ready. Election 2020. The red is coming. Your voice will be heard. Join RAD for this historic evening where powers will be decided. Get all the real facts and the most powerful America First patriots as they come together to take back America. Real America's voice. Real results. History will be made. Live coverage on Real America's Voice starts at 4 p.m. Eastern. These key battlegrounds. From Washington, D.C., Karen Turk and Ed Henry, American Sunrise. From our Denver studios, Terrence Bates, American Sunrise. From Washington, D.C., Steve Bannon's War Room. From Arizona, Kurt. In Michigan, Steve Gruber. And from Dixon headquarters. From our Washington, D.C. studios, John Sullivan and Amanda Head. Just the news, no noise. In West Palm Beach, Dr. Gina and Miranda Kahn from Mar-a-Lago. Studio 6B from Long Island, New York. In Las Vegas, Wayne Allen Root from the Republican headquarters. From New York, David Zier, Breaking Point. In Pennsylvania, Democrats headquarters. In Georgia, Cowboy Logic from the Herschel Walker headquarters. In Wisconsin, Heather Mullins from the Ron Johnson headquarters. In Arizona, Ben Berquam from the Kerry Lake headquarters.
Tracking votes as they come in for as long as it takes. Let's go back to Brianna Keeler at the voting desk. A lot could hinge, obviously, on key battlegrounds out west.
Yeah, that's right, Anderson. Let's take a look at two key Western states, Arizona and Nevada, and why we might not get final tallies there for days. In Arizona, polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but no results will be released until 10 p.m., an hour later. And we could see results from Maricopa County even later. What's going on in Maricopa County? Earlier today, Arizona officials said tabulating machines at about 20% of their 223 voting locations were rejecting ballots as voting got underway. File this under technical difficulties, but we just learned from election officials that this problem has been resolved and all of those votes will, of course, be counted. State officials are expecting the majority of ballot processing will be done by this weekend, meaning if there are some tight races in Arizona, we may not actually have final results for a few days here. Then in Nevada, this is the first midterm election with universal mail-in voting. It's a method that was first put in place due to COVID in 2020. It means that everyone in the state is sent a ballot in the mail. To be clear here, everyone receives one. They don't have to use it. Voters can still go to the polls in person today. We don't have too many details from election officials about what order ballots will be reported tonight, which means it could take longer to project the winners. And even though election workers started processing and counting mail ballots on October 24th, Nevada will continue to accept mail ballots that are postmarked on or before today through November 12th. Anderson.
Welcome back to the war room. Okay, you're being gaslit. I mean, hold it. First off, we're going to be counting. I make a prediction right here. On the morning show on Real America's Voice on Monday, we're going to be calling a couple of these races. They just said they're days, dude. We need days. Count through the weekend. What's going on?
They're setting it up. They're teeing it up. Why wouldn't they? They got to buy some time. They got to figure out where they're going to find those mail-in ballots. What are they going to do this time?
How many mail-in ballots do we need? It hurts me to say this, that I'm wrong. But hey, maybe. Let's bring in Mike Lindell. Mike, you've been on this and banging this drum for 2 years now.
Yes.
Explain to our audience what is going on in America, because they just said right there, the gaslighting, it's only a technical difficulty. It's all been taken care of, right? And they're all going to count. That's not what we're hearing from Kerry Lake. It's not what we're hearing from her lawyer. And it's not what we're hearing from Ben Berquam and people on the ground. What's going on, Mike Lindell? And did you predict this?
Yeah, well, I just seen an article here. Mike Lindell was right about the voting machine. Just came out, Steve, all over the internet. Steve, here's the deal. Here's what they're doing. They had to react somehow because we told the whole country to vote day out. Just like in Nevada now, they're all going in voting day out, but they were all mailed those ballots. So what I told them to, keep them in your pocket, and when you go in there and if they say you already voted, call your sheriff. We have a lot. We're going to be building up so many sheriff's reports, Steve, it's ridiculous. What they're doing, this is what I believe they're doing. Maricopa County, and we have 7 other states this is going on and do. They're saying, oh, they're not working. However, these machines are set, right? Well, now you have these votes sitting in a box. It's just like pulling names from the voter rolls, just like they do with the early voting. And this is exactly what they're doing. They came up with this plan. How are we going to offset what they were told to do to vote day out? You know, Steve, if you're the machine companies and you want to make yourself look good, don't you think you'd have those machines working, at least in some of the states? We're getting reports all over the country. This is actually, it's a dream come true for me, Steve. It's a dream come true. And what they should have done is let America have their red wave, because 90% of these people in this country are voting Republican. Everybody is. Even the Democrats are voting Republican. And I believe, Steve, that instead they said, you know what? Let's steal it anyway. Let's just make everybody go, get rid of the machine.
Mike, I want to talk about the scale of this. We're going to be, in about an hour, we're going to start turning to all the correspondents and reporters we have throughout the nation about what the results that are coming in. But I want you to go through the scale of the problem. We know from at least Stephanic's people, they've had a problem in upstate New York. We just got off a great interview with a candidate down in New Jersey. They got problems there. Walk us through not just Maricopa County, but where is this problem nationwide right now, sir?
Well, the reports I have so far from our people on the ground, one of the first ones that came in was Kansas. Throughout Kansas, they're having problems with their machines there. And they're flipping. They're watching. People have reported to us, Steve, that they're voting, and on the machine, they go to check the thing, and they go, "Wait a minute, I didn't vote here." There's a glitch, and they stick their vote in again for change it to the other candidate, and then it glitches. And we've had some reports, not a lot, where they even print it out, and the glitch is even there, even after they changed it 3 or 4 times on the machine. Now we've had reports in New York, Colorado, all over Colorado, and right now I'd say you got Colorado, New York, Kansas, my home state of Minnesota. We're hearing reports, but these we're not hearing a lot yet right now. I mean, I went and voted here myself, and I talked to some people there, and there it's basically it's lines, because everybody here says people are getting out to vote, and I don't think they were prepared for this big of a turnout.
Mike, where can people go? How can they not prepare for a turnout? You told everybody in the nation to vote on game day, and they listened. Mike, they listened to you. They turned out.
Yes, they did.
I think Charlie Kirk was right. Also, they've trying to chop block us. Look, the other day when you came on, I thought you were just trolling people, but your main coverage tonight.
Koita parantaa ääntä.
Walk us through, where do people go to see Mike Lindell tonight, and what are you doing on the National Crime Desk?
It's the real-time crime desk, everybody. And get the Frank Speech app or go to frankspeech.com. Now, Lindell TV, starting at 6 p.m., we're going to have 3 different studios going, and we have cyber experts that are going to walk you through in real time. We're going to show you real-time crime. So as they start tabulating these votes, we're going to go, this one here is computer manipulated. This one's not. This one is. And it's going to be something that's never been done in history. We're taking all the knowledge, Steve, we learned the last 2 years with the best cyber guys in the world and these best IT guys, and we're going to show you what they've been doing to our country with this election. So we're not even counting all the machine glitches. Those were a bonus, Steve. That was a crime bonus this morning with all these machine. If they'd have been smart, they would have let the red wave that one said, Mike Lindell, come on now, forget about these machines. The machines got to go, people.
Maricopa County finally broke me. I'm a machine guy. I'm with Lindell now. I'm a machine guy. Mike Lindell, thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Steve.
We'll be dipping out of that coverage over there. What is it? The real-time crime desk. Only Mike Lindell, right? But hey, people laugh at him, but he's got the machines. Before I go back to Ben, I want to go to Richard Barris. Richard, walk us through again what the math looks like. Particularly, Charlie is saying that it looks like you need to get to 250 in Maricopa County. That the votes. What's your sense of where we stand in Arizona as you see it, sir?
Well, Steve, that's why those in-person drop-offs matter, because Maricopa is going to be about 60%. If you're Republicans, you want to get, in the neighborhood of 500 and something election day votes. 600 would be very, very bad news for Democrats. It would probably be an embarrassing night. But, if Maricopa is about 60% and 360 of them come to Maricopa, and you can get another 40% or so, then you are looking at close to that 600 number. That's why it matters how many of those drop-offs there really are. Just to give you an idea, because we've been crunching some numbers over here, all right? To give you an idea, there are, and some other people have been talking about this, and they're right, all right? There are, our conservative estimates are probably in the neighborhood of around 200,000, and it could be as high as 225. Why do I say that? Because there are, if you're looking at just people who voted in 3 of the last 4 elections, there are people who are eligible to do this. 224,000 Republicans, 161,000 Democrats, that's only 31% of 43, and about 135 independent. But if we were just looking at the most certain people, and we're also looking at some of the data that we have with elections and exit then I think it's
Kuuluuko mun ääni tähän joukkoon nyt? Nyt on ekko päällä.
out there with about 120,000 of them being in Maricopa. So that would significantly reduce the number that they needed on game day. But do you
Puhutaan,
really want to be there?
puhutaan, kuuluuko?
That's what Charlie's right to say. If you
Nyt
left
on
home, go
ekko
back
päällä.
and go vote. Because just the more you get, if he hits that, if we see Republicans hit that number in Maricopa, they're much more comfortable. That's really what Charlie would love to see, that number, because then he knows he can breathe a little bit easier, and we don't have to wait for all those.
But you've got, by the way, everybody in Arizona has got to get out. If you haven't voted, you got to get out to vote, particularly Maricopa County. But let me just do the math one more time. Is that to get to, how are you going to get, you got 3.5 hours.
Tää on jännä nyt, kun oliko se ne perjantai-lähetyksessä, kun meni tää ekkotestaamisen kanssa puolen lähetystä, niin että jos ulkopuolisia lähetyksiä, niin ekko piti ottaa pois, mutta nyt se toimii siis vaikka ekko päällä. Sillä se oli varmaan pari vuotta, että se ekko on ollut päällä koko ajan, mutta se vaan rupesi pelleilemään, mutta jos se nyt palautui siihen jotenkin.
So we may see that big surge and see some big hourly numbers that are higher than the 18,000 to 21,000s that we've been seeing on average an hour, because that's really the number they've been hitting. Republicans, by the way, they are killing it, but they have been ticking down. And I just want people to know, because
no niin, nyt on koira tyhjätty, pääsee pitkälle.
The only reason they are ticking down, they were all the way at 58.5% of the election day vote. Now they're at like 55. The reason why is independents are picking up. But here's the deal. Those independents on election day are breaking every Republican.
Lähetyksen ääni kuuluu ja mun ääni kuuluu tähän päälle sit sopivasti.
If those independents in the early vote
antaa olla näin
are
sitten.
not as friendly to Democrats as people expect them to be, it changes the entire equation. It really does matter what these independents did, Steve. It does. But you know, just to go around a little bit, I got to tip the Guam. It's a big deal. I mean, Steve,
mä pidän pienen tauon vielä.
It's a non-voting seat.
On pienen hetken pois.
Won that seat. They haven't won it since 1990, and the exit polls had the Republican down 13 points. He won by 5. Just keep that in mind as we move forward through the night.
Hang on one second. I want to make sure for our audience through the night, we just opened this segment with CNN saying we're going to be counting, and they're trying to guess that we're going to be counting for several days through the weekend. Give us your sense right now as you look throughout the entire country. Where do you see the problems coming up that's going to take several days to count, sir?
Arizona is going to be a show. It is, unless, again, it is possible that a lot of these non-white voters are registered Democrats or independents that were moving to Republicans in this election season. I think very clearly that is on display in Nevada right now. I think everybody can see that. John Ralston, we were talking this morning, Steve, and I said he's going to learn his lesson this time. I think it's very clear Republicans are well positioned in that state. You have to look south and say, you know, some of that happening with independents in Arizona as well that some people just miss. And, you know, from what we saw in the last 10 days of polling in Arizona, it did look like whatever was in the bank for Democrats, that was, you know, the earlier the better. But then as more independents decided and mailed their ballots in, it was getting worse and worse for them. So sometimes it's hard for a pollster to catch that, and I think that's a question. But Arizona's going to be a show. I think Blake is in for a fight, though he's, you know, with the voting I'm seeing right now, and it's going to be close. But I think he's in good. He's looking like he's in good shape. If they, and it looks like they will, get this ruling in Pennsylvania and there's no stay on it, then this is going to be ridiculous, Steve. I mean, we're talking about a 2-week procedure in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman would not have done so if he thought he saw the turnout.
Hang on for a second. Take a short commercial break. We'll be back in more in a moment.
Get ready. Election 2022. The red wave is coming. Your voice will be heard. Join Rand for this historic evening where powers will be decided. Get all the real facts and information from the most powerful America First patriots as they come together to take back America. Real America's voice. Real results. History will be made. Live coverage on Real America's Voice starts at 4 p.m. Eastern. Broadcasting live from these key battlegrounds. From Washington, D.C., Karen Turk and Ed Henry, American Sunrise. From our Denver studios, Terrence Bates, American Sunrise. From Washington, D.C., Steve Bannon's War Room. From Arizona, Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec, The Charlie Kirk Show. In Michigan, Steve Gruber and April Moss from the Tudor-Dixon headquarters. From our Washington, D.C. studios, John Solomon and Amanda Head. Just the news, no noise. In West Palm Beach, Dr. Gina and Miranda Kahn from Mar-a-Lago. Studio 6B from Long Island, New York. In Las Vegas, Wayne Allen Root from the Republican headquarters. From New York, David Zier, Breaking Point. In Pennsylvania, John Fredericks from the Dr. Oz headquarters. In Georgia, Cowboy Logic from the Herschel Walker headquarters. In Wisconsin, Heather Mullins from the Ron Johnson headquarters. In Arizona, Ben Berquam from the Cary Lake headquarters. In Georgia, Carolyn Ryan from the Brian Kemp headquarters. In Ohio, Steve Cortez from the J.D. Vance headquarters. In Virginia, Chris Carter from the Yelsey Vega headquarters. In Washington, D.C., Nick Bolassi from the Kevin McCarthy headquarters. Real America's Voice, real results. Join Real America's Voice for a historic evening. The 2022 midterm election.
Superfoods like our Super Beets crystals or our heart shoes with clinically studied grapeseed extract to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone.
My mom always used to say, eat your beets, it's good for you. Boy, was she right.
See why we've earned over 58,000 5-star ratings and reviews. Visit trysuperbeets.com and find out how you can get a 30-day supply absolutely free. Plus, free shipping with your first order. This offer is not in stores, so act now.
Getter has arrived. His new social media taking on big tech, protecting free speech, and canceling cancel culture. Join the marketplace of ideas. The platform for independent thought has arrived. Superior technology. No more selling your personal data. No more censorship. No more cancel culture. Enough. Getter has arrived. It's time to say what you want, the way you want. Download now.
Okay, remember, just go to Getter. We got streams going up all night. You can dip in and out, and we've got the posse up there. We're gonna have Grace and Captain Bannon doing different topics throughout the evening. Vox Populi, you give us your opinion and tell us what you've been up to. Remember, this is an opportunity to destroy the Democratic Party as a national political institution. Everybody has to represent. We understand there's problems all over the country. We knew this was going to steal a result. Take a deep breath. We're going to get through all of this. Although CNN is telling us right now it's going to take several days, if not through the weekend, to get this all sorted. And Pennsylvania may take to the 15th. But guess what? We're not going to let this deter us. Okay, let's go to Tiffany Justice. Tiffany, one of the most important things going on that is absolutely melting down about is the school board election. Can you set, as we get into the evening, the battlefield of these school board elections? I know you guys, I think Moms for Liberty you've endorsed, I think, 275, 280 candidates. Walk us through where they are, what's happening, and what's the outlook.
We've endorsed over 500 candidates. School board elections are not always on cycle, but this on the ballot today are 270 candidates in 16 states across America, school board candidates endorsed and supported by Moms for Liberty chapters. American parents are taking back public education. They are running for office. They are going to win seats on school boards, and that is going to change the trajectory of the United States of America. We have people engaged in local politics, voting from the bottom of the ballot. And you better believe, Steve, They know exactly who they're voting for after they vote for school board. They know that there are people that hold authority that have affected their children and their children's lives over the past 2 years. And we are about to correct course. And it's going to be a great night for parental rights candidates and for America.
Here was what I'm really proud of. Grace Chong, our own Grace Chong, was out in Maricopa County Day. She did a live stream of Moms for Liberty. You had a candidate out there that's running in, I guess, Maricopa County for one of the school boards there. And she said, what was amazing, everybody coming by, already was aware of the election, already knew what the issues were, and were voting for it. You guys have done a tremendous job of getting the American citizens up to realize not just these school board elections and parental rights, but who's running and who the right candidates are. Tiffany Justice.
Yeah, we made it very easy, Steve. We've talked before about fundamental parental rights. These are rights that the government does not give you and that they cannot take away. And so candidates that are running for school board and that are endorsed by Moms for Liberty
Mitäs se kello mahtaa nyt Jenkeissä olla?
Defend parental rights at all levels of government that they are able to. And I served as a school board member during COVID. I knew very quickly when I watched other school board members bureaucrats, and there were all too many bureaucrats who were all too happy to take that authority and make decisions. But then
kello sitten 17:00?
And so we're going to start right at that school board level, and it is going to change the future of our country. It is a very exciting time to be an American. Arizona, Arkansas, Michigan, California,
aloitti. Vaihdetaan lähetys.
Running for office, and you're right. Everybody knows them because they're standing for parents, and they know the constituents. They know what is in the hearts and minds of their constituents. I saw Carrie Lake today speaking, Steve. She was schooling some journalists, and I said, that's how you run like a mother. No nonsense.
Oho, uusi enkka, 11 kattoja. 12. Oho. Kuuluuko tää mun puhe päälle? Pää pätkyttelee ainakin tänne päin. Pieniäkin. Millais äänet?
Showing the packed arenas and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of President Donald J. Trump rallies, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe versus Wade. Brightside Broadcasting was created back in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, for you to see the truth, allowing you to make your own decision and force an agenda. We don't cut or edit President Trump's words or twist them to fit a certain point of view. 2020 was a shock for all. Shook the country as countless numbers of irregularities were brought forth by patriots just like you. Here, now in 2022, we the people have the opportunity to set the record straight and place our country back on the right track. Brightside Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy, to continue to be on the right side of history. So today, as the people decide the future of our country, we are here to show you the results. Buckle up, America. Decision 2022 is now.
Nyt yhteys palautui normaaliksi.
In America, and we are live from the Brightside Broadcasting Studios. Extended coverage. Glad to see everybody tonight. I know we just came off a 4-day run on the Trump rally. Well, that gets us all pushed up.
Yes, a lot of momentum going into these elections today, and I think that America is ready. We've been under this Biden administration for a very long time, 657 days to be exact. Right. I've been counting. I've been waiting for November 8th for a very long time. I know that a lot of Americans have, and so we're ready to get out there. I think the lines have been long. That's what we're hearing from all over the country. This is what we wanted today. We wanted long lines until election day input and show up to the polls, and that's what we'll see.
We've got team coverage for you. We're going to preview the night. It's going to be a long night because based upon what we saw on November 3 of 2020, it's going to be a very long night. We've got teams in Arizona. We've got teams in Pennsylvania. We've got teams in Florida. Of course, we've got a wonderful ticker that is going to hopefully cover just about every race that you could ever want to follow across this country. As we've been talking about, this is the biggest midterm election in history, and we all know this lives up to it.
It absolutely does. You know, Donald Trump Jr. just said the other night at the rally in Miami, Florida, he said, vote like your life depends on it, because it does. Vote like your family's life depends on it, because it does. Your children, your grandchildren, future generations. This is a very important time. You've lived through it for the last 2 years. You know how it's going here in our country. It's scary. You wake up every day thinking, is this a dream? Is someone playing a joke? No, it's not a joke. So that's why this election is so important.
We've seen things play out in the sport already. We've got voting machines out there. We've got voting machines in New Jersey that wasn't working. And, for the last, 2 years, we've had
People like Mike Lindell, people like
Kuuluuko lähetyksen ääni ja kuuluuko minun ääni tähän päälle? Ja näkyykö tuo englanninkielinen tekstitys?
Last election, and so we're starting to see some of those problems are still there, and of course some of those problems have been corrected. But we're going to find out exactly what's going on tonight as we have team coverage across the country. We also have coverage right here in our own studio on social media. And think about this for a second. When you open up any social media app right now, that's all they're talking about is the elections.
Absolutely, because again, this has been a day of all of America has been waiting for. So looking at the hashtags that are trending is
Kuuluuko, näkyykö?
So people are really out there, they're excited.
Näkyykö englanninkielinen tekstitys?
And we're hoping for a great outcome.
And of course, social media is a big part of keeping track of what's going on in the election. We have our own Adam Taxon, who is live at the social media board to give us a preview of what he's looking at on this election right here in America. Adam?
All right, we don't have Adam right now. He's probably surfing the web right now, seeing what's going on, because there is a lot going on. And again, you know, we're talking about social media and hashtags. If you're seeing something at the polls and long lines, or if you can't get in, stay there. Do not leave. If you're in line when your polls close, you can still vote. And while you're doing that, while you're taking pictures and while you're shooting video, go ahead and tag us as well at RSBN.
That's a great advice there. We've seen Carrie Lake be pretty vocal on that as well, telling people, hey, you know, don't listen to anybody that says don't show up. If you're in line, you can legally vote and go through there. Now, obviously, you want to make sure you abide by all the local and state and federal election laws, of course, but that is your right to vote, and it's here. You know, we had early voting in some states were, 32 days. I mean, we had some huge early voting. I'm not a big fan of early voting. I like to vote on election day now this time because I travel so much. That was not really an option for me, Vanessa, but I am one of those that wants to stand in line. I want to observe what's going on. I want to talk to the people around me to find out what's going on. Now, I do know in my early voting in Texas, Vanessa, the mood was very serious. I think people going to the polls right now they're on a mission. They know the last 2 years have been horrible, and they're angry.
We're mad.
We're mad.
We're very mad, and I agree with you. I saw the same. No one was smiling. Everyone was very serious going in, and they were ready to vote. They were counting down the days. They're excited. But again, it's a very important election. We've had huge turnouts in early voting. Now, we're looking at huge turnouts today as well, which is a great thing. But I wanted to say, too, we talked about if you're in line and the polling location closes, you can still vote. But while you are in line, and I've gotten word from this going on as well across the country too, Brian, that some of these candidates are going up to the lines and talking to the voters. That's illegal. You can't do that. You have to stay so far back, a distance back. And so if you're seeing that as well, if you are seeing candidates or some of their workers out there approaching anyone in line, take pictures, take videos of it, call your local law enforcement, tell a poll worker, because they are not allowed to influence the voters anyway, anyhow.
I know back in 2020, we were on the election trail, and I remember being in Pennsylvania, and we had bouncy houses, hot dogs, and carnival music playing outside the polling centers on election day. And as we do know that, you cannot do that either. So we saw various states come up with tactics to get people to come out and vote. But the whole time, Vanessa, they were told there was voter suppression, although we were having record turnout for voting.
Hey, look, you know, I think that I've seen that as well. You know, where I'm from in Southeast Texas, that they'll have a crawfish boil to get people out to vote. But hey, whatever it takes. But I think that you just can't. You can't. I mean, I don't think it. I know it. You can't persuade them to vote either. We've had this long cycle. We've had months of campaigning. We've had people block walking. We've had campaign ads on TV, millions of dollars being spent. People know when they get there who they're voting for. So you don't have to persuade them to come to your tent or to, walk up to them in the lines, because when they're standing in line, they already have their minds made.
Yeah. I saw a report today that back in 2020, over 50 million people claimed they did not have transportation to make it to the voting polls. Now, That's 50 million people that claims they could not get a ride.
It's hard to believe.
It's a little hard to believe. And of course, Lyft and Uber both have offered 50% discounts if you need a ride to any polling center where you live. But this is just one of those reports that wants you to believe that it's impossible for some people to get out and vote. Either they don't have an ID, or perhaps they can't find a ride to the polling centers. And that's just that victim mentality that they're trying to force down on people. I'm not buying any of it at all.
Poor pitiful me, right? You don't know anyone with a car, no one in your family, none of your friends, none of your coworkers. How are you getting to work every day?
Sure.
You know, you can get to a polling location. They even have churches and group organizations who are, encouraging people to volunteer to drive people to the polls. So 50 million people complaining about not having a way to the polls is very hard to believe.
It is hard to believe. And of course, what we found out in the 2020 election, we had so much money being pumped in to various states from the left and from big social media, big tech. We saw Mark Zuckerberg pumping hundreds of millions of dollars into the election, basically leasing out space for some of these polling centers to take place. Can't do that. So a lot of laws were broken, but what changes were actually made in the last 2 years to ensure that we do have a safe and secure election? That, there were some. Christina Bob has joined us, as you know, on the show and has talked about there have been improvements in various states, but you know what? A lot of times they are missing the mark. We are still not as safe and secure as we should be in 2022, especially following the election of 2020, and so many questions came up then. Now, if remind you, after the election last time, you were absolutely shamed and basically banned from social media if you had any questions on what happened in the election. And Vanessa, it's yet to be determined if that's going to be the case this year. Now, we watched the Brazilian elections unfold. We saw Google, we saw other big tech companies say they weren't going to allow any type of protest to take place about the election. We'll see if that's going to apply here on our elections.
Well, I feel like in 2020, when we believed that there was fraud going on, people, like you mentioned, were scared to say anything. They were scared to speak up. They didn't want to be chastised for it, right? And so we didn't see a lot of this come out until afterwards. And again, you talked about Mark Zuckerberg. People go to Facebook jail if they say anything. So people just hushed. They were scared. They didn't want to say anything. They were muted. And so now what we're seeing just 2 years later is a push to say something, and people aren't afraid anymore to speak out. And so that's what we're seeing today. Brian, I woke up this morning seeing reports that there was questions going on at these polling locations across the country. And these reports, that was actually good to see, because it let me know immediately that people are speaking up. They're calling their local authorities, they're calling the news stations, they're calling or alerting the poll workers. So people aren't afraid anymore, and that they have every right to be not afraid, because it's free speech, right? You can say what you want, and so don't be scared. Say something, because we're not going to make a change. We've come a long way in 2 years. We still have a ways to go, but to see where we were in 2020 versus 2022, I'm proud to say, with the hard work of people like Michael and Dell and so many others, we could go on and on,
sure,
who have worked endless hours using their own personal funds to make sure that we have election integrity. And when people go to vote, they feel like their vote is actually being cast and cast properly. So yes, we have come a long way. We still have a ways to go. And it was great to see today. Now, you don't want to see any type of machines going down or anything like that. But to see that it's being reported so early on and immediately, that is a sign of we're on the right path.
Yeah, and in certain states, we had attorney generals and secretary of states telling us, because of the massive turnout in early voting, for whatever reason, they might take several days to count some of these votes, and that just throws up a few warning flags for me about that. 13 minutes past the hour. To kind of recap, if you're just now joining us, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, we're live here in our Right Side Broadcasting Studios. We've got team coverage around the country. We're going to head out to Arizona, which is always great. We're going to head out to Pennsylvania, and we're down in Mar-a-Lago as well. We'll check in with Liz Willis down there. And of course, we've got this ticker, as you see on the bottom of the screen. As these election polls close, we're going to be updating that ticket. So if you've got your particular race you're looking for, what state, it doesn't matter what race in that state, we're going to have all that on the bottom of the screen there. So we're going to keep up with that. And that's in real time. And I'm happy to say, Vanessa, that we have an incredible service that we're utilizing here that's going to get you these results the quickest than probably anybody will have. Now, it's a matter of seconds, but still a matter of seconds in this business means a lot.
Yes, and also as you look at that ticker at the bottom of your screen, if you have your phone in your hand, you can also refresh our website, rsbnetwork.com, because we have the map of the U.S. on our website. Again, 35 Senate seats are at play in this election. 435 House seats are at play in the Senate. We need 51 seats. So that's the key for tonight. Of course, we want to win the House to send Nancy Pelosi into retirement. So, but again, you can watch that map in real time as polls close and early voting numbers come in, and also as election day numbers come in. And as states are called and races are called, you will see it first here on RSBN.
There you go. Check out that free TrumpBox.com too. That's pretty
Absolutely.
cool.
That is cool. I hadn't seen that yet. A
Shout
Trump
out.
mystery box.
Yeah, shout out to the mystery box that we have on our network. Shout out to all the sponsors that we have. All right, it's 15 minutes past the hour. I believe we're going to check in with Matthew Alvarez, who is live in Doug Mastriano's camp there, just outside Gettysburg, I believe, Pennsylvania. A big historical place down there. Of course, that is a huge race. Matthew, what is it like right now? What's going on?
We're here at the Penn Harris Hotel, and I can tell you that, of course, there's overwhelming support. Overwhelming support for
we'll get back
Mastriano,
to Matthew Alvarez here in a second. Looks like he's got a disco ball right now.
Yeah, they're having a great time. The lights are out, but the disco ball's going.
There you go. Well, you know what? It could be a party there in Pennsylvania, as Doug Mastriano will talk a little bit about his race. You know, we were there when he announced that he was going to run for governor. And let me tell you something. We've covered a lot of political announcements in the last couple of years, and that was huge. I mean, that was a massive announcement, and there was probably 1,500 people in this hotel ballroom when he made that announcement. And here's what's interesting about Doug Mastriano. When he first said, you know, I'm going to run for governor, I had a lot of people reach out to his network and tell me that's not the guy you want to get behind. That's not the horse you want to get behind on this race, and told me that, well, he's too MAGA, he's too pro-Trump, he's not fitting into the establishment. But Vanessa, it turns out he was the perfect person to run for governor in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely, a Trump-endorsed candidate, and he actually fought to overturn the 2020 election.
The first person.
Yeah, absolutely. He pretty much led the movement, right?
He did.
And so Doug Mastriano, he has made a name for himself. He has some momentum going into this election. And, you know, look at the crime in Pennsylvania. He's saying that the attorney general just isn't doing enough. He's not tough on crime. You have these criminals walking the streets. They want to put them behind bars and keep them behind bars. And I think, Brian, you're seeing these crime rates across the country. And that's one of the key points, one of the many in this election, is crime in the cities that people live in, their hometowns. They're at home with their kids. There's a lot of murders going on, aggravated assaults going on, stabbings going on, and these criminals get a slap on the hand in these Democrat-run cities and states instead of putting them in jail and keeping them in jail. So people are fed up with that.
No, you're absolutely right, and that has been kind of the playbook from the Democrats as far as, you know, decriminalizing certain things. And we've seen, you know, when you look at the summer of 2019, the riots of that whole movement, they didn't prosecute people that vandalized property. They didn't prosecute people who broke into stores and stole goods. They didn't prosecute for a lot of stuff like that. And so you had criminals running the streets without any accountability. And I think that set the tone for what would ultimately happen to what we're seeing today. So, you know, law and order under President Trump means if you break the law, you go to jail. Law and order under conservatives mean if you break the law, there's time to pay for that. And the Democrats have completely eliminated any accountability. And that's why you've seen, in my opinion, crime spiked so high in these Democratic cities across the country?
Absolutely. And going back to Doug Mastriano, he's a retired military officer. And so, you know, if you say military, they know what it's like to put their finger in your face and say, no, this is not what's going to happen. This is not what we put up with. So he's definitely right up there in the race, close race, and we're watching that one really close tonight.
Yeah. And of course, we're going to move down south to Georgia as well and check in on that race. We don't have anybody live in Georgia, but Georgia is another huge race. You know, the Senate race going on right now. Herschel Walker, I was listening to a radio interview on my drive in to Alabama from Atlanta. And, you know, the first question out of the box was, you know, do you think we have any momentum going into this election? Because I think a lot of people thought that he was points way far behind. And I feel like he has maintained some ground. We know a couple of weeks ago, there were some stories that came out about Herschel Walker that might have pushed him back a little bit more. But I think voters are starting to realize that if you get this Democratic senator, if you continue to serve the people of Georgia, you're going to continue to go down the same path that they're going down right now, and they need change, and they need change fast.
Yes, these personal attacks, I don't think affected him too much. They slandered him. I think that people can pick up on that. I think voters can see that this might have been an October surprise, right?
Sure.
These are all coming out in October. That's what we expect in every election cycle. And so they came out at the perfect time for the Democrats to slander him. And I think that's what was going on, also the press as well. Look, he's a former NFL player. He can carry the ball. He can carry the state as well.
Yeah. And they've got Brian Kemp up for re-election. Now, if you remember the last election, Stacey Abrams claimed that she won the governorship here in Georgia. So she still thinks she won, and she's trying to win again. I think that's a blowout there, and we'll see when these polls start to close. We get some early numbers on that. I do think it's a blowout for Stacey Abrams, and Brian Kemp will be the governor once again in Georgia. And it was really interesting last night at the Trump rally in Dayton, Ohio, listening to some of the shout outs that President Trump gave. And once again, you know, he promoted Brian Kemp, which early on wasn't the most, I guess, favorable candidate for President Trump. You know, doesn't really like, after the 2020 election, some of the things that he could have done or could have said. But nevertheless, the state under control of Brian Kemp is far better than any state under Stacey Abrams.
Yes, and you just mentioned about her past election where she felt like she won. She's been talking about voter suppression, right? And she was saying how the Black voters, she's been really trying to reach out to them. But again, I think we are past that stage. I think that no matter your race, no matter your ethnicity, people are going to vote who they want to vote for, who's going to do best for their city, their county, their state, their nation. And I think the days of just because I'm this ethnicity, you should vote for me, are over. And she's still trying to play that role.
Identity politics. All right. I think we might have Matthew Alvarez down in the Doug Mastriano camp down there in Pennsylvania and check in on that. Matthew, what is it like right now in the Mastriano camp?
Well, good evening, Brian and Vanessa. Right now, everything is just kind of like the calm before the hopeful red wave storm here in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. We're at the Penn Harris Hotel as we wait to see the results come in. And obviously, true patriot himself, Doug Mastriano, his wife, Rebby, and Carrie Del Rosso, who would be the lieutenant governor here in Pennsylvania. We're obviously hoping for a big turnout today with the votes. We know that the polls close at 8 o'clock tonight. And Doug Mastriano, he's been campaigning across this state. I went to a couple campaign rallies pretty recently, and I'll tell you, hundreds of people. I felt like I was on a Trump rally for a second. There were hundreds of people in line waiting to get inside, waiting to hear Mr. Mastriano speak, and also Rebby, and also a number of other people that are running for office, America First candidates. So overall, there's overwhelming support for Colonel Mastriano in Pennsylvania. Of course, central Pennsylvania, definitely red. Parts of Philadelphia, some of the suburbs have some red, and in Pittsburgh. So this is going to be a huge night, and hopefully there will be results that we see tonight in the Keystone State. Obviously, we don't want to see anything like this wait till tomorrow. Voting today wasn't too bad. I voted just about 20 minutes south of here, and it wasn't much of a line. It was pretty simple to get in there. and used a paper ballot and used the Sharpie and filled out the votes from there. So tonight, the entertainment is from Daniel Goki. He is a Christian artist. He'll be playing here tonight. So overall, things are just getting started here in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. Let's send it back to you in studio.
Now, Matthew, you know, one of the things I loved about Doug Mastriano was, like we said, he was the first guy to come forward and say, look, I don't really agree with what happened on the 2020 election. So he was really forward on all that.
Right. There was a narrow lead for Biden in 2020 in that state. So he had every right to question if there was that narrow of a lead, and he thought there were some suspicions going on at different polling locations. Yes. And to make that movement, per se, across the country for people to start following his path, states to start following his paths. He really started a trend, and he woke up the sleeping giant.
He did. Okay, staying in Pennsylvania, another hot race, obviously, is Dr. Oz and Fetterman. And I really, one that can't believe that Fetterman is even on the ballot, and that is your nominee from the Democratic Party for that position. But nevertheless, that's what it is. And it's going to be, you know, look, the latest polls that I've seen, and I'm not really one to put too much merit in these polls, but I think Dr. Oz has this race wrapped up.
Well, let's hope so. Yes, another race that's closely tied together in the polls, and so we're watching it closely. All of America is, but John Fetterman, I'm worried about right now. He just recently had a stroke this year, and he won't release his medical records. He refuses to release them. So, is he fit to serve if he were to win?
Well, we saw some of the debates that went on, and of course, he had to have almost an interpreter there to help him on those debates. And we've seen the sound bites. And, you know, when you look at President Biden, it seems like at times he has a very difficult problem forming a sentence. So does Fetterman. And you know, everything aside, like I want his health to be first and foremost. We all can agree with that. We're not going to put the guy down on his health, but we are going to challenge him on his political views and what's best for the state of Pennsylvania. And let me tell you something. This guy is progressive. He is as radical as they come. And if you're in Pennsylvania and you don't like what you're seeing right now as far as oil, gas, and all the natural resources that you have in Pennsylvania, guess what? If Fetterman is in control of that, or if he has a new position of power, you can pretty much kiss all that goodbye. And by the way, you know, is there any type of standard that we should have where perhaps we could put something on other than a hoodie? Yeah. You know, when I first saw this guy, I thought perhaps they caught him on a bad day going from the gym to his Honda Civic. But nevertheless, that was his outfit all the time, that Fetterman was always seen in a baggy pair of basketball shorts and a hoodie and some old sneakers. That was his look. And quite frankly, I think that's kind of disrespectful to the position of what he's running for.
I agree with you. And you know, where is the respect for the office? And when you think of a congressman, when you think of a governor, when you think of a president, you think suit and tie, they're dressed for the job. Always dressed for the job you want, correct? And so we don't want it to be sloppy. Everybody wants you to show up to do your job, obviously, and take care of the country first. But attire, yes, I agree. It's a very sloppy look, and not a good look for that position.
Not a good look for that position. One thing we can never say is that they didn't ever criticize President Trump on his appearance. I mean, Trump is, you know, when you say the words Trump, it just speaks volumes in class and style and prestige. And I think that was an image that he's always lived up to. But John Fetterman, I just don't see how this guy gets in, and hopefully we'll get some results as the polls close. If he's now joining us, welcome. We're live here on Election Night in America. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, we're live here. We've got correspondents around the country that will be giving us updates as the polls close. And of course, let's move down south real quickly, talk about Florida. Of course, Ron DeSantis up for re-election there. I think that's a lock. I think there's no chance that Chris wins this race. He got a good promotion last night from the president in Dayton, Ohio, and said, hey, you go out and vote for Ron DeSantis, which is a good look. which we all can agree that Florida is better off with Ron DeSantis as the governor.
I think the entire nation can agree with that. He is America's governor. That's the nickname that people have given him because America loves him. I think just about every state would love to have a Governor Ron DeSantis run their state. He is just wonderful for the people. You know, they just got hit by this hurricane, and living on the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, I can understand and relate to the people because I have been hit by hurricanes as well. So when they were hit by Hurricane Ian, to see how involved Governor DeSantis was and how much he loves the people, because a lot of times you see these governors and they're at press conferences or they're in the Capitol. You don't see the real them, right? We saw the real Governor Ron DeSantis during that time, and he was there on the ground cooking for first responders. He was hugging the necks of the people in the neighborhoods who were worst hit by this storm, and he was on the ground with them. And look how fast, billions of dollars in damages for this area. So
he even had a relief with Luke Bryan coming on stage and getting flack for, or Luke Bryan getting flack for having DeSantis.
Absolutely. And who did he get flack from?
The
media.
Yeah,
the left.
Media, yeah.
And who celebrated it? The people. And that's what matters. The people love him. And I think he's shoe-in.
Yeah, easy shoe-in. There's also talk about Matt Gaetz down there in, I'm going to say it's Florida District 1. If I'm not mistaken, I'll look that up. But Matt Gaetz, out of everyone in Congress, I believe Matt Gaetz and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene have the greatest margin of victory. And Jim Jordan might be in there as well, of anybody in Congress. So they pretty much obliterate their opponents by at least 60, 70 points. So I think Matt Gaetz has that district wrapped up as well. And he is one of these firebrands that really stands up for President Trump and all of his America First policies. And we need that right now more than ever.
Have you noticed, Brian, you have President Trump that comes out. I have never in my lifetime seen candidates have that same fire and energy that President Trump has. I say the same. I don't think anyone can have the same fire and energy as President Trump, but we're seeing some similarities in so many candidates. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, as you just mentioned, Kari Lake. There is a new Republican Party, and I think it's because President Trump started this movement, this MAGA movement. People are fed up with where our country's going, where we stand right now, and so you have these candidates who are not just going back to our wardrobe, not just suit and tie. Oh, I'm going to go in and do my job. They're down there with the people. Yeah. They're fed up. They're mad. They're angry. They want to save this country. They love this country. And it all started, in my eyes, with Donald Trump. And so these candidates are kind of, hanging on to his coattails saying, we're going to be just like you because we love it.
Yeah, they got the same DNA. And I will say this, the country club Republicans of the Mitch McConnells of the world, your time is up. And it's only a matter of time before you are replaced with more of an America First conservative Republican that will go off the MAGA, make America great again. And we're seeing it's going to take a few cycles, Vanessa. We can't do it in one election cycle. It's going to take a couple. And Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene said the other day that you do a couple cycles of that. You get the presidential election, go a couple cycles with that. And I think it could strain out the majority of the swamp. That's how you drain the swamp. But you got to identify who they are. And of course, President Trump, his first 2 years in office, Vanessa, had a difficult time getting a lot of stuff done because his own party was fighting him. His own party with the right standing in his way. It wasn't really the left. Like we expect the left, but do not expect our own party to block things. And unfortunately, that's what President Trump had to deal with. But the good news is, 2 years now going into the midterm of 2022, we have an opportunity to send a new breed of conservatives to DC to fight for the president, which we all think, in our personal opinion, he is going to make an announcement on the 15th of November. But there's a new wave, a new breed of Republicans coming that will fight for the people in this country.
100%. It's a new Republican Party. And I think that we're seeing that every day. And they're fighting for the people. They're with the people. The people know that. And that's why we're expecting this red tsunami today, because you'll hear from the media. Brian, for example, I was in Washington, D.C. when whenever Trump was inaugurated from elections in 2016. He was inaugurated in January 2017. There was one block of Washington, D.C., where looters were just destroying the businesses, and the protesters were out stomping on cars. And on the media, they were saying that they were taking over the city. They were not. So what the people of America were saying at home was just this one block radius of all of this destruction going on, and making it seem like, you know, Washington, D.C. was under siege. News. Who was that brought to you by? Donald Trump. Yep. And so he has just opened the eyes of so many people. And I just think the Democrat Party, they're scared. They don't have any good candidates that can really compete. Look at Donald Trump's endorsements for the primaries, 98% winners. And so it's a new Republican Party, and the people are switching over from the Democrat Party in vast numbers. And I think that it's going to be a good next couple of years for conservatives.
I don't know if we have Adam Taxon available on the social media desk now. I don't know if we have him ready. If we can, let's get him queued up here shortly. We'll go to him to find out what people are talking about on social media. Let's go real quickly. You've got a gubernatorial race there. Of course, Greg Abbott versus Beto O'Rourke. No chance that Beto wins this race. I want him to stop running for elected position in the state of Texas. He's wasting his money. Tomorrow, I want it to be National Refund Day for anybody who donated to these liberal candidates that have no chance of unseating a conservative in office right now. So it's National Refund Day tomorrow. Also, Ken Paxton needs to be reelected. I can't think of any reason why Ken Paxton should not be reelected in the state of Texas. He has filed 13, maybe 14 lawsuits against the Biden administration for various violations.
I believe that may be the most.
It's the most, and he has about a 93% success rate on winning those. So Texas, despite what you might hear from the mainstream media, is very much red. And you and I both live there. We know that. But it's time for the people of Texas to show up tonight and prove it once again.
Prove it once again, and don't get complacent where you're saying, oh, Texas is going to vote red. We don't know that. If you're sitting at home, we don't know that. And it's not just the governor's race or the attorney general's race. It's your local elections as well. Yeah. We need to, and that's all over the country. Your local elections, state elections, national. It is so very important in all categories. But going back to Beto O'Rourke, don't California or Texas. At some point, yes. How many times can you be a loser without saying, okay, I give up? Or this isn't the place for me. I stand no chance here. Maybe I should move to California. He'd fit in better there, maybe.
Sure.
And so, yes, he I don't know what he's thinking, actually. We just keep seeing him over and over again.
Well, it's a fundraiser. We could talk about this on the show, and I don't understand it. Why some of these people go out and fundraise. I'll give you a great example. There's a candidate running up in the District 14 of Georgia against Marcia Taylor Greene that is fundraised $15 million. Now, this is a guy going up a deep red seat in Georgia. It's almost by all pollsters, predictability, there's a 99.99% chance he's going to lose, but yet still raises $15 million. Now, you can start to ask, where does that money go? And who's giving him that money? But when you go to Beto, it's the same thing. It's just, now he doesn't get pounded as much as this guy will be. I mean, he'll probably lose by 3, 4, 5 points, or maybe 7. That's a pretty good margin. But the left, Hollywood, the media, big money, dark money will keep flowing into the left. And so the only way we prevent that from being successful is showing up and voting, period. Well,
tomorrow should be National I Demand a Refund Day.
I Demand a Refund Day. Now, what's interesting about the money, and that's a whole different show, and I'd love to talk about it at one point, but if I wanted to run against a very deep blue seat somewhere in this country, and I was to run and fundraise, let's say I raised $10 million, I can staff my entire campaign outfit with people that maybe my friends, maybe my family, and I could pay them big fat salaries to work on my campaign. These people are making a living grifting and running against embedded people. Another great example is AOC. Okay, I don't think AOC, quite frankly, is beatable in the short term. I think she's beatable in the long term, but you got to understand, she fundraises a lot. She has a lot of money. She's one of the top fundraisers on the Democratic side in DC. So it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of effort, and it's going to take a little bit more strategy than just throwing money at something. So if people want to keep throwing money at these liberal candidates and getting no traction, then just go. I'd rather you go donate to a homeless shelter,
right,
and make a difference in this world, because you're throwing money at candidates that have no chance of winning. And it's a shame that, unfortunately, that's our politics. That's the game. But who benefits, Vanessa? And you and I both know this: the media. The media outlets in this country right now, folks. When it gets to political season, and Vanessa and I have both worked in the mainstream corporate media, it is big money. These stations are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, if not a week, in bigger markets, on media buys. And so the media, fake media, are making money during this political season. So they're paid to spread sometimes lies against conservatives. Now, Vanessa, I wish, and we saw this back in 2020, I believe, when certain news outlets were censoring the political commercials. They were saying they're built on lies. I can't air this. Now, when's the last time a hit piece on a conservative got censored?
Right.
They won't do that.
Yeah. Can't think of a time. Yeah.
But they'll censor a conservative commercial against a Democrat. So who's making money on this? Liberal candidates running into deep conservative districts and the media. They are making a fortune during this political season.
Yeah, it's the Super Bowl ads of politics, right? I mean, they're making so much money, as you mentioned. You think about the Super Bowl and how much people pay for a 30-second ad during the game. It's the same thing in this mindset. It's the same. They're making the same amount of money over a span of time. And so think about that next time you make an endorsement and you're watching these political ads on TV during your 10 o'clock news on a mainstream media network.
No, you're absolutely right. And I said this before, Vanessa, if you're watching CNN, MSNBC, Hee Haw, or any one of those other ones, you see an ad for a company, you got to start to think to yourself, are they really trying to reach the consumer and sell that widget, that product, or are they funding a liberal message? And a lot of times, Vanessa, they're not interested in actually selling the product. They want to fund an agenda. So to your point, that's what you got to think about sometimes. It's 41 minutes past the hour. Coming up at 6:45 here local time, we are going to check in with Liz Willis, who's down at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, and I want to go back to ads.
Okay.
Here at Right Side Broadcasting, we have the best advertisers, and we're so grateful for them. And we also want to talk about East Fired, because they come on and they join with us, and they love that we are reporting the truth, and we love doing advertising.
Let me tell you something. That Trump book you see right there, freetrumpbook.com,
Yes.
freetrumpbook.com. Look at the illustrations. Look, let's just be honest. This is the kid's guide to President Trump. But I'll be honest with you. If you gave me that gift right now, if you ordered one of those, which, by the way, it's free, you just have a small fee for shipping and handling, I'd be more than happy to do that.
I would too. And I have an 11-month-old at home, and he would definitely sit in my lap as we read the book every night before bed.
I love it. freetrumpbook.com. There's a website. And of course, Mike Huckabee. I mean, how good is he?
Yes.
And which, by the way, Sarah Sanders is up for election. I think she's going to win. I mean, what's funny about that race? I have not seen hardly any promotion from her. And maybe that's good. Maybe she doesn't necessarily need it, that she has that election locked up. But you haven't really heard much from that race at all.
Now that you say that, you're absolutely right. And maybe because it's being overshadowed by all these other elections that are tight and needed for the conservatives and the Republican Party to win. But I don't know. We'll have to check in and see how her camp's doing tonight.
Yeah, so go get that book over at freetrumpbook.com. A couple minutes, and we'll check in with Liz Willis, who was down in Mar-a-Lago, which is a beautiful place. And we're going to ask her some of that here in just a second. But we're going to continue our coverage across the country. We want to remind everybody to go to our social media. This is a great time to share this broadcast. Now, we just came off 4 Trump rallies back to back. I got in from Dayton, Ohio very early this morning. I'm running on pretty much zero sleep at this point. So I will have to break out the Red Bulls before too long because I'm going to need one to stay awake. But we've got team coverage, and and really, Lord knows how long this might go into the night. I do remember the Glenn Youngkin gubernatorial race in Virginia. I think we were on the air 9.5 hours, and I was solo 9.5 hours, and I had some guests come on there. Thank God. I would have been passed out from talking, but that race was decided really late in the night because of all the votes they had to count from all the different counties and all the mail-in ballots and things like that. Now, we're going to experience that tonight. There is no doubt we are going to see that play out tonight, especially in some of these very highly controversial states, Pennsylvania, Arizona. We haven't talked about Wisconsin very much. We'll get to that in a second. Michigan as well. So buckle up, good buddy, because it might be a long night here at Right Side, but we're committed to bringing it to you.
Buckling up right now. Let's talk about social media. We want to check back in with Adam Jackson. I think he might be ready to go. He's been checking out what's trending and giving us some analysis from the social media front. Adam.
Good evening, Right Side audience. It's great to be here. Probably saw a lot of me in 2016 during the campaign's various locations, 2020, a little bit of me. And you were supposed to see me early on, but we had what you think is a technical difficulty, but it wasn't. Everything was fine, but what was really going on is we wanted to do a metaphor. Little technical difficulty here is just to indicate what people are talking about on social media, which is a lot of technical difficulties, particularly in places like Arizona, Pennsylvania. Yes, all the polls are still open, and people are going to be talking about that soon, but my job tonight is to monitor what people outrage going on. Now, I'm going to start you off with a tweet here. I'm following Twitter, Telegram, Truth Social, and trying to process as much information and give you the best parts of it. This is from Indiana, a guy named Indy Spanglish, a Cuban-American guy, has a big following, and we're not going to be in Indiana much, hopefully, or else it's a really bad night for Republicans. But this is an example of a tweet that people were talking about earlier today. You can see it 7 hours ago. What's the problem? Why you should vote Republican, why not? And I'll just show you how it continues right here. And now ask yourself, am I voting for the very same party that created the reason I'm unhappy? Thank you, Indy Spanglish. He's, by the way, he had a big viral video about Howard Stern, who has been very much featured on Twitter the last few days as someone trending for saying, I have it right here, that Herschel Walker is a dummy and stuff. And ironically, or not ironically in that case, Indy Spanglish had a viral video showing some of the things Howard Stern did 25 years ago, 30 years ago, involving blackface. So I remember him getting a video that was like 1 million views. So that's one example. I'm also following other people. For example, we have here Truth Social, which was created by a guy named Donald Trump, who you may have heard of. Blueprint, big following there. That's the kind of thing we're going to follow. A lot of information to process. Telegram, some of you may know Lieutenant Colonel Steve Murray, one of the big people on there. He's really accumulated a following over the last few months. And I apologize, there's going to be some profanity on your screen. It's social media. It's not CBS, NBC or something. So you can read what he's saying there. He's based in Arizona. There are a lot of problems in Arizona. Arizona is being more talked about than any other state right now in terms of just outrageous problems with voting machines. And you'll see a little bit of RSVN Network and a little bit of the Gateway Pundit. And let's go back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much. That's good to say. Adam kind of teased it and said, hey, it's social media. Sometimes some things are said on social media that you don't want to repeat. So, I guess use your social media as cautious as best.
You never know what kind of memes you're going to see as you're scrolling. So bear with us if you see something, put the kids in the other room, make them turn around real quick.
Okay, so we also got team coverage down in Mar-a-Lago, and that's where our own Liz Willis is staked out there. We're pretty much ground zero with President Trump there. Liz, what's going on down there in Mar-a-Lago?
Hi, Brian. So we actually just saw President Trump a few moments ago. He made an early appearance. He came out and spoke to some of the reporters that are here at Mar-a-Lago, and he was nothing but nice, kind, and generous. He kept answering the questions, and then at the conclusion of each question, he made it very clear. He said, just enjoy yourselves, have fun. They actually provided food and beverage for the media, which I am not used to. So I feel pretty spoiled here right now. And he also answered a question. One of the last questions asked was, have you made your choice for VP? And he said, you'll know that soon, possibly, or I'll get back to you on that one. It was kind of hard to hear, but he was happy. He was having a great time. And, this Mar-a-Lago is just absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful place. I cannot imagine being any other place in this country right now than in Mar-a-Lago.
I mean, you mentioned it earlier. When President Trump dresses, he dresses to the T. You hear the name Trump and you think of class. Same thing goes for his watch parties. That is the most beautiful backdrop for a watch party I've ever seen. And so that's just when Trump does it, when his family does it, it's going to be A+ material.
It is. Now, of course, I wanted to ask Liz, and we can ask for the next checkout. As far as there's a storm down there, so I don't think that really stopped a lot of people from going out and voting. But nevertheless, if that storm would have come a little later, I guess, maybe it would be more impactful, or a little sooner, I guess you could say, come through today. Maybe that would have impacted the voter turnout there in Florida. We don't know, but I'm glad that she's got a beautiful night. And the pictures, by the way, I don't know if you go online, you'll see these pictures on her social media. Absolutely beautiful, and Trump was right there answering the questions. You just gotta love it that here's a guy that just got off the road for 4 straight days, flying across this country, and Trump forced one. But he went out to vote today. He had put out a press release and said, "Hey, I'm going to go to this precinct, and if you want to cover me, this is where I'm going to be." That's how open and transparent President Trump is, and that's what I love about the guy. He just keeps going.
I don't know where he finds the energy. Well, he must have a lot of Red Bull, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Or a good coffee. Yes, I'm not near his age, and I get tired quickly after one rally. So how he did 4 back-to-back and continues to go strong. But I think, Brian, if you think about it, the energy of the people, when he walks out into a stage, and we've covered many rallies, you more than I have, but it never gets old. No. Every time he walks out, there's this energy that, unless you're there, the pictures and the video really don't tell the story. The whole place erupts. They're excited. They're energized. They're hopeful, and they just love him. And so, that has to feed him energy. That energy just transforms into his body and gets him on the road again, on his plane again, and he's ready to get to the next one because he loves the people that much. He loves the country that much, and that has to energize him.
And last night, he teased a little bit of a major announcement happening on next week on the 15th. Now, we're going to be there. We'll bring it to you live, whatever time they decide they're going to do that, because that's what we do. So we'll be back down in Mar-a-Lago with any type of announcement. I actually think he was going to announce last night. I really thought he was going to do it. A lot of people said, well, maybe he's going to wait till after the election. So, and I will say this, and there's a great tweet out, and you go to my Twitter at Brian Glenn TV, you'll see it. President Trump puts everyone first. He has done that. President Trump could have easily, after the 2020 election, walked away, went back into private life, and had a beautiful life. He can play as much golf as he wants. You've got a beautiful first lady. You've got a great family. He could have enjoyed his life. But instead, he chose to hit the road and campaign for these America First candidates. I think he has done close to 38 rallies in 17 different states over the last since he left office. And that was all an effort to promote these candidates. Now, this is what's incredible about this guy. If you notice at the end of his speech last night, Vanessa, he read off every one of these candidates that we should go out and vote for. Okay. It wasn't about me. It was about these America First candidates. So that's the type of person that President Trump is. He was putting, not only does he put the people first, he puts the American First candidates first and made the focus on them rather than on him last night.
he has endorsed 330 candidates in this election cycle. 330 candidates. Think about that. He just doesn't call them on the phone and say, hey, I'm endorsing you. He interviews them. He talks with them. He studies them. 330 people. And so he's done his homework. He's done a lot of work. And to name them all, name the people. We got this movement going on. Don't stop now. Remember to go out and vote tomorrow. These are the people I've endorsed. Make sure you check that box by their name.
Yeah, go up and down. Flood the polls. 6:54 Eastern, 5:54 here Central Time. Now the polls close in about 6 minutes on the East Coast, so we should have a good idea once those tickers come in. Of course, you've got the small, you got some reports down below of some news things coming in. We'll have election results on the bottom of the screen as well. Remember, the broadcast you're seeing on the screen right now ends in just over 3 hours. We're going to switch exclusively on Rumble, which has been a great partner in all of this.
Can you explain that? Because I have gotten some questions, received some questions from people. They think that when they're watching the app, the RSBN app, they have to go to Rumble.
Yeah, okay, well, I can see where that might be
so
confusing.
it's if you're on social media.
If you're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, any other platform,
it ends there.
It ends there.
I just wanted to clarify because I do get questions about that all the time.
It's a good question because if you're on the app and you're watching us on the app, like you may have it in front of you right now, you're not going to be cut off. You're going to keep going. And of course, if you're on Rumble, obviously, that stream continues. But that's a great question because, in this age of social media, and let's just be honest, you get kind of some of our older viewers have a typical, more difficult time kind of navigating through the web, which we all do. It can get very, very confusing. So just please know if you're watching us on anything other than Rumble and our app, it is going to end just over 3 hours from now.
Absolutely. And speaking of Rumble, we are very thankful for their partnership. The numbers last night at the Ohio rally were outstanding because I think people were waiting they knew Trump was going to say something. What was he going to say? Maybe announcing who was going to run. We weren't sure. We all know he's keeping everyone on their toes. But the numbers there on Rumble were really good. So if you haven't joined Rumble, make sure you do that.
Yeah, I mean, it was election eve, too, so that had a lot to do with it. And it was a Monday night. I mean, President Trump, has been a while since he had a rally on a Monday night. I mean, he kicked it off on a Thursday night in Iowa, and that was kind of a school night, I like to say, and Friday night and Saturday and Sunday. So it was very surprising, I think, the numbers, for me personally. I think I was very surprised the turnout was huge in Ohio. But it's the night before election, and I think this midterm is a little different than the other midterms. There's more at stake here. I think the candidates are polarizing. I mean, think about this for a second. When was the last time you were following a gubernatorial race in Arizona so closely as you're doing now?
That's what I was saying earlier. Kari Lake has put that state on the map. I mean, she has really awakened what is going on, the truth that's going on. She's trying to doesn't like it. The fake news doesn't like it. But she tells them like it is, and the people, just like Trump, they're loving her for it because they know that she is standing up for them. And so we talked about earlier, you're looking at Florida, you have the governor there. He's the people's governor. Everyone wants a governor like Ron DeSantis, right? I think we're going to all want a governor like Kari Lake.
You could say Kari Lake, my state, is what you should say, because that's exactly what she's done there. And her platform, and we'll check in with Catherine Cipher here in a little bit, who is in Arizona. Her platform has been this: let's protect Arizona, and let's do it through securing the border, and then let's do it through appointing our National Guard and doing some of the things that's in our Constitution that we can declare an invasion in the state of Arizona. That's what she's going to do. Now, the economy of Arizona has been relatively strong. The current governor, they have a surplus of money, so business is good. Taxes are relatively low in compared to being a state in the West, which sometimes you've got the California, Nevada, your state, your taxes tend to be a little bit more out there, but he's done a good job fiscally. Now, what he has not done a good job is controlling the influx of drugs at the border, human trafficking at the border, and to a certain extent, homeless problem. Phoenix and Scottsdale and Tucson has not historically seen a problem in homelessness, but in the last 4 to 5 years, it's a problem. And Kari Lake has addressed that as well.
We're seeing that all over the country as well. The homeless everywhere, even in cities that you have never seen it before. You're seeing it all over the place, even in smaller towns. So it's not just the big cities, or in you think of California, they have a lot of homeless in San Diego. You think of Austin, Texas. The last time I was in Austin, I couldn't believe the amount of homeless people that I was seeing on the streets. And so, yeah, it's a huge problem. And back to the border, Brian, there are estimated 12 million people, illegal immigrants, that is, illegal immigrants living in the U.S. right now. And just in the last year, 1.5 million is what they're saying.
And that's the ones we know.
That's what we know.
The gotaways are much higher than
Absolutely. And so that's in the last year. So we need to finish the wall. Kari Lake's big on, protecting our border, protecting Arizona. And that is one of the key issues. When voters go to the polls today, that is one of the key issues that they're voting on. They want to protect their state.
Yeah. And if we went out even further west to California, Gavin Newsom will clearly will continue to be the governor of California. That's not going away. They tried to clean up a lot of the district attorneys there in Los Angeles, the prosecutors, because they had kind of a no cash bail system where people were being not even locked up for crime. I mean, if you've seen the viral videos in social media of people smash and grab, going into stores, really robbing people on the sidewalk of cafes. And, I was out there not too long ago and was talking to some business owners. And they say, you know what? We now install, roll down lock cages because, if you have a retail store, you are susceptible to these smash and grab robberies that will basically clean you out. And so crime's out of control in California, but Gavin Newsom's not going anywhere. And I don't think the problems are going anywhere as well. I think we're going to continue to see high crime, high homelessness due to taxes, due to unemployment, due to drugs. California is very progressive on a lot of their drug stance. And no matter what side of the fence you sit on there on drugs, it is a problem there in California. And it's got people dazed and confused on what is right and what is wrong. Talk about that Claim Your Free Trump mystery box. Information is on your screen as well. freetrumpbox.com, freetrumpbox.com. Now that's pretty cool.
It is.
That is an Election Day special. And we have it right there for you to take advantage of. And we want to thank those guys for being a great partner of today's program. So go check it out. The Trump Mystery Box.
I don't know how many they have, but I don't know how long we're going with this broadcast either, but I'll need to log on because I would love to get a free Trump box, a mystery box in the mail. And Christmas right around the corner. So that could be a great gift for someone.
It would be a great gift for somebody. So there you go. Information is on your screen. freetrumpbox.com. Okay, so we got California. Here's another great state. If you go up to Oregon, Oregon could have the first Republican governor in a number of years. So that's a possibility. Once again, it's because, people are fed up with a lot of the tyranny that's going on in these states and a lot of the crime and of course, cost of living, the taxes, the quality of life is not what it should be. These are very beautiful places in our country, Vanessa. This is some of the most beautiful coastlines and some of the beautiful, land that God has created, but it's hard to enjoy them when you have extremely high taxes and crime that's out of control.
Yes, and staying on the West Coast, Nevada is another race that we're watching there, several races there. I am seeing, when I was just there just a couple of weeks ago in Nevada at a rally, and people from California are moving to Nevada. We saw and met so many people from California who said, I just sold my house there or my condo there, and I bought a house here in Nevada because I just could not stand the policies of Governor Newsom. We couldn't take it anymore, so I just packed up my family and I left. And you know what else is interesting, Brian, is you're seeing a lot of celebrities starting to do this as well.
Yeah, you've got some of them moved out of California, went to Montana. Of course, I would love to go to Montana.
Oh, beautiful. Meet me in Montana, right?
I think of Montana, I think of Yellowstone, and I think of
great show.
Who wouldn't want to be Rip and drive that big Ram truck around and just roll the city, but roll the countryside rather. But yeah, you're seeing a mass exodus out of these cities. San Francisco, another horrible place to live, and I don't know how anybody can describe it better than that. It is a horrible place to live when you have people just defecating on the sidewalks. And if you don't believe me, go out there and walk around. You'll see it, shooting up needles and heroin and drugs on the streets and violent crime. It's all there. It seems like it's something out of a movie, but it's not. It's the real life of California.
Yeah, it's really sad to see. And that's what people, I guess, they want. If they were going to reelect Governor Newsom, no normal person would want that or allow that, is all I can think. So, but there is some hope for California. I always have hope. And this is what I was telling the residents that had just moved to Nevada. I was telling them, never lose hope. If you're in New York, look at the governor's race there.
Hey, that's a good possibility that New York could get a Republican governor. And there's a very good possibility. Yeah. And we'll monitor that as well. If you're just now joining us 4 minutes past the hour as we're live here, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, live from our right side broadcasting studios. It's kind of a different look for us. If you're used to seeing right side, on the road, traveling across the country, showing the rallies. Yes, that's what we do, but we also have extensive coverage on elections. And so we're kind of dipping our toe into this arena, and we hope that you enjoy it. Now, we are going to have unprecedented election results that will be on the bottom of the screen as the election unfolds. We'll have it all play out for you. We'll get real-time updates so you can know exactly what the situation is with the candidate of your choice, whatever race you're watching there. So, that's what we do here. And we're glad that you're joining us on tonight. And don't worry, you can always follow us on social media as well. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV, and Vanessa, you've got your social.
I'm Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard, and we're looking at the time, Brian. It's 7:05, and on the East Coast, some of these states, the polls are now closed, so we should be seeing some numbers start rolling in any minute now from early voting. Yeah, and of course, earlier in the day, we had a little bit of maybe some technical problems coming out of Arizona with these the votes being tabulated by the machines. The machines had some problems. We then had further problems over in New Jersey as well. Same problem, different state. And it really makes you think, is this how this election is going to play out as we saw it happen in 2020? And many of us, you watching right now, you're like, please, let's not replay that election all over again. But unfortunately, that could be, I hate to say it, but we could be here late tonight still wanting to know who won the elections. Right, and also for days to come. We hope that's not the case, but it could be the case, and we're hoping it's not a 2020 2.0. So we'll see what happens, and we are continuing to watch these reports coming in from different counties and several states that we're monitoring closely of some type of problems at the polls. So we're watching closely. The polls are starting to close on the East Coast, and taking a look at social media now, we want to go back to Adam Taxon.
Yes, I have another update, semi-update, I guess you could call it. I talked about the problems with the machines, and so many more stories are coming in, but there's another theme to this election in general that I think we have to go over, and it's going to continue to be a theme tonight. Just the huge shift in voting among certain groups. You've probably heard a lot about Latinos. I've heard statistics that suburban women, I don't know if it's just white suburban women, I think it's just suburban women, but there's been like a 26-point shift just in the last month or two. And a term you hear talked about a lot is mama bears. And I saw this tweet, and I think this explains so much. This is from Sloan Rackmuth out of North Carolina, big following. She is the head of the Educational First Alliance out there. And the themes we've been talking about, some of the outrageous things I don't need to go into right now that have been going on in schools, people are taking a stand, and this is probably affecting the votes of mama bears, for lack of a better term. And I think that's a great term, actually. You can see this. North Carolina parents are out in droves to vote for safer schools that deliver academic results so that all children have access to the American dream. I'm not sure it's so much different in North Carolina than other states, or just that people, they're more organized there. I'm not sure, but this seems to embody it. And I think that's Sloan in the middle right there. Let me show you another tweet. Now let's go to Truth Social. Got to ad-lib a little bit. No, that's not where we're going to go. I apologize for getting in someone's privacy there. But okay, bioclandestine, another big following on Truth Social. This is about the theme we're going to be coming back to again and again. Interesting things going on in Arizona, not just Maricopa County, but I've also heard a lot about Pinal County. That's a theme also. There is a lot of delays, all sorts of things that are a mess going on. Though I'm seeing tweets, for example, that it's an overwhelmingly higher Republican turnout there. And now the criticism of Brett Baer, you may remember what happened 2 years ago with probably not long after this part of the night, Fox News calling it for Arizona. That's a subject of a lot of ironic tweet right there. And we're not going to necessarily show Fox News, but you can see what has been going on in the text. This is the one I want to point you to from Bioclandestine. Again, very big following on Telegram. Why do the accidents, malfunctions, gas leaks, pipe breaks, and ballot shortages only happen in swing states? Great question. Where is my Truth Social here? There it is. There's a great poll that kind of speaks for itself from Blueprint, who has a big following. I give him credit. He has been banned for Twitter. It's a guy named Justin out of the Midwest somewhere. You can see this is echoing the two states I mentioned the most. So I have some accuracy so far, I guess. But Arizona and Pennsylvania are having the most stories about election fraud. I don't think people are paying attention to New Jersey, but they've had some outrageous things going on in Mercer County where things just didn't work. But really, people aren't paying that much attention to New Jersey or to Illinois, where I heard the things shut down in Champaign County over there. Let's just go and take a quick look at the Gateway Pundit. CNN, we will maybe see some fun, ironic tweets, truths, etc. about meltdowns there throughout the night. We're not quite there yet. I think polls are only starting to, I don't think any polls have closed yet. I think the first ones are 7:30 Eastern time in North Carolina and Ohio, if I'm not mistaken. But here you can see a CNN exit poll. Let's see what else is going on in Truth Social. I got all this time here. What's going on? What are we doing here? Okay, okay. This is Dominion voting machine down in Texas, Arizona, New Jersey, other voter irregularities reported. And the theme continues to be irregularities, technical issues, etc. Back to you at the desk.
We'll go over some of the things here trending as well. Great job there on the desk. I just got an alert that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has won re-election in the U.S. House of Georgia's 14th Congressional District. Now, she told me earlier that she's typically the first race to be called in the country because of the size of victory that she usually has. So congratulations to Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene for once again wrapping up that 14th Congressional District in Georgia. Now, mind you, okay, that her opponent has spent over $15 million to unseat her, but yet her race was the first pretty much one that was called in the country. So congratulations. And if you donate it to her opponent, it's National Refund Day tomorrow because you just threw away your money.
Yes, absolutely right. Again, congratulations, MTG. Huge fan, love following her. You know, we talked about it all night, Brian, and we'll continue talking about it for years to come. She is one of these fighters in Congress that we love to watch. The people love her, and it's obvious. Her the first race to be called tonight. So, yeah, huge fan of Marjorie Taylor Greene and everything she stands for, and how hard she fights for not just her district, but also for the country.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at Adam did a great job on the social media trending, but here's one that's really, I think, timely right now. And it's stay in line.
Yes.
Yeah, the hashtag number 3 in politics is stay in line. And of course, a lot of experts have said, and Mike Lindell and Carrie Lake is pictured on here as well, that if you're in line right now and the polls are closing, to stay in line. Don't get out. Don't have someone come and tell you that you're no longer allowed to stay in line. Now, there is a cutoff, though. This is not just an endless conga line of voters. There's going to be a point where you're going to be there too late. But if you're in line right now and the polls close, that you are absolutely have every legal reason to stay in line on that. So that I thought that was really interesting. That stay in line is trending. Maricopa County.
I was just about to say Maricopa County. That again is great to see because people are talking about it and it needs to be out there and told.
Here's the one that's really interesting. Are you ready for this? Trending number 8 on the news site on Twitter is trust CNN. Not kidding you.
I'm glad you said that because I wasn't going to say it.
That is the tweet. That is what's trending. Trust CNN, which is incredible. Of course, you've got a couple other tropical storm Nicole is on there as well.
Trust
Weather-wise,
CNN, your late April Fool's Day joke.
that is a late April Fool's joke. I'm really curious to see exactly what they're saying on the Trust CNN. Well, it's people making fun of them at this point because it's this, CNN's John Keane says, stay off social media, people. They're just trying to figure out the real issues with voting. Trust your local officials out there. Trust us here. So he wants them to trust CNN. These are the same people that were calling racist back in 2020 when just a small percentage of people in precincts were reporting. But hey, Vanessa, trust CNN, right?
No, I absolutely do not trust CNN.
Yeah. All
But
right.
it is comical to see that that's one of the trending ones and people are poking fun at it tonight.
But it's going to be interesting because tonight, this is what people are doing. If you just got off work, you get home, you've got to feed the kids, get the kids bathed, get them ready for bed and all that good stuff. And then you turn to us and to let the night unfold as this could be one of the most important midterm elections. I know we like to say that a lot, but I really do think it's one of the most important midterm elections in modern history because there's so much stuff that's at stake right now. There's so many things on the ballot. A lot of states are in limbo of really going the wrong direction politically, and this is our chance to turn it around. So we're glad that you're choosing to spend your evening with us. We will have, once these polls close, we will have the tickers on the bottom of the screen, so we'll stay up to date on all of these races. Now, we were in California, went up to Oregon. Now let's shoot back east and stop in the great state of Wisconsin. That is where, there's a lot of great races going on there. Just offhand, though, Adam Steen is running, and I don't remember. I think it's the 63rd district there. I'm not sure. I have to look that up. Adam Steen is somebody who is fighting to save that state and is going up against one of the most radical things. All right, so let's go ahead and move over to the great state of Florida. Look at that. That's whoa, wow. Now that is a little surprising. You've got 21% reporting right now. I would think that would be
early voting numbers.
Yeah. Early
Now
voting.
remember, these are probably mostly early voting numbers. I'm also surprised with you, Brian. But however, we don't have election day, full election day.
Typically, those numbers are
the
early voting.
Yeah.
With that, mail-in ballots, things like that. But 21% reporting there. Val Demings with a slight edge on Marco Rubio. Thanks for that update, guys, in controlling. First of all, I want to thank everybody who is with this broadcast. And full transparency, I want to say this. We start this broadcast off tonight with a prayer. And you guys don't hear it at home, but we heard it here in the studio because this is a spiritual battle right now. And we are praying that God puts his hand not only on this country and not only in these elections, but also on this broadcast. We come across, it's very complicated to put something together like this. And people who work in television have an idea of what it takes to put on a production like this with teams in Florida, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and of course here. It's difficult. It takes a lot of moving parts. So we prayed before this broadcast. We want you guys right now to pray for these candidates and pray for us as well, that we continue to push out the information that people need to know. So I just wanted to be transparent on that.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that because God first and everything, right? Carrie Lake hits on it. I was watching her at a rally last night and she was praising God for where she is now. Never in a million years would she have expected to be here, but she too always leads in prayer. And I think that more people in America need to put God back into their families, into their homes, and into their schools. Looking at another race right now, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like right now Raphael Warnock off to a pretty commanding lead, only 8% reporting there. Walker at 28%. I don't know exactly the counties that are coming in right now. Now, I will say this. When you get outside of Atlanta, you go up towards Marjorie Taylor Greene's county, we'll see a lot more Republican areas that they're obviously around the Atlanta metro area. It is very blue. It is very Stacey Abrams country. So that doesn't surprise me right now if that's what's being reported in the pretty much the Atlanta metro area. But you go up northwest Georgia, it's red. Northeast Georgia, Marietta, Alpharetta, all those cities up there. I think when those things come in, you're going to see Herschel run. You're going to see it turn around a little bit on that. But great, thanks for that update in the studio. That's good stuff there. So Wisconsin, Adam Steen, hopefully we can get an update on Wisconsin for too long. Going over to Michigan, another big race. You got Tudor Dixon, gubernatorial race. I know Christina Bobb has been spending all week in Michigan with Tudor Dixon on her campaign, trying to obviously help that. She's done kind of a bus tour around the state. Tudor Dixon is one of these candidates going up against Gretchen Whitmire. Gretchen Whitmire shut down the state of Michigan, and we were up in Michigan several times during the campaign season. Let me tell you something. I couldn't find a restaurant that was open. I couldn't find a business that was open. It was locked down. They couldn't find people to go to work. So I hope people in Michigan remember what happened to that state during the COVID and post-COVID era, because she locked those businesses down and destroyed generational wealth. And Tudor Dixon is a very successful business woman, comes from a great background. She's a survivor. She's a health survivor of cancer, I believe. She's a fighter. She's a winner, and she deserves to be in office. And hopefully the people of Michigan will do just that.
And she really pushed hard on the pandemic. That was on the forefront of her campaigning, was the pandemic, the restaurants being shut down, schools being shut down. She wanted a more free state, right? And so she really hit on that hard and really pushed the pandemic, where they were, how they were treated, feeling like people were left behind during those couple of years during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, so we'll do that as well. So, and then of course you got Christina Caramo running. I think we've Secretary of State there. She is tough, and I was at a rally several months ago, but she spoke, and that's the first time I ever heard her name. And when she took the stage, it was amazing. She was such a commander of the podium, and she just really stole the show, in my opinion. And she's such a fighter. So hopefully Christina Caramo will come to fight there in that state as well. Okay, dropping down to Ohio. We were just in Dayton, Ohio last night. And of course, J.D. Vance, huge, very popular, running for Senate there. I don't think J.D. Vance has a chance of losing that. All right, our attention goes to right now Stacey Abrams having, I would say, a commanding lead on Brian Kemp, but yet once again, only 8% voting right now. Once again, I like to say that the early voting might be more of the Atlanta metro area, which will skew Stacey Abrams, and hence we saw Raphael Warnock being up as well. So not a huge surprise there.
Yes, and just a reminder, this is what we expected. When these numbers come in, these early voting numbers come in, the Republican Party has been pushing for same-day voting. So we saw the long lines today. We saw the hundreds and thousands of people at polling locations. That's what we wanted, right? And so when you see early voting numbers come in to that magnitude, don't let it deter you. Don't let it upset you, because the night's still young. We still have election day votes to come.
Yeah, so we've seen that during the Carrie Lake primary when she was down for a considerable amount of time, and then we knew that the same day voting would kick in those states. Well, she won every county in the state of Arizona, by the way. And when that happened, it would push her totals up. So that doesn't really surprise me too much on that. So Ohio, back to Ohio real quickly. J.D. Vance, I think has a commanding. I think he's going to win that seat. Jim Jordan, of course, is a staple there in Ohio. I don't think there's a problem of him not being reelected as well. All right, decision 2022. We got Marco Rubio now. Hey, what do you know? Now Marco Rubio with 21% reporting for Vermont. He was down a point or so on the last check-in, so he has taken a lead there.
And just 2 days ago in Miami, that's who Trump was rallying for, Marco Rubio, and the Trump-endorsed candidates there in Florida. And, we saw a lot of Cuban Americans, Brian, at this rally, and they're really supportive of him. And it was a great rally. It poured on us, thunderstorms, but nobody left, nobody went anywhere, no lightning, so no one was in danger. But Marco Rubio now pulling ahead there in Florida with 50.7% of the vote, 21% of precincts reported.
Yeah, and want to note there on the weather side note, that was probably the wettest, and President Trump said he's never seen rain as hard as he saw at the rally. And I saw the images from Dan Scavino and some other people on social media, and it was just pouring.
Oh, we were drenched. The last time you saw me on RSBN, I had soaking wet hair, like I just got out of the shower, a poncho over my head. But you know what? We had a great time. People didn't leave.
They didn't leave.
They didn't leave.
Yeah.
They loved it. And he would pause and he would just look up at the sky and say, "Isn't this wonderful?" And the people would scream and holler. And you know, we were just all trying to save our equipment and everything else. But yeah, we stayed and had a great time.
Let's be honest. Would President Biden stay out there in the pouring rain?
No, and President Trump mentioned that.
So he did mention
that. Yes, he said, could Biden do this? And in fact, he mentioned as well, the teleprompters went down. One went out because things wet. It's wet. And then the other one was kind of like a windshield wiper when your windshield wipers don't, or a windshield when your windshield wipers don't. Yes, and you can't see. Well, that's what the other teleprompter was like. And he said, Biden couldn't do this, go off memory. All right, so looking at the governor's race in Florida, we have Ron DeSantis with a lead, the incumbent there, 53% of the vote to 46.3% of the vote, 44% of the precincts reporting there in Florida. So Ron DeSantis with a good lead right now.
That's a pretty sizable lead with 44% in. Of course, DeSantis, as we said earlier, I mean, he's probably one of the greatest governors that we have right now. And so it's not surprising that he's got a lead on that. So we anticipate that maybe be the next, early vote or decision that gets called here, because, when it comes to COVID and comes with all of things woke, Governor Ron DeSantis does it the right way. And he's puts legislation forward to protect our kids, protect our schools, protect our businesses. And it looks like the people of Florida has stepped up tonight to help re-elect him as well.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll continue to watch Florida. Again, the East Coast polls are starting to close there. We're starting to get some numbers in. And as soon as we get them, as soon as they are released, we'll show them to you. So stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be here for a while because we still have the rest of the country who's voting right now.
We do. And of course, one of the things I'm going to look into a little bit later is Caroline Leavitt. She is running for up in New Hampshire, and she would be, if she was elected, she would be the person ever elected to a so Caroline Leavitt will check in with that race there in New Hampshire. But hey, if you want to check out President Trump, there's the book right there, The Kid's Guide to President Trump. There's the website, freetrumpbook.com. freetrumpbook.com. Of course, it's free, but it got a small shipping and handling fee. But if you want to make sure you educate your kids on the accomplishments of President Trump, that's one way to do it. But it's also go to the website, freetrumpbook.com. Don't you love Governor Huckabee?
I do. And he looks great.
He does.
Sure. Yeah.
And hopefully, Sarah Sanders is elected as governor there in Arkansas. And, we were talking about earlier, that was one race that we really haven't seen a lot of press on, maybe because she had that thing going on a lot. It wasn't one of those heated races that we saw either in Pennsylvania and Arizona. So hopefully we can check in on that.
Yes,
as well.
and she also was out for a bit because she was diagnosed with thyroid cancer.
Right.
She overcame that. So congratulations to her. Definitely a fighter in so many ways. And she said she underwent, I'm reading the release from her, underwent a successful surgery to remove my thyroid and surrounding lymph nodes. And she says, so by the grace of God, I am now cancer free. So congratulations to her on that. And because we know, so many people out there fighting this terrible disease, and we seem to be fight and overcome. It gives those also fighting hope. And saying she can do it. She's in the public eye. I'm following her courage, and if she's still going out there and running this race, I can continue as well.
I think everyone fell in love with her when she was press secretary for President Trump, and what an amazing job she did standing up to the fake news press every single day. And you know what? And here's what's sad. They made fun of her for her weight, her size, for her hair, well, you name it. They made fun of her, but she stood there with dignity and class, and she took it, and she dished out the responses as well. But she really fought for this president, and I'm hoping that the people of Arkansas will do that.
I hope so as well. We'll find out tonight. And speaking of press secretaries, he had a great group. Right after her, Kayleigh McEnany was wonderful. Yep. And we had a comparison between the current press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, and Sarah Sanders.
Yeah, he's had quite the lineup for press secretary. And of course, we go to President Biden. He has had, in my opinion, two of the worst hiring that you could possibly want. And, you know, that's just what they do. They don't go off qualifications. They go off of whatever, you know, identity politics box they check. It's not the right person for the job, you know, and it's just, sadly, that's what it is. All right, going up to New Hampshire, U.S. Senate race there. Maggie Hassan got a pretty much commanding 50% of the voting coming in. You know, it's interesting about these smaller states, the amount of people, the amount of votes that you ultimately get. Look at the size of that. I mean, we're talking about, you don't have a big population state like New Hampshire, so it doesn't take many votes to kind of swing one way or the other. So take California or Texas and Florida, you know, massive population of people, a lot of numbers. It does take a little bit more effort to move the needle there, but it can be done there in these smaller states. We'll keep an eye on that as well. I know that North Carolina, Ted Budd, Bo Hines is another great person up for Congress. We had a chance to spend some time with Bo Hines not too long ago. Great guy, great America First candidate, endorsed by some great people. Marjorie Taylor Greene endorses him as well, so we'll keep an eye on that race. Really, ever we put the right people in place. We said this at the top of the show, Vanessa, that you know we can make a difference in DC right now, but it's going to take the right people. Now, if people think that if this tonight goes the way we want and we're able to get the right people in office, that things are going to change immediately, and that's not realistic. It's going to take a little bit on that. Moving back down to Florida, it looks pretty good for Kat. I mean, she's got a pretty much command lead. She's a great candidate, by the way.
She's wonderful, and she was also there in Miami the other night for the rally with President Trump, and she's just loved all over the country and a lot of energy.
Yeah, they're in District 3. A lot of energy. Of course, she was on, I want to say the America First agenda. I believe they were on bus tour that they were talking about that as well. So I want to talk about one of our great partners tonight would be the Free Trump Book. Yes. I mean, you're talking about a gift. You got Christmas coming up. You got even graduations are certainly a lot of little kids that graduate from preschool and things like that. You want to read a book to them, you can do just that. FreeTrumpBook.com. There it is. All the accomplishments of President Trump. You know, you're not going to hear it on social media. You're not going to hear it. They're not going to see it in the classrooms as well. But you can give the gift that will keep on giving because the accomplishments don't stop. President Trump, the Kid's Guide to President Trump there, and it's absolutely free. Just you got to pay a small shipping and handling fee, but you can have that book. There's the website, freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. We love those partners here at Right Side that we partner up and share the prosperity of conservatives.
Yes, and you know, great stockings with the kids in my family if they're over at the house on Christmas Eve, plus the night before Christmas. So we may need to rate, 2 books, right? Like make it a tradition. Why not? So, yeah.
We've been talking about also getting rid of rhinos, and I love what we did in Wyoming with Liz Cheney. And of course, I was up at the steps of the Capitol with Matt Gaetz a couple of years ago, maybe about a year and a half ago, really calling out Liz Cheney. And Matt Gaetz was the first person, hello everybody, that called for that. And well, it happened. And so we were up there with them. And so, you know, President Trump took care of the Bush dynasty. He took care of the Clinton dynasty. And he's taking care of the Cheney dynasty of where. Hey, here's a great race here. Anna Paulina Luna, 71% reporting. Now, she's down by a couple points, but this is noteworthy here because I think if we can stay in striking distance on that House CD 13 there in Florida, we have a great opportunity to take this seat. And she's doing an excellent job right now as we get close to, so yeah, 71% of the vote. That's a lot of votes already coming in. So
absolutely.
I'm hoping that we still have a lot of walk-in day of votings to go in that race. But Anna Paulina Luna just trailing rather just almost 6,000 votes, but
it's really not bad when you think about, still 71%. We still have a long way to go. And some of these counties might be rural areas. It may, not just be your bigger cities. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this one because it is close right now, and we still have some time. So Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are on our app, on our website, and also Rumble.
And I love it. And of course, we'll be counting down to that. So if you're watching us on Facebook, YouTube, or any other platform, get ready because that's going to dip in black in just about under 2 hours, and we'll go exclusively on our app and Rumble as well. We'll be checking in with crews across the country. There's a guy right there, Joe from Texas. Yeah. We know Joe from Texas. We had him on the show last night in Ohio, and it says right there, practical solutions for America's problems. Check it out today, joefromtexas.com. He's a guy that was in the oil industry. We can talk energy all day long because we know the policies of President Biden has hurt the American people. Joe from Texas, and go check out joefromtexas.com and read up on his energy policies. It's a common sense approach. What he did was basically took away our ability to be independent with our oil and shifted it over to a foreign country. So now we're buying oil from overseas and bringing it in. Now, let me explain something to you. And I learned this from Joe from Texas himself. When a tanker pulls into our port from overseas, okay, it's going to come in. We've got to write a big fat check to whatever oil company is sending us that oil. But what's going to happen is you have a tugboat that goes out there, a pilot boat that brings that tanker ship in. You've got a couple people that's got to tie up the boats, tie up the rig. And you got a couple people that's going to pump that oil onto our shore, onto a truck, and then set off. Well, that's only a handful of jobs, right? But if we were to drill oil in this country, it's hundreds of jobs. So what Joe Biden did from day one by pretty much ending a lot of leases in oil is he eliminated jobs. And so, yes, there's still jobs involved in importing oil, but not near to the degree that it takes when we drill here in this country. So that's what he's done. And unfortunately, it's really hurting the American economy.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you think about, what else Biden has done. He stopped the building of the Keystone XL pipeline, which would also bring thousands of jobs. And so when you combine the two, it's really putting the American people in jeopardy and looking for work.
Looking for work, of course, the oil industry, and look at West Virginia with coal, and you got natural gas and oil and coal, and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden lied to the voters of those states and said, "I'm not going to do anything to your industry. I'm going to continue to fight for you." And what do? He laid off jobs within the first week. So hopefully when these people in these states go to vote, they keep that in mind. All right, turn our attention back to Georgia with 11% reporting right now. Stacey Abrams still having a pretty sizable commanding lead in this gubernatorial race. Now, I'd like to know what counties are mainly being reported here, but that's a pretty sizable lead at this point. But we'll see what happens as that plays out. It's always when election night's this. You can't jump to conclusions too early in the night.
We found that out in past elections.
We found that out because things change and we don't know exactly, what votes are being counted right now. I'm assuming that's a lot of mail-in ballots, and we know that Democrats seem to mail in their ballots and do drop boxes more than conservatives. So let's just hold off on thinking that Brian Kemp is in trouble right now.
Yes. So again, don't fear when you're seeing these early numbers come in because it's still early in the night and still a lot of tabulations to be held. Again, it could be early voting, it could be mail-in ballots. We just don't know just yet. So we do know that the numbers are coming in. We're getting them first right here at RSBN. So continue to watch. Follow that ticker at the bottom of the screen because it's going to heat up real quick.
It's going to heat up real quick. Just to remind you, we do have crews. Catherine Cipher will be at the Carrie Lake watch party there in Scottsdale, Arizona. We'll check in with her and a little later. We got Matthew Alvarez that's at the Doug Mastriano camp down up there, I should say, in Pennsylvania. And then down at Mar-a-Lago, our own Liz Willis is live there. Which I can't wait for you to see that live shot, by the way. It's absolutely beautiful, and she looks stunning as well, is what a beautiful pair at Mar-a-Lago. It's everything you would expect Mar-a-Lago to look like on election night.
Could we expect anything less from Mar-a-Lago, from the Trumps? When they do everything, they do it times 100. So yes, definitely gorgeous. I can't wait to see what they have planned for tonight, because when we went out to Liz earlier, if you weren't joining us, they were just still setting up and getting ready for the evening. So yeah, I mean, a watch party at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, and you know, he teased on the 15th a major announcement at Mar-a-Lago, and yes, we will be live from Mar-a-Lago. We're going to wait to get the details on that because we don't have that yet. But when we do, we will certainly bring that to you live, because you know there is so much momentum right now from conservatives of what we're seeing across the board. Now, you know, if you were to look at the early voting that we just saw, it doesn't necessarily reflect that, because it is mail-in ballots. All right, Jim Jordan, Chris Carr there, Attorney General of Georgia. Right now, Jim Jordan has a slight lead of 58.1 to 40.8. I say slight lead, but once again, you got 11%. This is early. It's only 39, you know, only 39 minutes past the hour there locally. So it's just, it's too early to get too concerned. But at the same time, you got to keep an eye on a race like this. And so much went on in Georgia, election fraud wise, and we didn't have an attorney general there that would do anything. We certainly didn't have a secretary of state in Georgia that would do anything, and we didn't have, in a way, a governor. I mean, Brian Kemp needs to win, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't the biggest supporter of let's find out what happened on November 3rd of 2020. He wasn't that. But we need him to be governor of Georgia by far. We cannot have Stacey Abrams in office.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, what a disaster that would be. So looking at more from New Hampshire, just a few more percentage points there, reporting numbers coming in. You have 63.7% for Maggie Hassan to 34.1%.
Yeah, I looking at that, I know I said earlier about the population wise and how it might be easy to swing. That's a pretty good gap early on. It's a wide separation, so I'd like to see how that's going to play out, but I'm not too optimistic on that one. That one, but hey, look, what do I know? You know, I don't vote in New Hampshire, so we'll continue to take a look at that. We are going to toss to some live shots here in a little bit and check in with people, because when you look at Doug Mastriano, and we have talked about the state of Pennsylvania, how important it is. We saw all the voting irregularities going on in that state, that they did clean up a little bit of that, but there is some still mystery in Pennsylvania. We had mail-in ballots that were filled out incomplete, that were being tossed out. And, you know, let's just be honest here. If a vote is incomplete, I don't care if it's for Republican or Democrat, if it's missing a name, an address, a signature, or any kind of date, if it's missing vital information on that ballot to identify that it's really from an actual person, then I don't think it needs to be counted. It's as simple as that. And it's a bipartisan issue. I think votes and mail-in ballots, they need to be verified and they need to be real. So the days of passing ballots that are unsigned, or they have a bogus name, I mean, Charlie, you know, some really ridiculous names on there, they should not be counted. And so we've seen that in some states early on, where thousands of ballots cannot be verified that they're actually real.
Yeah, and John Fetterman there in Pennsylvania wanting to file a lawsuit because he thinks they should be counted. And you're absolutely right. They should be invalid. If a voter cannot follow all instructions and leave something blank or leave something off the ballot, it has to be invalid. You have to fill out all of the information, confirm all the information, because this is what we do not want, and that's any type of cheating or inaccuracies. So when you get these ballots, fill them out properly, fill them out all the way, 100%, and then mail them in. So when you start receiving these, or those names and addresses and birth dates, like you said, they should be invalid, not counted, not like that. And so he has filed a lawsuit.
Yeah. A little bit later, I'm going to go over some information that I was just pulling up. Revolver.news is a great site. Darren Beatty is a wonderful investigative journalist that has written a lot about the elections. And he had something on here, a nice article. It said, stop the steal. It is really expect the steal and be ready. Now, we'll go over some of the changes because certain states did certain things to clean up their elections and other states didn't do anything. I mean, they had outright lies and violated the law, and they didn't change any of that. So certain states are in better position for a more secure election coming forward, and some states have not done anything. And so we'll go over that here in just a second. We're going to go live here in a couple of minutes out to Pennsylvania. Hopefully they've cleaned some of that up as well. We do want to remind everybody to go to our website. It's a great time to go to our website and sign up for our newsletter as well. rsbnetwork.com is our website. Sign up for our newsletter. It's a great opportunity to really stay in touch with the issues that are concerning to you. Now, look, the Democrats want you to think that climate change, J6, and gender-affirming care are the things that you're concerned about. And you and I both know those things aren't concerning to you. You're concerned about your kids' education, the safety on your streets, and the money in your pocket, the financial situation in this country. So go sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. Decision desk, Marcus Flowers getting blown out. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, this race has been, by some sources, already called. Obviously, I got a text from her earlier saying that she won her race, and typically she is the only one, the first one historically to win a race. So just blowing out Marcus Flowers. We knew that would happen. Getting 71% of the vote. When it's all said and done, she's probably going to get a lot more than that. But there you have it. Marjorie Taylor Greene once again, 14 there in the great state of Georgia. Such an America First candidate by far. Marcus Flowers, side note, raised $15 million to lose tonight. Like I said, there's your, tomorrow's National Refund Day if you donated to Marcus Flowers. Did you make that up, or you just, is that really? I'm going to go ahead and put that in law. Maybe Brian I should just.
Has made up one of those national days that we see all the time.
Maybe I should.
Hot chocolate day, cookie day, ice cream day. Now it's National Get Your Money Back Day.
Yeah, I need to go ahead and submit articles of to my local congressman there in Texas and get that written up on that. All right, we've got Matthew Alvarez, who is down in Pennsylvania, just outside Gettysburg, at the Doug Mastriano Watch Party. Another heated race there in Pennsylvania. Matthew, what is it like right now at the Mastriano Watch Party? Let's see if we got him on the line. No, maybe he's still partying. I don't know.
Yeah, they have the disco ball going. So, yeah, we're waiting to see what he's got there. We checked in with him earlier, and they were just getting set up and started. So,
yeah, there we go. So maybe we'll check with Matthew here in just a second. And of course, you got Dr. Oz, you got Fetterman, and we said this before, Vanessa. I can't think of a worse candidate. Well, I got a couple. I do. I got Katie Hobbs in Arizona, and I got Fetterman. Two horrible candidates.
Yeah, they're neck and neck.
There
Yeah, you're right about that.
All right, let's see if we got Matthew Alvarez, who's live at Doug Mastriano's camp there in Pennsylvania. Matthew, what's going on?
Good evening, Brian and Vanessa. Well, it's a lot more crowded here at the Penn Harris Hotel in Camp Hill, as the energy, you can definitely feel it for Doug Mastriano, the colonel, and hopefully the next governor of the state of Pennsylvania. Joining me right now is Vish Jetnarayan, the campaign manager for Mr. Mastriano. And Vish, tell us about the excitement tonight and the support that you've seen throughout Pennsylvania.
It's been absolutely incredible. For the last several months, people have worked extremely hard to get to where we are today across 67 counties, across 6 regions. Our grassroots team has been a tremendous force, and we've been working closely with the PHGOP, and there's been immense strides made. Along the way, we've seen Democrats convert to become Republicans, independents convert, and they're all coming out to support Senator Colonel Doug Mastriano.
What's driven you to be able to do this too? Because at the end of the day, you're the one that's out there on the road. Are you tired? Are you ready to go? What's going on?
Tiredness is not an option right now. We've came this far. What keeps us going is that we are on a cause to see freedom restored to Pennsylvanians across the state.
All right, Vish, thank you so much. Good luck. Hopefully the results come in for a victory for Doug Mastriano. Thank you so much. What's your name, ma'am?
Sheila.
Tell us about your thoughts about Doug Mastriano.
Well, we've been supporting him for the last couple of years. We believe he's the right candidate for us personally and as a Hispanic community.
Thank you so much for talking with us. Go, Doug. An America First hat over there as well. That's a nice blue hat. Let me see that hat. That's a very nice hat. I have to get one of these. So yeah, a lot of people here. We can take a quick pan around a little bit if we can. Just some of the people getting ready to see hopefully the next governor of the great state of Pennsylvania. Daniel Goki will also be performing. He's a Christian artist that actually got it discovered on American Idol. And then now the tour bus is here and they'll be playing entertainment here tonight. As the results hopefully come in this evening on November 8th. We're live at Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. Brian and Vanessa, let's send it back to you in Auburn at the headquarters of RSBN.
Thank you, Matthew. That was a great live shot. Let me tell you something, a lot of energy in there. We were there when he launched his gubernatorial campaign, and the energy was high. I mean, people love this guy. I mean, Doug Mastriano was one of the first guys that came out and said, hey, this election, I got some questions.
Right.
And I think that's why people love him so much.
Oh, yes. A lot of smiles in that room. The people said they're excited about tonight. Again, you know, we've been waiting for this night 2 years now. And so it's finally here. Kind of have to pinch yourself. Like, is this real? Because people all over the country have been fed up for so long, and they've been eager for this day, and they've been eager to go vote, let their voices be heard. I'm hoping the elections are run right. And so we're hoping these America First candidates are put into office so we can make a change in this country. So yeah, a lot of hopeful people out there smiling and ready for great outcomes.
Yep, here we go. Decision, a little update on that. Stacey Abrams still having a commanding lead at this point over Brian Kemp, 17%. Now this would be, if this was to hold the pace on this would be a pretty massive upset, I would say, because we predicted, and a lot of other people predicted, that Kemp was going to basically blow out Abrams in this race. But right now, Stacey Abrams holding on to a lead over Brian Kemp. Now, when I spent some time in Georgia, obviously in Alabama, driving around, I see a lot of Kemp signs. But let me tell you something. I do see a lot of Stacey Abrams signs, but on the same token, in Texas, you see a lot of Beto signs.
In larger cities.
In larger cities.
Right.
Austin.
And then when you start getting into the suburbs, you start seeing the conservative parts of the states. And so when you get into these big cities, liberal-run cities, you see Stacey Abrams better works.
You see that. So, and Herschel, you see a lot of Herschel signs as well. I back in 2016, there was a thing where you had to kind of bumper stickers. You look at bumper stickers and see, well, whose sticker do you see the most? Well, I saw a lot of Trump stickers, and you and I both have seen a lot of Trump stickers. I didn't see as many like Hillary Clinton stickers on cars.
Yeah.
I think I saw more Bernie Sanders stuff than I did Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and again, I live on the coast, and there on the Gulf Coast of Texas, you go down to the beach any given weekend. There's a lot of people. You see a lot of Trump flags flying around on golf carts, on trucks, on cars. Very patriotic, and you don't see that from any other candidate from both sides. It's just America loves Trump, and Trump endorsed candidates.
And the great thing about Florida is the Trump boat parades, and we have had the privilege several times to cover these Trump boat parades, and it's fun. Hey, when you're in Florida and you got a boat, you got Trump, and you got DeSantis in office, great time. Life is good in Florida. So those are always fun. And I said this, and I got criticized in Newsweek. I think it's kind of funny. And I was like, where's the Biden boat parades? How come Biden supporters, do they not own boats? Do they not like to go out in basements? They're hanging out in basements. And of course, Newsweek loved to write a story that I said, that Biden voters don't own boats. I'm sure they own a boat, or maybe a few of them do, maybe. But if they do, where's the Biden flags? Why aren't you flying Biden flags with pride? And that's one of the things that we see about Trump supporters, is we're very, very supportive of our president. If you want to do that, information is on your screen as well. freetrumpbox.com.
Get you a box tonight, a Trump mystery box. I love this. This is the first time I've seen this. I didn't know about this until tonight when we were on air, but this is actually great because, you know, a lot of times you know about what's coming when you order it, right, off any website, but you don't know what's coming to you. You know that it's going to be something Trump, supporting Trump, and it's a mystery.
And it's election day special, which means it could be it's a limited time only. It's only for today's broadcast, so go check it out there. All right, touching base to the decision desk again. Ted Budd. Well, I was not expecting this at all. I mean, we got 36% reporting right now. Sherry Beasley with the 56.5 over 41.2. Good percentage. You got about a third of the vote reporting right now. Once again, as we get a little bit later into the night, maybe we get a little bit more of the walk-up vote. We've done several rallies in North Carolina over the last couple of years, and they are packed. So it doesn't, I'm too this because North Carolina is a red state, in my opinion. It's red. So I think we're going to see those numbers reverse on that. But nevertheless, Ted Budd kind of pull from behind at this late in the game. But, you know, when you look at the momentum of what we have and the reasons why people go to the polls, it kind of feeding off the Biden things that we just talked about. Where's the Biden pride? Like, imagine right now the kid's guide to Biden. It's not going to happen. Yeah. J.D. Vance, right now, only 5% reporting. So let's not get too bent out of shape. Tim Ryan having a pretty commanding lead over J.D. Vance right now. And, you know, J.D. Vance early on was completely on board with President Trump. And President Trump talked about that last night. It's no secret. But J.D. Vance came around, as Trump likes to say, and now they're on the same page. But right now, J.D. Vance trailing in that race.
Yes, just a couple of precincts reporting there, maybe early voting numbers. So, yes, don't get bent out of shape just yet.
Yeah, but going back to Biden, like,
yeah, we love talking about that.
I love talking about, like, where are the supporters for Biden? Where are they? I'm being very serious. I mean, where are they? Because I don't see the pride at all. I don't see the stickers. I don't see the signs. I don't see the shirts. I don't see it. So it's almost like the 2020 election was more about we just don't like Trump, but Biden just happens to be the candidate put in place now. And there's the information, by the way, to claim your free Trump mystery box. In moving forward, if we do see a Trump ticket, right? It's very important who that Democrat nominee would be to go up against Trump. It really is. It needs to be someone of substance because they checked the box with Biden because he was an established Democrat, been there 147 years almost.
That's a long time.
That's a long time, right? And a poor track record. We'll get to that in just a second. Ron DeSantis commanding lead there. No surprise there, by the way. 68% reporting. Up 56.7 and 42.7. I don't see a problem in that. Ron DeSantis will be reelected, in my opinion, of the great state of Florida. But, you know, you've got this, you've got to now put a candidate up against Trump that can actually deliver results. The days of checking the box of saying, okay, established Democrat, boom, check, we got him. And then go to Kamala Harris and say, okay, we need a woman, vice president, check. We need an African American woman or Indian American. She claimed both races, by the way. I'm not quite sure what she is. Check, and we're all good with that. We want diversity. We want to have diverse candidates, but we want the best candidates. And Kamala Harris didn't poll, but maybe 1 or 2% when she ran for president. So she didn't even get any type of support. So it's very important that Democrats try to get somebody that can actually deliver results against Trump, because Trump is going to blow anyone away. We know that.
Yes.
With all day long, 7 days a week, he can blow any candidate away on his policy and his performance. But Democrats have got to get serious about beating Republicans because they're going to keep pushing these weak candidates out, and they're going to keep getting beat.
Now, going back to who would they put on the ballot?
I said
Governor Newsom?
Yeah, I said about a year ago, I said Governor Newsom, in my opinion, will be the Democrat nominee, without a doubt. I really think that.
But that's all they have.
It's all they have, and it comes from a big state of California, a ton of money, a ton of delegates, a lot of relationships there. that kind of support him being the candidate from California. And I think that he is probably one of the only ones. Now his policies are horrible. And if you look at California in general, they're struggling. The state, it was the 5th largest economy in the country. So it's an incredible state. They got a lot of resources, but it's got to be someone that can lead from the front. And I'm not sure Gavin Newsom can do that because he's led his state to basically a joke. But who else do the Democrats have at this point? Who else should they have?
One.
I cannot name one.
When you look at the flip side and you look at the Republican Party, we have so many. We know Trump's going to announce, right?
The Trump train's going by the way, right now.
You hear it? Yes, that's absolutely
Trump train's going by.
Train, yes, everybody jump on board. Looking to the future, past the 2024 election, we have so many great candidates. When you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ron DeSantis, and I could go on and on. There's so much going on in the Republican Party. So many great optional candidates to choose. Who's your favorite? I mean, there's so many that you can name. But on the Democrat side, it's just a blank sheet.
It is a blank sheet. Yeah. We get the next polls closed pretty quick, so we'll get some different updates here. They come across 8 o'clock Eastern time, coming up 59 past the hour. And in 10 minutes, we'll check in with another correspondent, as we got correspondents around this country really covering this race, and we've got it here as well. We'll have some updates on the bottom of the screen as well. But we're glad you're joining us. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, top of the hour here, bringing you live coverage from our Right Side Broadcasting Studios, and not too bad we have here, right? I mean, people are used to seeing us walk around the rallies and up on the media router, but we have pretty good setup here.
Now, let's say we've been in heat, we've been in freezing temperatures, snow, rain, storms, you name it. But now we're inside, Brian. It's nice to be inside and air conditioning.
I'm not going to lie to you. There's been some rallies I've said, if this was my last one for a while, I'm tired of being cold. I'd be good for that, because it is a struggle sometimes covering these rallies in the conditions that we cover them, and to the degree that we cover these rallies. I mean, we don't mess around on this.
We're there for hours.
We're there for hours on end. But we're glad you're joining us, and you want to also share this broadcast. That would be great. Just make sure the word gets out, as a lot of people now, if you're looking at 7 o'clock Eastern, so a lot of people kind of getting off of work, maybe standing in line. We've been saying this the whole night. If you're in line, do not get out of line. Matter of fact, it was trending on Twitter. To stay in line.
So you're not just hearing it from us, you're hearing it on social media. Even your fellow neighbors are telling you, don't move, stay in line. Your life depends on it. The future of America depends on it. So you have nothing else to do tonight. If you planned on cooking, just pick up fast food on the way home, because this is a very important election. Stay in line.
This is the night you hit the drive-thru and pick up a bag of burgers, take them home for the kids, and say, hey, here's what's for dinner. I got to go vote and go out there and make my voices heard. By the way, the lines that I experienced for early voting in Texas were pretty short, but they kind of cycle through them rather fast. All right, turn our attention to the U.S. Senate there in Georgia. Raphael Warnock having still a relatively commanding lead over Herschel Walker, 23% reporting. I'm waiting for day of voting to come in on this race. I would imagine it's still a lot of early voting reporting right now. So we'll see if that reverses a little bit. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
We're hopeful.
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's early in the night.
It's early.
It's only 8:02. Look, we could be doing this till 1 in, which I might need a few more Red Bulls. Which, by the way, shout out to Red Bull, who actually sent. I don't have anyone right in front of me right now.
I have one on the floor, but
they sent us cases after cases of Red Bull, knowing, because I jokingly said in a meeting that this our show brought to you by Red Bull. Now they are not a sponsor of this broadcast, nor do they endorse this broadcast, but we do appreciate a little bit.
They heard you and they said, you know what, Brian, we're gonna fix you up on election night, you and your team, and they did. They brought us cases of Red Bull, so we're set.
We are, because we know how this night might be. Many of you will probably go to bed thinking that your candidate has a commanding lead, very much like you did in 2020, and then all of a sudden you wake up the next morning and apparently a pipe broke somewhere, and then a water main broke or some shenanigan went on, and next thing you know, your candidate lost the race. So we're going to be here covering all of that. That graphic on there reminds you, broadcast alert, that the broadcast on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube will end in just less than 2 hours, and we'll go do that as well. So just a reminder there to make sure you download the app. What a beautiful graphic we have on this set as well. Shout out to all of our graphics teams who's created all these things.
They worked hard
They
for weeks on
worked
end.
very hard on this set. We're glad that you're watching us right here on Right Side Broadcasting.
We are happy to be here with you again, looking at the big board for the night. 35 Senate seats are up for grabs. We have to get to 51 to take a majority lead there. 435 House seats are at play tonight. So we have a long ways to go, and we have another update coming in for you in Ohio.
So Tim Ryan still hanging on to that. Only 8% of reporting. That's not too concerning right now. The rally last night was for J.D. Vance. He did lay out a great agenda. I mean, he's very much an America First candidate. I mean, if he was to get in the U.S. Senate, I think he would do amazing things. I think he would advance the America First agenda by all means, because that's what he does. And, he's going to be one of these candidates that's going to do what he says, and we've said that time after time that, we need America First candidates that will do what they say they're going to do. And that's why the media, that's why the left does not like candidates like Kari Lake. They know exactly that she'll do what she's promising to do. And J.D. Vance is one of those as well. So does, people like Congressman Matt Gaetz from Florida, down in the Panhandle of Florida. He is one of those America First candidates or congressman that says what he's going to do. What a crazy idea, right?
Yeah, you would think when they run that they were going to do what they said they're going to do, but that's not the case. That's where the name rhinos came from. Republicans in name only. And so they're actually, the Republican Party is waking up and seeing, we're not going to take this anymore either. So not only are we fighting the Democrats, we're going to make sure that we do get America First candidates in office, get rid of the rhinos. And that was a lot of President Trump. That's why he's endorsing these candidates. He's studied them, he's interviewed them, he's gotten to know them, he trusts them. And so when President Trump endorses these candidates, America knows, okay, well, if they have been thoroughly investigated and interrogated and President Trump knows that they are the right candidate for this job, then we're going to take his word for it. So we're making a shift in our own party as well and getting rid of the ones who are in office not doing what they're saying they're going to do.
All right, it's Chuck. Oh, no, this is okay. Well, there's 3% report. This would be disastrous if it stayed in this momentum, but let's not let that huge discrepancy go. But Mastriano trailing with only 3% of the vote there. Now, I would like to know what counties. Obviously, Western PA, very much Mastriano country, towards Pennsylvania or towards Philadelphia, rather. Excuse me. I think that is definitely Shapiro country, but we'll keep an eye on.
I'm actually looking right now, Brian, to see if I can pull it up. Internet is still right now, but I'm going to try to see if we can get a better idea on where these early votes are coming from when it comes to different cities and parts of the state, because of course 30% reporting, we know that's early voting.
I would suspect that's early voting on that as well, but we'll keep an eye on that. And one of these things with Dr. Oz, I remember interviewing him at CPAC a couple of years ago, or about a year ago probably. And before he came on, I literally said to him, a lot of our viewers don't like you because they don't trust you, because they believe some of the fake news media and they believe some of the rhinos in our party. He answered their questions appropriately. He was very upfront and honest in what he stood for, and I think he's run a great race against Fetterman. I can't wait to see those results. And so I don't know if our crew is back there looking at that, but that is one of the races that everyone is watching right now. And of course, Dr. Oz had the advantage of being in television for 20, 25 years and having that public trust issue on all of this and having people love and like you. And of course, John Fetterman had to battle Well, he had his hoodie, he's got his basketball shorts and some sneakers is what he had. And the inability to do a debate, now God bless him, he has some health issues, but he is not right for Pennsylvania. And Dr. Osh needs to be your next senator without a doubt.
You're talking about him rising to fame through TV. With who? Oprah. And who did she endorse? I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting on that, because when celebrities get involved in politics, very much like athletes, I don't care.
I do not care who Oprah endorses.
Who Oprah Winfrey endorses.
No, me neither. It means nothing to me, zero to me. It's minute.
But I would even say on the conservative side, even when someone comes out and says, "I love President Trump," now don't get me wrong. When an artist, especially Trump, when someone from the entertainment industry comes out and endorses President Trump, it is kind of a cool thing, because that means you don't expect it. And it's like, okay, I didn't know this actor was based like he is, or I didn't know this musician or this athlete. So it's kind of cool in that regards. But at the same time, I don't care, because at the end of the day, look, I have to make the decision for myself. I want to make sure I endorse the candidate that I'm going to vote for. And for some reason, the left thinks that, you throw a Jay-Z or a Beyonce or somebody else of that status,
we don't care.
That's going to swing a vote. I mean, think about this for a second. Biden during the candidacy had everybody, Hollywood came out for him big time. If you remember, he would do a tour stop, and everybody would come out and support him. Florida, it looks like that. It looks like we got the green check mark, which means pretty much done, said, delivered. There you go. Ron DeSantis will continue to be your governor in the state of Florida, despite the amount of money thrown into Charlie Cristen's campaign.
Right. And you're going back to our conversation on these celebrity endorsements. We really do not care. However, it is very nice to see when one does come out and support a conservative. Just confirmed, projected winner in the state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis. Congratulations, Governor DeSantis, on another term there in Florida. America's governor.
Locked it up. And I don't think there's a whole lot of doubt that wasn't going to happen, but they tried to do that. And, he had a pretty good track record, keeping the state of Florida open and fighting back to the woke company of Disney.
I was going to say, I didn't see Mickey Mouse out voting today.
If Mickey Mouse could vote, he would definitely vote for a Democrat, without a doubt. And speaking of voting, if you're standing in line right now, stay in line. If you watch us on your app, do that. If you want a kid's book for President Trump, information's on your screen as well. freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Go on there as well. And now you guys pay a small shipping and handling fee, no big deal there. But get the truth about President Trump. It's right there. I do too. I love that book. Every time I see it pop up on the screen, it gets my attention. Maybe because I can relate to the cartoon, the illustrations, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I gotta like it.
I do too, and but it also because it's reaching to the younger generation, which we need to do. And I preach this a lot. I went to SAS in Tampa just a couple of months ago, and to see the younger generation really come out and have this movement. They're on college campuses across America. And when I get back home, I try to bring that awareness to my hometown in the Southeast Texas area, because the younger generation is what's next. You hear a lot of times what we're focusing on right now, and yes, it's important. It's very important to vote today and save our country right now, but we can't forget about what's to come, our future. And so that's the kids, our kids, our grandkids, nieces and nephews. And so that book is very important and what's similar to them.
Yeah, I agree on that. I believe we're going to check in here in a few minutes with Matthew Alvarez, who is at the Doug Mastriano. I don't know if we're checking with him or we're checking with Elizabeth else. We'll find out in just a second. We've got crews all across the country, as you would expect, on this very busy day. So, a lot of people are just basically on the way home from work. Then you stop by the thing. So if you're on social media, well, perhaps you're checking out what's trending. We got our own Adam Taxon's got our social media desk here in house to tell us what people are looking at online. Adam, what's going on social media?
So many things going on social media, Brian. This speaks for itself. I don't know if we're quite there yet. I think that would be a tsunami, not a wave. That's for Praying Medic on Truth Social. Then we have this We know that DeSantis won. CNN, however, is projecting that Marco Rubio has won re-election. He was in a tough race against Val Demings. Katie Britt won in Alabama Senate. As you mentioned, Ron DeSantis, Rand Paul. All right. And we see some races in Oklahoma. But before we say that it's a tsunami, we have issues like this, as you can see from Dr. Kelly Ward. That speaks for itself. Now, let's get to some of the screenshots I've been taking. Where are they here? Oh, boy. How did I use them here? Where are they? Oh, here we're there. Here we go. All is not lost. Okay. Teaser here. Harmeet Dillon, President Trump's legal team, big lawyer. You've heard her name a lot. That's a teaser there. Some lawsuits going on. Okay. Voting problems, even in Texas. You see this from Agab. Hello to the Torba family. They became an issue in the Pennsylvania race, probably kind of unfairly. But you can see, you've probably read this by now. Polling increases, even problems in Texas. It's a common theme. Michigan, not as much of a surprise. Remember what happened 2 years ago? A lot of people in Detroit told that they had already voted absentee. Now we have this, just a contact I know from Philadelphia and now in North Carolina. This, since all the Dems seem to know in advance that the count for the winners would be slow, then they would have to know why, and this is evidence of conspiracy. Great point from Pat Carfagno. Thank you, Pat. Jack Posobiec, who is now going with Hold the Line, Poso. I've never seen anything like this. We are witnessing a generational realignment. I hope he's right. Pamela Hensley, again, the problems in Pennsylvania are a theme, probably a runner-up only to Arizona. Not that we weren't told about that by Joe Biden already. Yep, Arizona. Here we go. Some irony there. And I think that Kelly Ward, the head of the GOP there, had said something similar. Well, DeSantis has already won, but this happened earlier. I think it's a good point. The feds tried to come into a lot of states in Florida. Governor DeSantis held the line. I guess that's part of why he was so successful in his election. That has already been called even on CNN. Seth Keshel, one of the most important people to follow on Telegram, really does a lot of Captain Seth Keshel does a lot of, he gets into the nitty gritty more than anyone. But you can see that there are problems in the GOP stronghold of Anthem. This was this morning, and it's a theme in Republican areas. Democratic areas, they can vote just fine. This is an interesting point on Truth from the real Toria Brooke. She was just suspended from Twitter by AI. At least she did not blame Elon Musk, which is probably accurate. And you can see what she received for supposedly violating the rules there. Ultra Pepe Lives Matter on Telegram is covering CNN pretty well. They are telling people, stay off social media. Trust the officials. There is no cheating. Nothing to see here. Of course. What do you expect from CNN? All right. I guess I'm going to go back to the desk in a second. One last one. You know what does not break? Paper ballots. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. Awakened Outlaw. More in a bit.
Hey, where's the lie? Where's the lie, right?
Adam Taxon is great. I love those are some great treats, and good job on there, Adam. And you know, Jack Posobiec is a really interesting person to follow, especially on tonight.
What did you just grab?
Yeah, I just grabbed. This is Red Bull number one. This is the watermelon Red Bull. So let's keep a
tally of how many he has.
An ongoing tally. Yeah. A tally of that. Before we get to, we're going to go to Florida here in about 4 minutes, but let's touch upon. We have the Doug Mastriano graphic up there, and we want to talk about where those votes were coming from. And it looks like it was with the Pittsburgh area.
Right. Yes. So we're looking at the Pittsburgh area, which we expected. Philadelphia has not come in yet. So, but Pittsburgh has. So that's why you're seeing this big jump for Fetterman at 86.3%, because Pittsburgh has been So we knew. So once we start getting outside of the cities, we'll see that number of 86.3 to 12.1 start to shift a lot.
Yeah, don't go get crazy and go jump in the lake thinking that John Fetterman's going to win this election.
Don't do that.
It's a little early on that, but it is nice to know where these votes are coming from, because depending where you live in Pennsylvania is going to dictate, you know, where these votes are coming in, rather what those numbers look like on that. So definitely be patient as some of those numbers for tonight will be rolling in, because it's only 8:17 here Eastern time, so the polls starting to close. Now, We start in about probably another 30 minutes or so. We should have the polls start to close on the Central Time Zone. Am that correct? Are we already closing?
We're already closing.
Okay.
So yeah, so we should be getting some Central Time Zone. So we're gonna head over to Mountain Time Zone.
Yeah, Mountain Time Zone. So we start to
You
get
don't understand. We've been traveling a lot. You've been traveling
I
a
don't
lot.
even, a lot of times I don't even know where I'm at.
We landed one time zone, drive to another time zone, and you have to think. You have to look at your phone and think, did it update? What time is it? So yes, we're Central here. East Coast has already closed. Most of Central has already closed, and so we're moving across to the west. So.
It's kind of crazy. All right, it's time to check in with our own Liz Willis, who is live in Mar-a-Lago, Florida, Trump campaign headquarters, or I should say campaign headquarters, Mar-a-Lago. It probably will be the campaign headquarters. Liz, what's it like right now?
Hi, Brian. It's wonderful. The energy is very excited here. We just got some results in from the great state of Florida a few minutes ago, and you can hear an audible applause here in the room. Florida is going red, massively red. And I was just looking at Miami as well, which is historically Democrat, but it looks like the Latinas are out in full force for the conservative movement. So Florida's looking great. Mar-a-Lago is absolutely beautiful. It's the most beautiful place I've ever been. I'm so excited to be here tonight. We saw President Trump once earlier today, and we are expecting to see him again later tonight.
It says, what a beautiful night. Look at the flags and the image behind Liz right now. It is absolutely beautiful. And I would imagine it's got such a classy pro-America feel in there right now. It does.
It's in the air.
It is in the air.
Yes. Looks gorgeous. We wouldn't expect anything less from the Trumps.
The other night, he has a big announcement to make at Mar-a-Lago. Right Side Broadcasting Network will be here for that as well.
We're excited. We can't wait for that day, just a week away.
Yeah, just a week away. Thanks, Liz. Appreciate you checking in with us from beautiful Mar-a-Lago down there in South Florida. Great stuff there. So we've started to get these results coming in. And like I said, we don't want to get too wrapped up in some of these numbers right now, as we don't know exactly, it's just too early. It's too early to say that. And of course, we don't want to jump the fence if Republicans are up by massive amounts either, because we all know how that goes as well. All right, decision. Let's check in. Marco Rubio pulling ahead. And remember, he was down some early on, but now the green check mark is there, only with 21% reporting. I would imagine the rest of the stuff reporting is very conservative and red. So projected Florida winner there, U.S. Senate, Marco Rubio is your projected winner there in Florida. So not a big surprise, I guess, but
not a big surprise, but it's good to see and then brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, you'll see on the bottom of the screen right now, no matter what you do today, do not sacrifice your vote. And that's what Kari Lake was calling for earlier. And we were looking at trending, and Adam Taxon did a great job showing us was telling us exactly what was trending on social media. Here's what is let's see if Kari Lake is trending. Stay in line is trending on social media, of course. Trust CNN is still trending on social media. And of course, election night is trending. Warnock is trending. So politics is pretty much going to dominate your feed if you're on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, as everyone's got their eye on the election night.
I didn't see Warnock trending earlier, so he's starting to trend right now. So people are really starting to talk about these results as they start coming in. There's
Joe from Texas. Go check out the website, joefromtexas.com. I spent some time with him yesterday in Ohio, and he's a great guy, great solutions. Here's the thing, joefromtexas.com. He's not selling anything. He's not asking for donations. He just wants you to go check out his America First plan and support people. And he's been telling people to get out and vote today. And so he wants you to do just that. Okay, let's check out what's going on for the Illinois governor race. And Pritzker has got only 3% of the vote again, but got a nice lead there in Illinois for governor. Here's a state that needs some help, Illinois, big time, because, well, they've got some problems. They've got some crime in the inner city of Chicago, and they've also got a lot of businesses have fled that state for various reasons. So change needs to happen there. And then right now you've got the Democrat with the commanding lead early on in that race.
Yeah, and it's a Chicago crime. I hate to even look on Monday morning at the Chicago news stations and to see what has happened over the weekend, because it's really sad, because it's not just adults being killed or stabbed. There's children as well. Innocent children are being killed in Chicago. And it's a Democrat-run city. And again, they're allowing this to happen. They're not doing anything to stop it. They're wanting to talk about our police force and defund the police.
Yeah.
We need to put more into our police and help them out to combat these crimes. And so whenever you're not getting the support of your mayor, this is going to happen. And it's just very depressing and sad to see that this continues to go on and nothing's being done about it.
Yeah, it's interesting when you live in these major metro cities and you turn on your local news. We don't necessarily hear it here, but when you live in Los Angeles or Chicago or New York or Detroit, that's what leads the daily nightly headlines, is how many people were shot this past weekend. That is a reality. It just is. And so when you live in these cities, that's what you want. You want security. You want safe and secure streets. You want your kids to be able to walk to school without getting shot. And so hopefully these people in these cities will do just that. All right, it's the first time we've checked in on what's going on in Michigan tonight with the governor race there. Tudor Dixon, only 3% reporting, down, obviously, by a little bit there.
Right, and this is 3% reporting. So this is what we were seeing earlier in the night. We saw it with Marco Rubio. He's now declared the winner. So these are early voting numbers. We expected to see this. We knew that this was going to happen. And so we see just a couple of percentage points there. So not a big concern right now. We still have a long ways to go in this race.
And let's talk about a state that was locked down. Gretchen Whitmer, thank you very much for say that 3 times to get a hot dog and a free Coke. She locked down that state and she killed businesses. And people in Michigan need to remember that she masked her kids. She locked your kids. She took them away from school. She locked your businesses down. People fled your great state. Kids lost a year of education, if not more of a year of education. It's time to end that. We have a chance to do that. But obviously, with the polls closing soon and reporting coming in, we need to remember that. So whatever state you're in, remember, they're the ones that locked your country down and took your kids out of school and pretty much ruined a lot of your personal life and forced things on you, vaccinations, things like that. You got to remember that when you go to the polls.
Yes, and when people go to vote, they don't just think about themselves, they think about their kids, because it's one thing to mess with me, but you don't mess with my kids, right? And so that's what we're seeing all over the country. We saw it in Miami-Dade County. We talked about this the other night at a Trump rally in Miami. Miami-Dade County, at their last election, voted for a conservative school board. So people are fed up with their school boards and their school districts forcing what parents don't want on their kids.
Yeah, I think this may be an old graphic there. I think Margie Tobin has that locked up, but nevertheless, she will have that locked up if that's not already done. But there you go, Marcus Flowers getting blown out there. But you got to remember when you go to the polls, who did this to you, and it's easy because the left and Democrats and the media want you to forget what happened to you. They want you to forget what you went through, and the way they do that is they spin. They divert you. They divert your attention on things like, oh, well, gas is expensive. Well, it's because Biden's policies. They try to blame it on Trump. It's a deflection mode of what they do. So, you see these states like Michigan, like Pennsylvania, like New York. You got to realize the policies in New York is what's made it so dangerous, and that's due to Democratic leadership.
100%. Again, it goes back to your local level, your state level, and then on to the national level. So it starts at home, and that's why we hit on that these local elections are important as well, because if you have a Democrat-run city, a Democrat-run county, you're going to have to expect this where you live, and so you need to remember that when you're voting.
Yeah, you got to remember that when you're voting. All right, we want to remind everybody as well to follow us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Getter, Truth Social. It's very important. We'll be pushing out some things on our social media as well, as we're going to go probably, hopefully not too deep into the night, but we know this is election night. We know how things went back in 2020, but follow us on all social media platforms. We'll try to push out some content that you can't see. But if you're just now joining us, we've got an amazing set here. That crew has been spending weeks putting this all together and making sure we bring this to you. And of course, we just got off a 4-day road trip going all across the country covering President Trump. And, you know, that's what we thought going into election night would look like, as President Trump wants to get out and support these America First candidates. And he has certainly done just that. And that was what his mission was. And I said this earlier, you know, he's an unselfish man. And a lot of people like to pin stuff on him that it's all about, you know, it's all about President Trump, and not necessarily. You know, he has been very active in promoting these candidates. And he could have very well just sat at home and played some golf, got into his, you know, private life and just went off. But no, he sacrificed so much. And of course, he's got Trump Force One now that he gets to fly around the country now and support all of these candidates. But that is an impactful, that's how powerful the Trump endorsement is right now. If you get a Trump endorsement, you have a 98% chance of winning the race.
You know what?
That's a fact.
Absolutely. We interviewed a young boy in Miami the other night. He's 11 years old. He got to meet President Trump at the rally, and his name is Daniel. Hi, Daniel, if you're watching. And he has already started his nonprofit organization. He carries the Constitution in his pocket everywhere he goes, and he met President Trump. Yes, he met President Trump, and he asked him after he met him. I said, "What was it like?" And he was so excited, best day of his life. And he said, "President Trump asked me if I'm going to run for president one day." And I said, "Well, what did you tell him?" He says, "I told him yes and asked him if he would endorse me." He's 11 years old and asked for President Trump's endorsement. So here you have an 11-year-old who knows how important it is to have a Trump endorsement.
He knows. You know, it's powerful. And he goes, you know, when the left sees somebody get endorsed by President Trump, they quickly know that's the candidate to fear, and that's the candidate to demonize, because that's what they do. You get Trump associated with you, that draws a lot of attention. All right, decision desk. Let's go down. Back, check in the U.S. Senate seat there in Ohio. Tim Ryan continued to have a lead on J.D. Vance, 22% of the vote right now. Take a look at the map here.
Yes, but that lead has dwindled just a little bit. I'm looking at Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati, Cleveland. Cleveland. Those have all been counted. So we're still looking for the outskirts of these big cities, major cities to be called. So we may be seeing some sort of shift here soon.
Yeah, we hope so. And you know, we just left Ohio, and there's a huge support for J.D. Vance there in that state. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, they like to say, you know, this is one of those slogans, you know, freedom is up on the ballot. Well, that's about right. Freedom is on the ballot there in Ohio. And I think that, and I hope that people in Ohio keep that in mind when they went to the polls to vote for J.D. Vance, because he is a tremendous American First candidate, and we need to make sure that he stays in office. We also want to make sure that you get your hands on a great book. It's all about our favorite president, President Donald J. Trump. It is the kid's guide to President Trump. The information is on your screen there, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Just pay a small shipping and handling with this offer. Now, this is kind of a special here. This is Get the Kid's Guide. We love former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee. Yes. He's a part of this book, and we want you to have it. The information is on your screen. Free Trump Book. I mean, how much more simpler can we make that? freetrumpbook.com. And, you know, why not educate your kids on the accomplishments of President Trump. And they're not going to learn it on TikTok. They're not going to hear it in the schools, but they can certainly learn it from this book. I love the illustrations. It's a great look at President Trump there, by the way. Looking good with a thumbs up and the White House in the background.
Of course, the hair is never out of place.
The hair is perfect.
Yeah.
It's got a nice tan, nice suit, nice pen, nice fountain in the background. The White House back there, the grass is green. You can't beat that.
Yeah.
Freetruckbook.com. Check it out there. And let's just pay a small shipping and handling fee. I love that. That may be one of my favorite books that, everyone releases a book, right? I mean, Christina Bob has a book coming out. We talked about it last night. I'm not saying I would read her book, but I'm going to read that book as well.
Right, you know what? That's
I'm
really
a reader.
great. Yeah.
I'm going to read it.
I wonder how many pages it has. Maybe 20.
That's about my thickness of a book.
That's about your attention span, right there.
All my time that I have to read a book. Because my goodness. All right, Decision Desk going to Texas. Look at that. Folks, yeehaw. Beto O'Rourke got a little bit of a lead on Greg Abbott. That's 21% inward so far. You got 20%. Let's just round it down instead of up. You got 20% right now voting on this. Am I concerned about this? No, I'm not. But am I watching this race? You betcha. Because that's a little too close for me with 20% of the voting in. I don't know if you want to pull up Texas, if you have that on your little fancy computer there. But here's the deal. Anything outside of Houston, Austin, Dallas, okay? Houston, Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, the inner cities of Texas, the bigger cities, that's going to be Beto for the most part, Democrat. You and I both know that.
Yes.
But Texas is a big state. I'm going to say it's 258 counties, right? Joe from Texas right there, by the way. Speaking of Texas. So there's a lot of population outside these cities of Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. So once we get that suburb vote in there, I feel very confident that his vote totals are going to go up. But right now, Beto O'Rourke with a kind of a commanding lead with 21% of the votes.
Right. So we're seeing this trend all across the country. It seems like the big cities and larger cities are starting to come in first. The early voting numbers are coming in first. But once you start getting into those outskirts, into the suburbs, we'll see some closer numbers and different outcomes.
I hope so. I mean, that's historically that's what we see, and of course we'll see if we can get also the Tim Paxton Attorney General race. We'll see if we can get that on the screen here for too long as well. Now, because what's going to happen is, and this was described to me, people that vote for Beto will go down the list and vote for obviously every Democrat, like every Republican should do. So you might have people, if you've got a lot of Beto supporters, they're going to go down and vote for some of these lower level positions that these candidates that may not have had a big push from them individually, but they're going to benefit from having Beto on the ticket because people don't vote for Beto and then just vote all over them. So we'll see if that continues. And thanks for pulling my graphic up for us for Texas.
Yep, I can't find Texas results just yet, but I'm still looking on that for you here on our laptop. We have some more results coming in. Herschel Walker, now with 36% of the precincts and ballots being cast and reported, 45.4% against Warnock's 53%.
Well,
when you look at Georgia, pulling Georgia.
But Vanessa, that's kind of been the range all night there.
Right. But I'm looking at Atlanta, Columbus, Savannah, and Augusta all being reported. So we don't have those outlining areas coming in yet.
But the margin is staying consistent. So that is the only thing that concerns me is if we saw that margin closing in, then we can say that Walker, to a certain extent, has some momentum in some of these last counties.
Well, just record-breaking early voting numbers, too. In Georgia, there was 2.5 million people who voted, and looking at the tally right now, we still have a ways to go because that's just early voting, 2.5 million, and that's not tallying up to anywhere close. So, again, it's up in the air right now. We'll wait to see what happens in Georgia in this U.S. Senate race.
Absolutely. Herschel Walker hanging on there. And of course, we've seen him be highly scrutinized for a lot of things that were in the news. And of course, Raphael Warnock has just as much, negative personal stuff in the news as Herschel has. So I had an Uber driver not too long ago tell me that, she was voting for the lesser of two evils is what she said. And it was because she felt like they both had a percentage of baggage that they brought to the election. But when it was said and done, she felt like Herschel Walker was the better of the two candidates now, based upon just her gut feeling on this. So when it and she was female, so from a female point of view, she felt like that was the better of the candidates. So we'll see how Georgia feels about that. Because when you have a candidate that's got so much controversy swirling around them, you got to see like what sticks and what is Teflon. Trump seemed to have Teflon. Nothing really stuck to Trump. All these negative accusations to Trump. Remember Russia. Remember all the nasty things you heard about President Trump during the election. None of that stuck with him because people knew, for the most part, that they were lies. And they didn't trust the news. So certain things will stick to a candidate and certain things won't. I'm just hoping that some of this tabloid stuff that was swirled around Herschel Walker doesn't affect the ability of the people voting for him in election day.
Right. They slandered him. Even his own son, who in the past was at Mar-a-Lago introducing his dad. There's video of him giving him a hug, so excited about his dad running, is very vocal on social media, criticizing the left, pushing for his father, pushing for conservatives, and then just the last couple of weeks changed his tune and just came out with these outrageous allegations that he wasn't a good father. Mr. Walker came out and said, "I love my son regardless of what he's saying right now." And so there was a lot going on in his personal attacks, and it just depends on the people, the voters. Was that enough to persuade them to go a different route? But Brian, I've told you before that I'm the type of person, yes, in a sense, I do care about a good-hearted, American-loving, patriotic person. Of course I do. However, there is some wiggle room in their personal life, because whenever someone is representing me at the city level, state level, national level, I'm so concerned about what they're doing for the country, for me as a citizen, for my child, for my family. I'm not really too concerned about the personal life. And that may be, if people think like that, maybe it didn't affect Herschel Walker. Maybe it did. We'll see.
It's interesting because I remember years ago if a candidate raised his voice and yelled, I don't remember the Democratic candidate that got kind of crazy. If you guys could tell me in my ear who I'm talking about, I can't think of his name, but it's amazing what we used to freak out on in politics. That if someone got crazy all of a sudden and said something kind of nutty, we used to wipe them away from any kind of consideration to winning that race. Now it's wide open. We can pretty much do whatever they want outside of killing another human being. It seems like that's forgivable, right? But back in the day, we clutched our pearls so much on some of the silliest things. But now we're starting to realize that these candidates are human and they make mistakes and they simply live life like you and I, and to a certain degree are forgiven in the public court of opinion on that. We're going to go over, am I getting this correctly? We're going to go over to Matthew Alvarez.
Yes.
All right, who is hanging out in the Doug Mastriano headquarters there in Pennsylvania. Matthew, what's going on?
Well, good evening, Brian. That's right. The Marshmallow Camp is a lot of people that we're going to talk about a little bit later. We have yourself, Doug Mastriano, joining us right now. His wife, Rebby. Man, it's been a wild ride, hasn't it?
It has been an incredible time. Rebby and I hit lost a couple times this year. Beginning in June, we hit again, and last night we finished up on Montgomery County outside of Philly, which is, of course, Josh Shapiro's home county. We had about 1,000 people, standing room. It was incredible. Before that, of course, we were in Bucks County, north of Philly, and had a massive crowd there. Then we did 2 events in Philadelphia on Sunday, and it was incredible. And the enthusiasm in these Democrat strongholds was palpable. You could cut it. It was
Yes, it was. We just loved it. Yeah. There you go. Another rainbow. Most vibrant rainbow I've ever seen in my life. So that was really, really awesome. And the timing, obviously. We started speaking at the time the rainbow appeared. And so we greatly enjoyed, and we just had a great last week. Really have. So we're very blessed.
So have you been watching some of the results come in throughout the counties, or you kind of just holding back right now?
So we've been hearing from some of the poll workers, some of the poll watchers, and they're saying you're seeing at least 2020 level results. This is the presidential year, it's the midterms, usually not even close. Some counties reporting they've seen record numbers of votes that come out in various townships. We heard from one township in the upstate part of the state, and making up upstate Pennsylvania. We do now. And anyway, in one township, they say,
I think it was 400 voters were registered, and by 2 o'clock, they had 360 already voted.
And our volunteer was going to go visit the other 40 that hadn't voted yet. They're all Republicans, obviously.
The Florida of the North, yes?
Yes. So my goal is, Ron DeSantis showed us the map on how a governor should lead. So we get Pennsylvania, of course, with terrible and very draconian, heavy-handed shutdown, controls, Mr. Veto. And DeSantis showed us it's all about freedom and empowering people. Yes, that's the American way. And so imagine Pennsylvania with freedom and liberty at the top, and then unleashing our energy potential here. And then we could even be maybe better than Florida with our oil, our gas, and our coal. We can bring it to Europe. I mean, it's fantastic potential that we have.
Finally, the great words from the greatest president ever so far, right? Mr. Trump, speaking about you being a great governor of Pennsylvania. That must be awesome. I mean, we know that Donald Trump is one of the most famous people on earth. And he's saying that about you.
Rebbe and I, of course, are honored. We consider him a friend. He's been through a lot. We're so thankful for his courage, the sacrifice that he and his family have made, even degraded by a politicized and weaponized Department of Justice. He's a hero. He's a great American. He did not have to run for this office. He did. He was so good, as I said in front of him during my brief remarks in the Latrobe, that he was so good that even lighter couldn't behave for 4 years. Now that says a lot.
Colonel and Rabbi, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck. We hope you win. All right, thank you. Brian and Vanessa, let's send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Matthew. That's good stuff there. I love Doug Mastriano and two great people there in Pennsylvania who were trying to make a difference. That's all.
Yes, and speaking about the president right there and how important it is to have his endorsement. As we've seen in the past, that if President Trump endorses you, it's a huge honor.
It is a huge honor. Of course, we've seen the numbers initially on that race, and I think that's going to change as we get across the county in some of these other Bucks counties and some of these other very red counties. But you're going to see those Mastriano numbers go up, because when you go outside Philly, those numbers tend to do that. All right, let's go down to House 1. This is no surprise. The firebrand that is Matt Gaetz rally coming in much Duncan, Rebecca Jones, saying, "Good night, Rebecca. Your days of trying to be in policies are over." Nice and early, Matt Gaetz wrapping up that. You want to talk about Matt Gaetz? Don't cross Matt Gaetz.
Do not cross Matt Gaetz. He is a fireball, as you just mentioned. Love to watch him in action. He handles the media well. He handles people who get, he was trending just a couple of months ago for talking about, in sports. And the reporter asked him, well, what do you say to the people who are offended? He said, be offended.
Be offended.
I mean, just straight out of his mouth, didn't have to think about it. He said, be offended, and it started trending. But that's Matt Gaetz. He's going to tell you how he feels. He's going to let you know where he stands, and that's why, again, the people love him. When you have Matt Gaetz, when you have, TGs, Marjorie Taylor Greens, and people like that, people love people who are starting to fight back and say, enough is enough. This is where we stand. If you don't like it, so be it. This is who we are, and we're going to keep moving forward.
If you didn't like Liz Cheney and you're glad she's gone, guess what? You can thank Matt Gaetz, because we were with Matt Gaetz there on the steps of the Capitol in Wyoming on that cold day, rallying against her, and we did just that. And Matt Gaetz was the first person to call for her to be basically removed from office. So thanks to Matt Gaetz, and now you guys have stepped up and returned Matt Gaetz back to office. So thank you, Matt Gaetz, and thank you, people of District 1 there in Florida. Hey, mystery Trump box
I
there.
love when this time comes up because
Check
it's
it out.
like Christmas time when people come and they give you a gift and you don't know what's inside it until you open it. Same thing here. The mystery box.
All right, speaking of mystery boxes, let's go down to North Carolina. It's a mystery why Ted Budd's not in the lead here, but we got about 49% reporting.
All of the big cities have been. Charlotte, Fayetteville, those all have been reported. So we're waiting on some counties on the outer banks of the state right now.
Well, I'll say this. I lived in Dare County, the Outer Banks of North Carolina, the Buxton, Wilmington, that area on the outer, not a huge population size. So don't look for a huge swing there. It is conservative, but the numbers don't, that's not where the bulk of the population is. Now, if you go out towards Charlotte, Raleigh, that part of the state, perhaps you're going to get a little bit more conservative. You get towards universities there, and of course, Western North Carolina, Asheville, very liberal. So I don't anticipate Bud picking up very much support in that place, that area of the state. But that's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, a lot of these races, Vanessa, I'm really surprised. Of course, no, I'm not, because early voting and the mail-in ballots will count first. But I'm really surprised sometimes the magnitude of the lead that these Democrats have over these Republicans very early. I mean, other than Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who ran away with the races, everyone else is pretty close.
Right.
Like, no one's really taken off in their race, and which is kind of surprising. But we'll see.
Well, I think, Brian, we had two things going on here in this election. You had people who were ready to vote. They were eager. They've been waiting for this day for a long time. So they went on the first day of voting and said, I'm getting to vote in. I'm going to feel good about it. It's a big relief off my shoulders, you know. And then you have the people who are waiting until election day. So I think you're going to have a mixed bag there, because some people were just eager to get out and vote. They couldn't wait for it. And then people who were, of course, waiting for it.
Yeah, a lot of people. I like to vote on election day, but unfortunately, travel so darn much. That was
for a good cause, Brian.
For a good cause.
Vote about it. Traveling the country.
I'm not bitter.
No, it's great to know that you are helping save this country.
Yes, we are. But I had to do early voting. I didn't like it. I did walk into the polling area, and I was greeted by Angela Paxton, who was running for Texas Senate there, and re-electing Angela Paxton. And of course, I did vote for Angela Paxton. I did vote for her husband, Tim Paxton. But what I noticed when people came in, Vanessa, is they are angry. It wasn't a lackadaisical approach to voting during that time. It was a purpose voting. They went in there with a mission. They wanted to send Nancy Pelosi home. They want to send all of the people who locked their states down and told them to sit down and shut up and just follow the instructions. All right. Update on the Pennsylvania governor race there. Only 8% voting. Early numbers, guys.
Yes, Pittsburgh is already in. Harrisburg is in. Philadelphia is in. So you're looking at your three main cities in that state already being counted, but we have not had any numbers yet from all of the other counties.
But what's interesting to point out is when you get past these high population, very heavy Democratic areas, if you're able to stay, and I don't have that percentage on those, but if you're able to stay in striking distance and you know you can get a certain percentage of those votes, knowing you're going to get a larger percentage of votes outside the area, that's encouraging. I know we saw that with Carrie Lake, that she knew there were certain areas that she could stay, if she could stay in the game close enough that she knew she could take the other counties, then and then she had the children who did, that race is very winnable. So I'd have to look in to see what percentage that was. But you know, if Mastriano can kind of get a decent share in Philadelphia and some of these really Pittsburgh, these blue collar cities, then I think he has a great chance.
And you have people on these camps and these campaigns who who that's what they do for their job. That's what they are doing for these campaigns. They are looking at the numbers, and sometimes, a lot of times, most of the time, they have a breakdown that's way over my head and way over the average person's head, and so they're not getting scared yet. And so until they do, then maybe we can. But they're all calm. They expected this, and they know the numbers. They know what they were expecting by the numbers for early voting, for mail-in ballots, same-day voting or election day voting. So they know what they're doing, and we're good. We're on pace.
We had Christina Bob was talking about it, and she's the attorney for Save America, and of course contributes to this network. Some of these states have changed so much of what they were doing back in 2020, and if we can identify the weaknesses of these voting areas, we're able to correct those. We can help minimize the chances of this election being compromised. And one of them was having illegal drop boxes. And of course, I feel like the Democrats weaponized COVID for political gain for the election. They knew what they were doing. They wanted to put drop boxes in place so we can keep everybody safe, 6 feet apart now. Go to the polls with the mask and drop your ballot in there, unasked, no ID, no verification of who you are. That's what happened in 2020. So if we take out the drop boxes and a lot of these states that really utilize them, and we're able to get back to traditional ways of voting, then I think we have a chance. Speaking of a drop box, there we go, Trump mystery box. See the way I transitioned in there?
Yes, I like it. I see what you did.
See, I think the guys back in the studio did this on purpose. They said, hey, he's talking about boxes. Let's drop in the Trump mystery box.
You're going to see me smile every time I see this pop up, because not only does Trump have a wonderful smile on his face, that's just a great idea. I love it. And I'm looking at some of the, look, my eyesight's not as great as it used to be, but I'm seeing it could be a hat. I'm not too sure what else.
There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
What you're gonna get. Those guys behind the camera right now, they know. They say, hey, he's talking about boxes. They drop in one of those Trump mystery boxes. Website, freetrumpbox.com, freetrumpbox.com, freetrumpbox.com. Pretty simple. Go do it. Limited time on everybody. This is something of those things that's just for tonight. So it's election day special. But the drop boxes got to go. I mean, let's just be honest. They got to go.
Yes. And in some states, after the 2020 election, they made different rules for the elections, and we're seeing less of that, which is good. Again, with all of this movement that's going on and people fighting for election integrity after the 2020 election, it's not a quick fix. It's not an overnight fix, but we are seeing some fixes in just 2 years, and it just leads to what's to come. Look at the reports we're seeing today about the problems at the machines. And you and I know there's problems at the machines. And so we're getting reports from all over that, there's more problems today. But the good news is that people are waking up and they're reporting it as soon as it happens. So it's not a quick fix. It's something we're seeing make some improvements, but hopefully, Brian, we'll get there eventually.
You've heard President Trump talk about this, that the absentee voting, and it should only be done if you physically can't go vote on election day. Like, we extend absentee voting for some of the dumbest things in the world. I think you should have to go to a polling place and vote in person, paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting. We know the winner at the end of the day. The fact that we allow so many people to mail in an absentee ballot with just the excuse of that, for whatever reason, you just don't want to go to the polls, which, mind you, I heard a report today that back in 2020, over 50 million people claimed they could not have transportation to go to the polls. They had no ability to get to the polls. Now, I'm sure they had no ability to get to, the grocery store, the liquor store, the work, church, or whatever, and I'm not saying that we don't have people in our society that don't have the ability to drive. I get that. And a lot of seniors live in assisted living centers. They don't drive, obviously, but they have ways to get them there. I think that was just another excuse to claim voter suppression, that these people don't have ways to get to the polls. Well, I'm not buying that at all.
I'm not buying any of them. Not that many people.
Correct. Not 50 million. And, So that's kind of crazy. You can think about this. If Joe Biden got, what, 81 million votes, you mean to tell me that 50 million people did not have the ability to get to the polls? I mean, I'm not saying all 50 million were part of that 81 million, but it's just, they're going to throw every excuse in the world to try to convince you that it's difficult to vote in this country. It's not. You just got to have a photo ID and be a U.S. citizen, which we haven't really talked about immigration too. It's going to be interesting to see, like, how the illegal immigration has hurt the Republicans in this race, because the Democrats want to basically feed their base with these illegals. They want to pad the Democratic base. They don't want voter ID because they want these massive 1.5 million immigrants, you said. They want, in just 1 year alone, they want them to come into this country and go cast their vote for a Democrat, because they're going to remind you that you're here because of Joe Biden's policies. That's why you need to continue to support the Democratic Party. This is a part of the plan, because guess what, folks? Their ideas, their platform doesn't make sense. And the only way they can grow their base is through illegal immigration. Decision desk right here. Let's go. Oh, look who pulled ahead there. And look who is projected to win. Anna Paulina Luna wrapping up CD13 there in Florida. What a great win that is. And let's project it right here. Boom. There she is. Stamp it. Put a bow around it. She is projected winner here in U.S. House CD13. Anna Paulina Luna. Looking good in that green sweater. Can't wait to take it to D.C.
Take it to the house.
Take it to the house. Take it to the house.
Yes. Congratulations to her. Good to see that win right there, because again, like we're seeing across the board tonight, it's a trend. Hopefully it'll continue. If they're falling behind early on, or they're coming out on top at the end, because
that's good to see. You know, because I know that she was concerned. I had some communication, not directly with her, but indirectly about her, that there was some concern in her race, that she didn't feel like she was getting the support she needed to win. Obviously, she did, and we're glad that she did. And the voters of Florida showed up. And I think here's what my takeaway from this right now. Florida just got another fire-breathing congressional candidate there, or sitting member of Congress now. She's awesome. She falls in line with the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Matt Gaetz, the Jim Jordans, the Carrie Lakes. Now you can add her to the list. She's going to be awesome for Florida. And she's actually going to make a difference in Florida, in this country, without a doubt.
Florida is just on the roll, aren't they? I mean,
well,
look at they have, their representatives, their governor. I mean,
but you know what's funny is it's not hard to beat these people. We have better ideas than they do. We really do. We have better ideas, and as long as we can communicate that to the people, we can win races. It's whenever you get in districts like the AOCs and Tlaib's, you get these areas that are so concentrated and they're so brainwashed. It's hard to crack these really deep-seated blue areas. But if there's a good chance of winning there, you put a good candidate in place and you promote them and you put money behind them, you're going to win. Yeah, pretty simple. You're going to win. All right, if you're just now joining us, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn is live here in our right side broadcasting studios. We've got crews. We haven't really checked in with Captain Cypher. I'm hoping that she's been here, right? In the Carrie Lake headquarters there in Scottsdale, we've got Matthew Alvarez and the Doug Mastriano headquarters. We also have Liz Willis down in Mar-a-Lago, which both of us are very jealous right now.
Absolutely.
That she's down there.
That's no secret. I'll tell you.
Liz Willis pulled the white gig tonight.
But you know what? I love being next to you too, Brian. Brian and I worked together 20 years ago, and we're back together again. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but you and I would rather be in Mar-a-Lago. Not a bad gig. All right, so are we going to check in on social media? We're going to toss to Arizona.
You said it sooner. You
Oh
say it,
my
magic
goodness.
happens.
One of the best gubernatorial races in the country is right there in Arizona. That's when we found our own Catherine Cipher live from Kari Lake's headquarters. Catherine, what's going on?
Hey there, Brian. I'm so excited to be standing here with you all in Scottsdale, Arizona tonight, where one of the largest watched races in the country is here with Kari Lake. She's carrying this ticket, as you guys know. She is just, her star power and her charisma from the very beginning has just captured Arizonians and really nationwide. I love to just sit back and think about how I actually met Kari Lake with you, Brian, in October of 2021 in Iowa. And you told me she was going to be one of the best candidates in 2022. And here we are tonight, seeing all of her hard work come to fruition. And, you look back at the primary, she was one of the first candidates that Donald Trump endorsed in the primary. She was outspent 5-1. And here we are tonight at a victory party where she is likely to come out as the victor in Governor Lake at the end of the night. She's also, you look down the ticket, you have Blake Masters and Mark Kelly. This race, this is the seat that is former Senator McCain's seat, late Senator McCain's seat. And, Mark Kelly won this seat in 2020 with Biden at the top of the ticket. In 2018, Martha McSally had actually won this seat. And so this is a really heavily watched Senate seat this year because you do not have Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. Going down the list tonight, you also have Mark Fincham, who's running for Secretary of State, a very, very election integrity heavy candidate who is just, from the very beginning, he has said that is what his focus is on. And I think today what you saw in Maricopa County validated some of his concerns. And then you run down also to the congressional seats. You've got 3 of the 9 seats are actually Trump-endorsed seats tonight. So overall, a really great slate of candidates and just really excited for what's to happen in Arizona tonight.
All right, Catherine, thank you so much for checking in on Kari Lake. She said that, Kari Lake has been outspent big time on this race, with Katie Hobbs really getting a lot of money dumped in on this race. And the difference between Katie Hobbs, well, there's a lot of differences between Katie Hobbs and Kari Lake, but one of them was money. Katie Hobbs is this swamp, and you may be in the desert of Arizona, but trust me, there's a swamp out there in Scottsdale, and Kari Lake is trying to drain it, and she's going to do it despite the amount of money that has been flooding into that state. We were there from day one when she announced her candidacy to run for governor there in Arizona. We've been behind her from day one. We knew she was right fit. She has run an amazing race that was really built upon small donors. These are people that are mailing in $5, $10, not mailing in big corporate backings that Katie Hobbs got. So with that said, I anticipate a win tonight, just like she said. It's going to be a victory party tonight in Arizona. Right. There's no doubt.
Yes. Another place I'm jealous that someone's at, because that is going to be a wonderful party to be at tonight when those election results are called.
There you go.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, the winner there in Georgia, U.S. House 14.
And I think earlier some other outlets have called this race, but we just want to make sure that we confirm that as well. As Marjorie Taylor Greene will continue her dominance in District 14 there in the great state of Georgia. Maybe we'll get her to call in and say, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, Marjorie, if you're watching right now, give us a call.
There you go. And she does so much. And that's just a great example of serving your constituents in your district. I mean, she serves the people. I mean, people love her despite, let me break down well, there's a lot I can break down with that. But outside of President Trump, she is the most vilified person in D.C. People either love Marjorie Taylor Greene and what she does for this country and her America First policy, and she basically stands alongside President Trump on every single one of his policies. It does not back down. She does not take PAC money. She does not take lobbyist money. She doesn't take that. Her and Matt Gaetz, the only two people in Congress that do not take lobbyist money. They take money from small donations. But the reason why she's vilified so much is because she doesn't take PAC money. Okay? If someone takes PAC money, they kind of protect themselves. There's a shield built around them where the PACs, the lobbyists, will protect them to a large extent from these attacks. But if you don't take that money from, it's basic bribery is what it is.
Sounds like it.
It is. If they're paying you to vote a certain way, if you don't take that money, then there's no protection. And they will come after you, and they've done that from day one. Actually, they did it from day one. First day in office for her, first day when she got elected, is she submitted articles of impeachment on Joe Biden. First day in office. All right, let's go back to Texas. Let's take
Greg Abbott.
Greg Abbott.
Governor Abbott now in the lead with 32% of the precincts reporting, 52.3% to Beto O'Rourke, 46.6% Beto. Look, Brian, how many times do you have to lose before you say, okay, I just can't?
I don't know. I kind of feel like I should have some ZZ Top playing when we have these Texas results there. But that's more, I think, more realistic than what you're going to see. Now, if you remember early on, about 45 minutes ago, that race did not look like that. So that's obviously changed a little bit there. So Greg Abbott pulling away, and maybe the next update we might be able to see a little bit a better idea of how it's really ultimately going to turn out. Now let's talk about the issues of Texas and maybe why you're seeing that is immigration. And the Biden policies have failed the people along the state of Texas, along the border there, because of the influx of illegal immigration. It's ruined a lot of border cities. I've been down there to Eagle Pass. I've been down to Brownsville, Laredo, Harlingen area, and seen the impact of illegal immigration. And so what you're seeing, Myra Flores,
yes,
who's up for re-election as well. Yeah, she won based upon saying, look, we're tired of this in the community. And I think people along the Rio Grande and people in Texas in general are tired of the radical immigration policies in Biden. They're ruining certain states like Texas, and people are tired of it.
We are tired of it. Living on the southeast coast of Texas, we see it a lot, and you don't know who's in your city, who's coming to your city.
Yeah.
When millions are flooding in, you just don't know. And so immigration, we need to finish the wall. We need to protect our borders. We don't have a nation. We don't have a border, no matter what nation you are. And that's why you're a nation. You have to have borders, and you have to have some type of border policy. Now, the left will always say, what about the children down there? Look, you're looking at no one who loves children more than me. I love little kids. I love children. It is not their fault that their parents or uncles or aunts or friends, neighbor brought them through this. They didn't decide to come here and then be, held up at the border. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a politician. I don't know what the answer is. But I do know that, yes, I don't like that. Just think of a child. 1-year-old, 5-year-old, 7-year-old, mom and dad are somewhere. We don't know. I'm in this foreign place. I don't know where I am. They're crying. They're scared. I hate that idea. It makes me sad. So there has to be some other plan in place on what to do with these kids. But still, they shouldn't be coming over here. They need to be stopped either before they get here, or something needs to be done, because what's happening right now is not working.
Yeah, and the coyotes, and they use the kids as political puppets and pawns to get in here, and they pick up these kids and they go across the border and they use them to come in here, and that kid is probably traded several times over to come across. It does, and you see some of the videos when they catch some of these coyotes. These kids are injected with drugs to make them so delirious and drowsy that when they shine a flashlight in their eyes, they have no alertness in them, because they are drugged to basically be carried across the border over and over again and used. And they're only doing that because they're getting away with it, because the Biden administration and the policies they don't tear that from happening. So it's going to keep happening over and over and over again. And the thing that really pisses me off is that we're not seeing anything done with that by Kamala Harris, who's the board czar. Here's another one that's called the state of Florida.
Good to see this. Pat Can makes 61.8%, 70% of the precincts reporting. She is Florida U.S. House.
Yeah.
Good to see that. 61.8%. Cat. A lot of people love her, not just in Florida, but all over the country. There's a lot of cat fans out there. So they pulled through for her today, and she is the winner of that race.
Yeah, good win there. And predicted it, I think, from there as well. But it's nice to see her pull that out. You know, Florida just keeps hammering home some results tonight. A lot of them have been extended out, but we'll see if that continues tonight as well. Back to immigration for a second. You know, that has been a leading reason why a lot of people have flooded the polls, because, you know, the Democrats tried to tell you that your greatest concern, Vanessa, is climate change, J6, and gender affirming. That's what they think that's important to you, not crime, immigration, drugs, law and order, you know, not all the things like integrity, not the things that really, inflation, not the things that matter in your life, but things like climate control, climate change, gender affirming, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, Shem. That's what they thought people was important. And I'm telling you, look at the ratings. There's a reason why no one was watching those trials. But the 20
just
people
don't care.
But the 20 people that worked in CNN and the producers, no one cared about that. And it's and that is the fact. And I think when they get their butt handed to them tonight, it's going to back up this whole theory that the American people don't care about January 6th. And it's their own fault for pushing that so hard and running on that. And it's going to backfire.
It's going to backfire because they're trying, this is just another hoax. They're trying to get Trump some way, somehow. They haven't been able to get him before for anything. Russia, you name it. They can't get him. They're trying January 6th. They're breaking into Mar-a-Lago and, you know, taking documents from his home, going into Melania's closet, Barron, child, his room was in shambles when he returned home. They're trying to get him any way they can, and they just can't do it.
Can't do it. Well, I tell you what, who's going to do it, I hope, is Tootie Dixon. We'll see what happens there. Pretty consistent margin there as far as reporting, only 9%, pretty low, but at least the margin as it goes up. We'll see if what you got to do is get out of Detroit and get out of this is college students. Not Grand Rapids, but either Grand Rapids is very good caller, but the northern Michigan, Traverse City, very Republican. We'll get those results in, perhaps, and we'll see exactly what's happening there. Gretchen Whitmer with a lead so far in Michigan. But back to the conversation about what's important to viewers, and drop your what's important to you in the chat here. I mean, drop it in there. I can't necessarily read it right now, but we will. You guys can have some fun in the chats talking about what's concerning to you. What is concerning to you? What are the issues that you want to talk about, and what are the issues that are important to you? And if maybe I'm missing the mark here, if climate change is one of the issues that's concerning to you, then that's incredible. But
it has to be inflation. And that affects everything.
It's got to be inflation.
I want to go over some numbers real quick, Brian. Thanksgiving is right around the corner, right? 8.2% increase on food. 8.2%. So you go to the grocery store, you know it, I know it. When I just go, I'm spending no less than $100 every visit. That's a lot of money. Think of a family of 4. That's a lot. Energy, housing, airfare up 43%. Utilities, gas 33%. 16% for electricity. Groceries, again, eggs 31%. Milk 15%. Gasoline, we all know, we fill up our tank 18%. This is all a 40-year high. 40 years. Yeah. So inflation is affecting all Americans. We just can't afford it. People are working 2-3 jobs now. They're being taken away from their homes. And so that has to be a key factor whenever they went to the polls today.
All right, people are talking about that. They're also talking about other issues, and our own Adam Taxon is live at our social media desk to go over some of the things that you're talking about online. Adam, I love some of the things you're pulling up. What's trending right now? What are they talking about, Adam?
Thanks. So much going on. So little time. I'm going to get right into it. Boom. North Carolina. The gap is closing. Enough said. Bud's going to win this. But that's not a projection. Not a projection. New York Times. This is really good news. Counseling people about elections and anxiety often go hand in hand. We like that. This is from Blueprint Q. Very great account. Herschel gaining steam as they count day of ballots. We love that. And here's I'm not going to make anyone watch Charlie Crist because that's kind of painful. But he did congratulate Governor DeSantis, and the crowd groaned. We like that. I showed that one already. Just a comment about North Carolina, because I know we're very concerned, but we just don't have the results yet. But the judicial races, which is a little bit inside baseball. This is, again, by the way, from Sloan Rockmuth down there, who I talked about before. But it's looking good for the North Carolina Supreme Court. A little esoteric. That's good news, too. Speaks for itself. Again, people are talking about red tsunami. I'm not sure we're there yet, but I'm in a good mood right now. I'm in a good mood. Okay, I can slow down a little bit. Now, here is a great point about Florida, which we're probably going to wrap up talking about pretty early because they're so efficient with their elections. That's not going to be a state that's going to go late into the night. But here's some good analysis. Are we allowed to talk about COVID a little bit? We know that Florida has been at the forefront, sort of the opposite of California and New York City in that case. And that's having an effect. I'm going to show you some other tweets later. Florida is now a red state. It's no longer purple at all. In fact, I may celebrate later. I have a purple tie, change my outfits a little bit like it's the Academy Awards. I think I'm going to do that in honor of Florida. Unfortunately, I can't have the dramatic effect of switching to a red tie because I didn't bring one in my stash out there. I'll leave that for President Trump to wear the red tie. But Florida, it's changed. And I've mentioned it before. So much of a factor there is not only DeSantis, we love him, but the Latino population, which is substantial, is overwhelmingly turning red. And Cuban Americans were quite red, especially compared to other Hispanic groups, but a lot of Venezuelans are overwhelmingly red. And Venezuela, part of South Dade or Central Miami-Dade, it's called now, county, and they know what communism is all about, to say the least. Here, we sort of have hinted at that news, but from Election Wizard on Telegram, Herschel Walker has captured the lead now. So 49.3 to 48.9. I got this a couple minutes ago, so it may be more than 55% now. We know Greg Abbott has beaten Beto O'Rourke. Sorry, I can't really even talk about Beto with a straight face. That guy is a joke. But I'm sure there will be some whiny tweets, which will be in my next round here. A good point about Eric get to anything, not only because it's so out west, but that's where, along with Pennsylvania, so many of the shenanigans are. Obviously, Florida, if Kari Lake does win, if it's a legitimate election, if anyone want to take some tips from Florida, and I can't remember the name of the Broward supervisor, I don't have it up, but she was notorious. Governor DeSantis fired him, and I have a feeling Governor Lake is the Broward County of Arizona. And we're getting great news from Miami-Dade County, which is a little more than Broward County and even a little more conservative than Palm County, more Latino population. Yeah, here's an interesting point from a college classmate of mine, good friend, Erica Elmutz. Not my area. Maybe you woke up in the middle of the night and caught the eclipse, partial or even full. This is supposedly some precedent, like 1776, whatever is going on astrologically now. I'm not the expert. You Google it, tell you about all this yourself, but there's some really interesting stuff going on. I heard something even that President Trump on June 14th, 1948, there was also lunar. Read into that what you want. Thank you for Erica. I have something else from her later because she recently moved from California to Florida. Here, we appreciate the people who appreciate us, and that goes for you, Indy Spanglish, Jerry Lopez out of Indiana. Hey, we like that. We like being appreciated. What can I tell you? But I did make a reference before. He really goes after Howard Stern. The reason I bring up is because he has been else. He's actually Herschel Walker, who is a black man, a dummy. And, well, I guess it's, if you look at that picture of Howard Stern in blackface, it's on brand. And he attacked Kanye West also. And, yeah. The only question I leave with you is, who looks more like Professor Bunsen Honeydew on the Mets, or Rick Wilson, who's always on MSNBC? It's a good question to ponder when things get slow tonight. This speaks for itself. President Trump apparently knows who his vice president is. He hasn't told me, but this is news that I guess some people are talking about. I didn't see this, but interesting. Here we go. You know, liberal outlets running cover. What do you expect? They want to delay it. Will come up. We haven't heard a lot about that yet tonight. It's out in the Pacific time zone. I'm sure we'll see something similar from Wisconsin, Michigan, CNN. Again, if you're a CNN fan and you're watching this for whatever reason, maybe you're on the wrong channel, you're not supposed to trust anything you hear on social media. You should get your information from CNN. That's the point CNN wants to make. And it also has the point, if you're still in a place where voting is, stay in line and vote. There's a reason to do it in person. It makes it harder for them. Praying-matic, I gave a reference to this in my last segment. The reason that Harmeet, Dillon, and the RNC are suing Maricopa County is Maricopa County, which is we know all about them by now. They're asking for an emergency order to keep voting centers open until 10 p.m. Another thing that they're doing in Arizona, they're maybe having people hold up the lines in certain Republican areas. I don't know much more about it than what I read in the tweets. I can't talk from expertise. I'm here at in a studio in Alabama. This is what someone's putting on Truth Social. Used that one already. Mike Cernovich. It's taken me a while to get to him. You know, I got to Jack Posobiec earlier, but legendary on social media. He's very confident. Okay, I feel good. He's been wrong about things before. Liz Cheney, the war pig. Do I really need to make comments about her? We'll look at what people are saying about her, if she's even on social media, because it will be fun. I think the German word for that is Schadenfreude, you know, being happy about another's demise. I'm sure she'll be on MSNBC tomorrow morning. Jim Banks won his re-election. Okay, great. That's the Fort Wayne area. Got to this one before. I'll edit better for my next segment. Tip from Lieutenant Colonel Steve Murray: stay in line. If you're in line at 7 p.m., it is your constitutional right to vote, even if they say they're going to close. Ty Lemon, who's a funny guy on Twitter, great Twitter account. I think it's under Tux Lemons with 2 M's. There's the joke. I like it. Yep. And New York State are very much in play. One thing I've noticed, and interesting because I'm Jewish myself, it's not a surprise, but Orthodox Jews, religious Jews, Jews who practice actual Judaism are very much into this election. There's a lot of them in New York, and it could potentially make a difference, certainly in congressional districts like in Rockland County, in Long Island, and even in New York City. And there were long lines. I've been seeing stuff like that all day. They're much more enthusiastic than any other group in New York City, which bodes well for Republicans there. This is another thing. This is courtesy of Rusty Weiss, who's in upstate New York, TP Insider on Twitter. More suspicious of a theme that's going on all night. We've seen hours extended in Harris County, Texas, which is Houston. Of course we did. That's the bluest part. But as we've said before, Governor Abbott has already won. Kurt Schlichter. I love his books, by the way. And he has a great Twitter account. I do love his books if you have time to read. Very much on target. Just, hey, Paul Pelosi, we're far into the broadcast. I know he's not running for anything, but it's too amusing not to bring up. Speaks for itself. And someone who just voted Republican for the first time in their life, a common theme. Someone happy, a friend of mine, Allie Singer. She didn't know, she was just happy to vote. That's in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. That's where I'm from, actually, originally. And that's where people are, it's a very much suburban Philadelphia, purple area. Again, Erica Elmetz, people who moved to Florida from California and why. Just very thrilled about Governor DeSantis, if not necessarily surprised by that. Brian Cates, essential on Telegram, that the Republicans have wised up in a place like Pennsylvania. clandestine, essential on Telegram, but the steal may occur in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Red Wave is on. And then Blueprint on Q. Frank LaRose, Secretary of State in Indiana. And then finally, Allegheny County, supposedly selling out to China. Greg Phillips, we're glad is out of jail. And Sarah Sanders has won as governor of Arkansas. And back to you at the desk.
All right, thanks, Adam. What a great job. That was like rapid fire with Adam.
Yeah.
We went through about 150 social media accounts. I love it. Good job there. And I saw a couple of tweets or a couple of posts in there about Sanders there in Arkansas, and good to see her. Looks like, according to that, according to the numbers we've seen, looks like she's going to pull ahead. Hey, broadcast alert, about 31 minutes. We're going to wrap up whatever you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and go 100% on Rumble and our app. So if you don't have our app right now, just go over to your Android, your iPhone store, and you can download it, put it on your phone. I mean, I've got it on my phone. I always love when we go to rallies, people love to show their phones to us to prove that they're watching us on their app.
I like that idea.
I love it.
If you're watching us.
Yeah. I had Diane Glenn is a great relative, and she posted up that she's watching. I just put it on my Instagram. So if you're watching us, post it up. Post up your election coverage and tag us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social. Tag us, and we'll try to repost as many as we can. Just take a picture of you watching us in front of your television, and we'll do just that.
And on Truth Social, I'm there at Vanessa Broussard. And on Instagram, we don't talk about that much because I really pushed Truth Social. So Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard. On Instagram, I am Vanessa Broussard News. And if you tag me on Instagram, I will put you in my story. So make sure you do.
There you go. I met Brian on Truth Social at Brian TV on everything else. So far, we haven't seen a lot of major letdown. I mean, we haven't seen one race so far that's been disappointing as far as some of the bigger high-profile races. Of course, Adam had said in his report online that potentially Herschel Walker has pulled ahead in that state. Now, like, hey, look at this. Look at this. It's getting close. Jamie Vance. Ohio. It's getting closer and closer. Now, this is what we thought would happen. Because once we get out of these cities that traditionally are very blue-collared Democrats, blue-dog Democrats, and get out to some of these other areas, you're going to start to see Jenny Vance pull ahead. That's exactly what he's closing the gap.
Lots of the states. I didn't see. We want to take like that, please, if we can, on J.D. Vance's race in Ohio, if we can. We're not looking at many places, Brian, that have not reported yet, according to what I'm seeing here. So there we go.
Yeah, 41% reporting. So we still got a good chunk of votes that are still out. So we'll just see where those votes are still out. And that's what's key. And if we can get these areas that have historically done well, we'll do just that. I'll tell you what, we'll take a quick moment to mention our friends over at freetrumpbook.com. That's right. You love that website, don't you?
I do. I love anything Trump.
I like that what he's doing right there. Put the thumbs up.
Put Trump in every www address. I mean, it's making me smile.
There you go. Truth on what he really did for this country. Unbiased, not doctored, just the truth. You're not going to see it on TikTok. You're not going to hear it in your schools. But you can read about it right there. Website, freetrumpbook.com. It's absolutely free. Now, there is a small fee for shipping and handling. That's
okay. Yes.
Freetrumpbook.com. Go check it out. Get the truth on President Trump and what he did for this country as a kid's guy.
And it's from Mike Huckabee, and he's celebrating big tonight with Sarah's win.
Yeah, and you know what? It'd be a kid's guide, but hey, big boy right here, take that book all day long.
I know you would. You like that
Trump
animation, the cartoon look there. Because we're doing great tonight. We're doing great. No complaints over here.
No complaints. Okay, as we're making our way across the country, as a reminder, if you're just now joining us, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn joining you live here from Right Side Broadcasting Studios. We've got crews in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and down at Mar-a-Lago, where Liz Willis is there. Beautiful setting she has there. We'll check in with her here in a little bit, and check in with Matthew Alvarez, who was just with the last time we went to him. He's with Doug Mastriano and his camp, and then with Kathleen there in Arizona and Scottsdale with Terry Lake and her victory party, which you'll have later. It's going to be a victory party.
That is a party.
It's going to be a party. She's going to close it out. We'll check in with her as well. You can also check in with us on social media and share this broadcast, share this feed, to make sure that we get the truth out. Now, we just wrapped up 4 days on the road. I came in from Dayton, Ohio last night. I'm team 0 no sleep right now.
You are, and I don't know how you do it.
0 no sleep.
But look.
Maybe an hour or so, and now, I probably need another Red Bull here in a second to stay up.
But we mentioned it a while ago. I made a quick mention that Brian and I worked together about 20 years ago. I'll get to that in a second. We are reporting live. It has been declared Sarah Huckabee Sanders has won the race in the Arkansas governor race, 58.2% to 37.1%. Great victory there for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Congratulations to Sarah. I'm going back to you and I, Brian. We worked together for 20 years ago in Beaumont, Texas. That's where we're from. Hello, everyone in Beaumont.
Do we have anybody watching us in Beaumont right now?
Yes, I've had pictures being sent in, but they've got some close races there. I've been following that as well. They're in Jefferson County, Texas. So far, the Republicans are ahead. Good to see. We've been rallying back at home as well. You are always very energetic, as far as I can remember you, Brian. I always wondered, he's like Trump. Do you sleep? The answer is yes. No. And how you do it, I have no idea.
Well, I only need about 4 or 5 hours a night. Yeah. A good solid sleep, and I'm good for a while. But I tell you, tonight will be the knockout punch for me. I'm going to need some sleep. Take a look at this, folks. Now we're getting into kind of the nitty gritty of the reporting here. 60% reporting. Walker down by about 1.8% on this. Very close race. If you can pull it up.
Yes. So I have that pulled up right now, Brian. Atlanta has been called, Augusta, Columbus, and Savannah. So you're looking at some mid-state counties numbers that haven't come in. Northeast areas of the state have not been reported yet, and some western areas of the state. So we'll see what happens there.
Okay, so we still got a little bit of the population out. That's a close race, and I would say out of all the races we've watched so far tonight, that one has that edge that we're just trying to.
We knew this was going to be a close race. There's no secret there that this was going to be an extremely close race. The polls were showing tight race, and we'll just see what happens. But Herschel Walker, he's staying in this race, and we're looking for a good outcome.
We're hoping for a good outcome. Also, like I said, we'll check in with the Kerry Lake teams, see what's going on there. There's some great patriots. I mean, Kerry Lake is obviously a firebrand there in Arizona, but you also have Mark Fincham. You've got Blake Masters. You've got Wendy Rogers. Wendy Rogers is another one that wins her area out big time. She's hugely popular with her constituents. There's Joe from Texas. Go check that website out as well. Speaking of Beaumont, Joe from Texas is a great website. Go check it out. Practical Solutions for America's Problems. He is from Beaumont, Texas. He is in the oil business of laying down these mats. We talked about the impact of the Biden administration on the oil industry. He was telling me this, Vanessa, that at one point they serviced 4,500 active oil rigs, or drilling wells, I guess you could say, in this country. And because Joe Biden and his administration and some of his policies of ending the leases on these drilling areas, 700. So that's how much it's dropped. So a lot of jobs have been wiped away. But to go to Joe from Texas, if you watch this right now, just go to joefromtexas.com and check it out. In about 5 minutes, we're going to go over to the great state of Pennsylvania and check in with Matthew Alvarez there to find out what's going on in the Doug Mastriano camp. I would imagine this time, or what, 9:37 there in that part of the country, we're probably getting close. A little bit of excitement there, you would think. We'll see what the numbers look like in that particular race. And, we haven't really talked about Dr. Oz too much tonight.
We haven't.
We have. I guess we'll see some of those totals come up here shortly. But that's another race that obviously has gotten a lot of media attention. Of course, Fetterman and his lack of ability to, coherently do a debate and answer questions without some interpreter. And I'm not making fun of him having. Look, let me just be full transparency. I was 35 years old. I had a stroke. I had to have heart surgery to correct what happened. As a matter of fact, I got 2 of them. It's one of the reasons why I moved from Florida to Texas. So I can be sympathetic to what he's going through right now, because I did, believe it or not, Vanessa, I did lose the ability to speak. Well, there we go. Wow. Okay. 41% reporting. Mim and Oz, 41.8. Fetterman, 55.2. You're looking it up right now.
Pittsburgh is in, Harrisburg is in, Philadelphia is in, all of the suburban areas, outskirts. We were looking at north central part of the state hasn't come in yet. Central part of the state and the southwest part of the state, we're still waiting on for the most part, and the areas outside of Philadelphia.
So it looks like Western PA, for the most part, it's got a lot of red in your map.
Yes.
That has come in, which is good, but we need some of those other areas to pull a little stronger than what we're seeing. But I guess what I'm getting to in Fetterman is I have a lot of sympathy for what he's going through, what his family's going through, really do. But he should not be elected senator.
And it makes you question,
He doesn't have the ability.
Absolutely not. And the red flag that's being raised, Brian, is that he won't release his medical records when people ask if he is competent enough right now to handle the position. He won't release those records. So right there, it just tells you that's a no-go because of his, again, unfortunate stroke that he had. But if you can't release your medical records and be transparent about where you stand in the medical field, what your doctors are saying, then I feel like it's a cover-up. And so that to me should be a shoe-in for Dr. Oz.
Yeah. Dee, I'm not sure where Dee lives. Send us a picture of Dee watching us on her iPad there, Dee. So thank you so much for watching us. I always like to give them a shout out. Dee Hyder is watching us on her iPad tonight. So thank you so much for that, Dee. And we'll continue to send us your pictures, and we'll see if we can show you the best we can. A few minutes out, we'll check in with Matthew Alvarez in a few minutes, who's in Doug Mastriano's camp there in Pennsylvania. We'll talk about Mastriano before we go to him. He was one of the first people when we started doing these public Senate hearings on voting election integrity. Doug Mastriano led the charge on that, and that's why he's so popular. So let's go over to Matthew Alvarez, who is live at Doug Mastriano's headquarters. Give us a latest update on there, Matthew.
Daniel Goki is playing right now behind me. He's a Christian artist, started out with American Idol, performing for the audience here of supporters for, of course, the Colonel Doug Mastriano. The Mastriano camp actually says in Luzerne County, where that's Wilkes-Barre Scranton area, that a judge has ordered the polls to stay open until 10 p.m. Eastern. That's 19 minutes from now because of voting issues. That's the latest that I've heard from the campaign. So we know that from 7 a.m. until 8. And you just said the truth sets you free. I agree with that right there, of course. But the polls open at 7 this morning. They were to close at 8, but in one county so far in Pennsylvania, they are closing in about 18 minutes from now because of voting issues. Now, this is a pretty packed house here. We take a live look right now and just see how things are going here. There's about 200 to 300 people at the Penn Harris Hotel. This is in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. Real quick side note, right across the street is the Holy Spirit Hospital. That's where I was born back in 1981. So it's kind of cool to be full circle back here right now on a night like this, just in a town that I was born in. But once again, that is Daniel Goki right now performing here at the Mastriano camp. And one thing we can tell you, Brian, you were talking earlier about Dr. Oz and Mr. Fetterman. You know, at the end of the day, hoping for a win there, of course, too. Dr. Oz would be great to have a victory there in the Senate, and then the gubernatorial race, a victory tonight for Colonel Doug Mastriano would go a long way for the Keystone State. Definitely a number of people are tired of Governor Wolf's policies, and they definitely do not want someone like Josh Shapiro, who is super weak on crime and super woke and a leftist. If there's a definition of someone on the left, Josh Shapiro is one of them. Of course, Katie Hobbs out there in Arizona too. But at the end of the day, we're looking for a true American patriot to step into office here in the Keystone State. For now, that's the latest from Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. Brian and Vanessa, let's send it back to you guys.
All right, Matthew, thank you so much. And, thank you so much, Matthew. We talked about crime. It's a big part of Mastriano's platform of really, controlling and getting a hold of crime. Because look, you can have the greatest economy in the world. You can have people, thriving financially. But if they don't feel safe in their home, that's not good. All right, turn our attention over to the governor race there in Georgia. Looks like Brian has turned the tide around there. Up, that's a good percentage there. 63% of the vote.
Yeah, good to see. He's coming out ahead there against Stacey Abrams, looking at Herschel Walker. Look at this.
Smoke.
Wow.
We got about
We got a ball game here. Herschel Walker, no stranger to ball games. This is a close one.
Herschel is up by, look at the votes there, 1453, 593 to 4. I mean, I didn't get a degree in mathematics.
2,080 votes.
Yeah, you did, apparently.
Now I'm looking at the numbers wrong. So, no, we're close, though.
That is
looking at them backwards.
Incredible. Now, that's going to be, hey, we have a game now.
We have a game. Herschel Walker.
Run, Herschel, run.
Yes, the Heisman Trophy winner. He's in the ball game.
He is in the ball game.
Wow.
But does that third party candidate that was in there, does that have is that affecting this? If that third party candidate wasn't in there, those votes swing to one of those candidates by far. And would it have swung more to Herschel than it would roughly?
Because remember, in Georgia, they have to have 50% of the vote in order to win. So if that third candidate mixes things up right now, we're going to have a runoff election between the two in December.
Yeah. By the way, get your book. Just go get it. Kids Guide to President Trump. Just go pick it up. Trump.
You're going to hear us talk about it.
You're going to hear us talk. You're going to hear me talk about that book. Whether I had to do it or not, I was going to do it anyway. I'm going to say that website. Love it. We are continuing to monitor everything that's going on across the country. Of course, we have Liz Willis, who is at Mar-a-Lago, who will check in with us here a little bit later. Beautiful night there in Mar-a-Lago. And of course, President Trump, being a candidate, if you're a Trump-endorsed candidate, you have a 98% chance of winning. So if I ever decide I want to run for political office, if I ever decide to do that, let's stop.
I will. I'll say, Brian, we need to take you to counseling.
We will, and I would go. But if I decided to run for counseling, I'm going to get Trump to endorse me because that would be a good chance I'd win. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that he might endorse me if I ever decided to run because he knows, hey, he's going to back me up on policies.
That's right.
There we go. So the Trump endorsed candidate will likely win these races. So when you look at J.D. Vance and what's going on in Pennsylvania right now, hopefully we get an update on that. Mehmet Oz, Fetterman, the last time I checked, was up pretty good margin on Dr. Oz. Let's see what happens there. But historically, they should do really well. We saw that in the primaries. You know, these primaries, they were battling out all these different candidates, and there were some good ones. I mean, you look at some races, you had several, 2 or 3 really solid candidates. But then the ones that were Trump endorsed were the ones that actually got across the finish line. And ultimately, that's what the voters want. So if you go to the polls and you see that a voter, like, I'll give you a great example. When you go to Arizona, and we've got Joe, our cameraman's over here, knows this. When you drive around Arizona, there's a lot of Kari Lake signs. Okay, a lot of them. And it says Trump endorsed Kari Lake, and a lot of them will have a side-by-side picture of President Trump. It'll be Trump endorsed, there's a picture of Trump. What happens is there's so much hate for President Trump that people will go out there and vandalize those signs, and they'll cut out the face of Trump, or they'll scrape, do Orange Man on it, or Sharpie, or whatever. In my opinion, every time you see a sign like that, her poll numbers just get strong, because people are fed up. They're fed up with that vicious attacks that they get from the left. So Trump endorsed candidates, whether or not they want to, spoof on you, they try to, vandalize your signs, take down your campaign, just makes you stronger.
It does.
And I just wish the left would understand, if you want to beat these Trump endorsed candidates, just don't talk about them.
I don't think they know how to do anything really, Brian. I mean, no matter if it's their policies, if they're campaigning on this idea or that idea, or if they're destroying signs, like anything they do, they can't overcome the MAGA movement, and so they can't. They've tried to bring the president down over and over and over again since he came down the golden escalators. They can't do it. They can't nab him. And so they're starting to go after the candidates now and doing anything in their power to bring them down. They cannot do it. And so they're running out of options. They're running out of ideas. It's just, but when you wake up every morning, they have some crazy ideology that they have to come up with now that makes them so far left. So between that and trying to compete with the MAGA movement, just give up.
It's become a clown show. It is a clown show, because you can't run on your ideas. You can't run on your platform. So your platform doesn't include solutions to solving problems. Your platform is, we hate Trump. We hate Trump endorsed candidates just as much as you. We all hate them together, but they don't solve anything. And I think people are tired of that, because you can only do that so long before you say, no, wait a minute, we got to solve some problems here. I may not like Trump, but you can't keep telling me you hate Trump more than I hate Trump. You need to come up with solutions, and they don't have them, Vanessa. They really don't. And unfortunately, they're going to learn the hard way that you've got to come up with ways to make this country better, or you're going to get beat at the polls. The days of just going up there and saying, vote for me, it's time for change. How many times have you heard a politician step up and go, I was ready, I got the solution? Joe Biden, you've been in office for 47 years. Now you have the solution to solve these problems? After 47 years? Like, you were just playing us for the last 46 years.
What were you doing these 4 decades?
But now you want to solve the problems of this country. And it's an absolute joke. It's a joke that Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, I can go down the list, Mitt Romney, these guys have been in office longer than both, so a lot of us have been alive. Well, not me, but maybe. It's like, when are we going to send them packing? When are we going to send them back to private life? Because they're no longer serving you. All right, they're serving themselves. That's why they stay in office. And you know what, Vanessa? They don't want to solve the problems.
Hey, Brian is fired up. If anybody at home cannot tell, Brian is fired up that he's on his soapbox right now. But look, Greg Abbott, Governor Abbott.
10-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 45% reporting, 10-point lead. Beto, that's what you get for pushing gender-affirming care, pro-choice, and all of the CRT, LBGTQ, XYZ in our schools. That's what they got you right there. That's what the Hollywood money does. That's what the left money does. And Beto O'Rourke, you know what? Just you're going to go back to riding your skateboard and jogging in your white shirts. That's what he's going to do.
I'm just going to let him continue to do.
Well, it's true.
It is true. Brian is fired up. Yes, he is definitely a fraud.
He's
And,
definitely a fraud.
It goes back to what he's wanting to do in our schools. It is so far left the way he thinks, and it's almost crazy talk to even look at his strategies and his ideas. And don't mess with the kids. And that's the biggest mistake, and that I can see right now. I mean, there's a lot of big mistakes the left is doing, but when you start messing with children, the kindergarten age children, the preschoolers, the first graders, and they need to learn about, you know, the birds and the bees that want to be bees, and the bees don't know if they're bees or birds. You know, it's just, they need to be children. And so when they start, you know, forcing this down the parents' throats, let the parents decide how they're going to raise their child, not the school. And what this junk, I have better word. Now you're getting me fired up. Better words for it, but the stuff that they're wanting to put in school libraries for children to read is just terrible. So better word, go home. If you want to run this kind of race, go to California.
Yeah, there you go.
Sit there with Newsom.
Don't mess with my Trump mystery box either. Claim yours right now. Go to the website, freetrumpbox.com, freetrumpbox.com. Special election day. You only get it right here today. Information's on your screen. Go visit it right now. Who knows what's in that box? I know what's in the box. Freedom. Freedom.
Smell it when
Liberty.
You
open it up and it just goes all over you.
It's an aroma.
It's a good aroma. You just go like this.
Candle can't do that.
Candle, yeah. But a free mystery Trump box can do just that. Go check it out. Look at that smile on Trump's face right now. You know why he's smiling right now?
Because he's winning.
Because he's winning.
He's a winner.
And he does not get tired of winning. Go claim your Trump mystery box right now. Free trumpbox.com.
Hello, MAGA. Sorry, Brian. MAGA Forever 777 on Truth Social. She says, my favorite people. Great job in the coverage. At Brian, at Vanessa Broussard. Thanks for watching.
Well,
going back to the race for Herschel Walker and Warnock. Walker pulling ahead even more, 49.6%, 48.5%, 66% of the precincts reporting right now. So he's taking off. Like he does. He's running away.
We got a big O-line right now that he's got a hole for Herschel, and he's going to take it to the house right now. See what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to with this. It should be now. We got that. Dinah.
I did.
My friend Dinah in Austin says $140 million were spent on Beto. They definitely need a refund. So tomorrow in the state of Texas is National Refund Day. If you donate it to Beto, then go claim your refund because it didn't work.
Go after his and email them, call them, tell them you want your money back.
I'm going to post up her post as well. She sent me something on Twitter. But you know, when you look at that race with Herschel, you know, it's we knew it was going to be close. And you know what? The night's not over. I mean, obviously, we can say a giant hole has been created by the O-line of the Georgia Bulldogs, and there goes Herschel running. But you know, that could close up. Now, let's not jump the gun too much, but I like to see that. So far, we're having a great. There hasn't really been any surprises. You know, early on we had some surprises that we thought, hope that changes, but so far it's been pretty good in terms of that.
But you know what we can't do, Brian? We cannot get complacent, because what I fear is that there's this big push, this momentum. There's this storm, the tsunami coming in. The political meteorologists, per se, predicted a tsunami, and we're seeing it, we're feeling it, we're hoping for the best tonight. But after this is over, after tonight's over, we can't get complacent and say, okay, we got this. We have to keep this going into 2024, into 2028. Just keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. So never get complacent. Never think, oh, we have this in the bag. That energy you feel in this election, that madness that you feel right now in your heart over what's going on in this country and where you're seeing this country at this point, I don't think it's ever been seen before. We don't ever want it to be seen again. So remember how you feel. Remember what you're paying at the pump, at the grocery stores, on and on. And even if it's 20 years from now, remember this moment and vote and make sure that we have a red tsunami from here on out.
Oh, no. What's going on with Tim Ryan? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. J.D. Vance is taking it to you right now. He's up 52.5 to 47.5 with about 57% voting. Once again, J.D. Vance coming in strong. Republicans taking out some of these areas in the suburbs. See, this is what happens when you get a common sense approach to voters, and the media tends to think that all voters have the same mindset as the inner city. They seem to think that we're all the same. And when I was in Dallas working for a TV station there, and I'm going to save you. I'm going to save them a little bit of humiliation there, that calling them out. But the producers all thought that everybody in Dallas had the same mindset. So if you lived in the suburbs of Dallas, you cared about all the radical issues that these millennials who weren't married, they didn't own anything, no kids, but for some reason they thought all these social justice issues were the main concern of people that lived in Dallas. And I kept saying, no, you've got to get out and talk to people who have homes, have jobs, have kids, who work, who pay taxes. Ask them what's concerning to them, okay? Stop listening to the bubble. So I see races like that, and they're getting outside of the city, and they're listening to the people. And the people are saying, look, I want an economy, I want to protect my family, I want to protect my home, and I want to feel safe. I don't care about the climate, I don't care about the gender, and I don't care about all that stuff. Look at that, Ted Budd.
Pulling ahead.
Wrapping it up, pulling it ahead. They're calling him a winner.
Our green check mark. Yes. So.
I want that green check mark. There we go. Ted Budd, nipping it in the bud, taking it home to the house. That's a big deal. Make a change. There you go. U.S. Senate projected winner, Ted Budd. Great guy. Interviewed him several times at CPAC. Good guy. I can't say any more about it.
That's a great win.
Great win.
Yes. Good to see.
Reminder, 45 seconds. You got 45 seconds right now. If you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, 45 seconds. You got 38 seconds now. We'll make that transition over to Rumble and our app.
Yes.
As we're gonna dip in black to use a term in television. We're gonna dip in black and we ain't coming back. So
Not tonight.
Not tonight. You got to get on Rumble or our app real quickly. I love to see Ted Budd. That was great. It's a great win.
Yes.
Great win. So far.
You know, President Trump has to be smiling tonight.